Alright, hello everybody and welcome to North American Challengers Mid-Season Invitational Week 2, it's day 2 of Week 2, but it's day 5 of the mid-season, and we're starting today off with a banger. But just to remind you, there's 3 whole series today, 2 of them going to be elimination games, and after today we're going to know who all is earning points going into Split 2, who's going to have additional circuit points that they've earned here. M80 and the Guard already secured themselves some additional points. It just matters how many they're getting based on their placements. Oxygen Esports versus TSM going to be playing each other. The winner of that confirms themselves a spot at earning circuit points. Moist Moguls and G2 the same. And then tomorrow it's going to be to really figure out how many points those teams are earning. But today's a big day. Now, I do want to quickly bring something to your attention before we get in and start talking about the M80 game, the M80 versus the Guard game. I've said, mostly during the group stage, I talked about it a lot, where Group A in Split 1 just wasn't that strong overall, and I think that's why the teams were so close. Even up until that final Week 5, it was anybody's game, and it was really anybody could qualify for mid-season. And I'll point out, those teams that were in Group A that made it to mid-season, they've all ended up down here. Now, I will in the lower bracket, but I'll give them some credit. I'll give Group A some credit. Oxygen and Moist Moguls did a really valiant effort trying to take down the Guard and M80. They did a really good job of trying to. They've cemented themselves as some new teams to talk about for people who weren't really looking at those Group A teams and worrying. Now there's a little bit of stuff to worry about. That being said, though, so currently 3 teams who are in Group A in Split 1 are in the lower bracket of the mid-season right now. And so it's, a little bit interesting. Now, the 2 teams that lose today are going to end up in 5th and 6th place, and they get a nice $2,000 to as a little consolation prize. They don't get any circuit points, but they do get a little bit of money there just to help them, again, consolation prize, make them feel a little bit better about the loss, but we don't have to worry about that quite yet. Let's get right into talking about M80 versus the Guard. Now, this is going to be a matchup we've actually seen before. I'll draw your attention to it. We can go ahead and pull it up. The last game of Split 1, or sorry, the last time that what am I saying? In Week 5 of Split 1, these 2 teams played each other. There you go. And the Guard took it 2-0. But if we want to look at the scores, although they were definitely not as close as M80 would have liked, they're still a little bit close. Both teams put up a valiant effort. And from what we saw in last week, especially when Oxygen was playing the Guard and Moist Moguls was playing M80, it seems both of these teams are not at their peak right now. They're just not playing very effectively right now. And so I honestly still think this upper final could go either way. We can look at my pick'ems because although a lot of it is messed up, and in fact the lower bracket is almost entirely messed up, although my lower bracket run is pretty much done for my pick'ems, I did have M80 and the Guard playing against each other in the upper final, and I chose the Guard to win it because the Guard already beat M80. But seeing the way the Guard and M80 have played since I did my pick'ems, because it's a little bit late to change it, I honestly think it could truly go either way. It's just going to be who can play a more perfect game, or at least have less mistakes. But we can go ahead, take a listen to the live stream where I imagine this game's about to get kicked off.
Doing the math in his head. But then he ends up realizing, like, oh, I got to clarify here, and I got to say that it's going to be us. I also love the fact that, I think it was EU who said it to us, not scared at all of the Guard. They learned a lot from that previous match, because you had even mentioned it watching the video. That was the first team to really push them to the brink.
Exactly. Like, before their matchup against the Guard, it felt like M80 could do no wrong. They could get away with anything.
Yeah.
And it was really
that's also something to talk about, and I think it's important. In Split 1, M80 had a flawless run until they went up against the Guard and lost 2 to the Guard. So up until mid-season, the only team who had been able to even get a map up on M80 was the Guard. And then in mid-season, sorry, this is my pick'ems, I'll close those. But in mid-season, like we saw last week, Moist Moguls was able to get a map up on M80 in a very impressive performance. And honestly, I think they could have taken the entire series. I think they had that potential. It's just a matter of who made more mistakes at that point, and I think Moist Moguls got in their head a little bit. But we don't have to talk about that game. Let's continue to talk about this matchup. So Pearl was picked by the Guard, Fracture picked by M80. The Decider will go to Haven. Some interesting picks here, to say the very least. The Guard on Pearl. Pearl is a map we've seen the Guard on a few times. It's not one we see them on a whole lot. You do notice Lotus was banned by M80, and I think that was a good choice here because the Guard has so much practice on Lotus, and we've seen them perform well. We can go ahead and take a look at their previous matchup where they played on Ascent and Pearl. Now, Pearl was actually picked by M80 when they played, and the Guard beat them there, but this time around, the Guard picked Pearl. Now, it should be said, though, because M80 did lose to the Guard on Pearl, M80, first of all, has played against the Guard on Pearl, knows how they'll try and play, plus M80 has something to study. They know what they need to improve on, specifically going into a matchup on Pearl. Now, they didn't pick Pearl here, but they let it go through, prioritizing banning Lotus over Pearl, and I think there's a reason for that. They really just were okay with playing on Pearl, knowing that they have a strong Pearl game. They just, in their last matchup, didn't do as well as maybe they would have liked. But I can definitely see that M80 most likely feels confident in their Pearl game, even still, especially knowing that they had stuff to work on. They had stuff they needed to change and move around and all that stuff. So you can't blame them here for allowing Pearl to go through. They definitely still feel confident on that. Now, Fracture's a map I don't think we've seen either of these teams on, and if we have, it was a very long time ago. Fracture's a map we actually haven't seen a whole lot. In Split 1, we didn't see it very much at all. Up until yesterday, we didn't see it in mid-season, and then it came out yesterday in the Disguise versus TSM game. But yeah, Fracture, I think, is a map we're going to start seeing more because a lot of teams haven't played on it in a pro scene. That means that their opponents don't know how they're going to play on it. So if a team feels confident on it, they may just pick it thinking, all right, I do think we probably have a better Fracture match or Fracture game than our opponents that we're facing up against. Obviously, M80 picks Fracture here, so they definitely feel confident in it, and I'm excited to see the way that they play on it. Now, if it goes to the Decider on Haven, which I do think we might see, and it's definitely very possible, I think that one goes to the Guard, because we've seen the Guard on Haven. We've also seen M80 on Haven, but the one map loss that M80 had last week against Moist Moguls was Haven, if I remember correctly. I can actually pull that game up. And I could be wrong about that. It's entirely possible. Let's see. Yes. So Moist Moguls did beat M80 on Haven. So if it does go to Haven, I think the Guard has a solid chance there, just because it seems like M80's Haven game has been a little bit weak. That being said, they've had time to practice and improve on that map in particular, so we'll see if it's effective. Yeah, let's go ahead and dig a listen.
Better prepared.
Well, we have a bit of an interesting and peculiar and somewhat awkward scenario here, Dust. There's a love triangle situation going on. As it appears, you're on the desk. Your former co-caster and your current co-caster are actually our casters for the series, and I'm not sure how I feel about this one, but we'll toss it over as we've got Shift and Tanner standing by. Boys,
take care of each other, boys. Take care of each other. It's all I ask.
Bach, the desk, thank you so much. Yes, it is I, Tanner Metro, and Shift today. And Dust, it's not what it looks like, man. It's not what it looks like. It is just business. Speaking of how things seem, we heard it in that video from Nismo himself. M80, the team that could beat partner teams if they were put to the test. But Shift, the team across from them today, made me second guess that. The Guard were the team that finally stopped this reign of terror for M80.
It's a really interesting dichotomy when, like, you look at how...
All right, let's get into it. I'm very excited about this matchup. Obviously, these teams have already cemented themselves in the top 4. It's just a matter of who's going to prove themselves to put themselves confirmed in the top 2. Whoever wins this is in the top 2 and has the biggest chance of earning as many points as possible. The person who loses this has to go to the lower bracket and face off against some of the other players. And we'll see how that goes. But let's get into the player selection, the agent select. Jonah P has picked KO, Koala Noob on Jet, Net on Killjoy, John Cutie also on Killjoy, Tex on Jet, Xander on Astra, Valen also on Astra, Nismo on KO, Trent and EU both on Sova. So identical picks here on Lotus. Wait, Pearl. Wait. Okay, I do think they used different background footage. They did not use Pearl background footage. Okay, that was a little bit confusing there. It is on Pearl though. Okay. Anyways, identical picks here on Pearl. Now these are team comps we don't not see a lot. These are very common team comps. Is essentially what I'm trying to say here. For Pearl, Astra is a staple here. So is Killjoy. We're helping take mid control. Sova Dart. Now, Sova and Fade can be interchangeable here on Pearl, and I think they both have their merits. But both teams decide to go for his Sova, so we'll see if those arrows, those shock darts, are going to be utilized effectively by these teams. And of course, it's just going to be whoever can use these team comps more to their advantage. Now, Pearl's a map that's decently well balanced. An argument can be made that it's a little bit attack-sided because mid control is such a big thing, so it's almost like mid is its own site. But it could also be said that defense, it's a little bit defense-sided because it's an easy rotate for defense in between the sites. So, you know, it's a little bit of a balanced map here, and I'm not going to be able to say, oh, it's more defense or offense-sided. It's really just not like that. So, advantage should just go to whoever can play better, and already Xander hiding behind the box, a common spot. To hold in lower ranks, and it wasn't cleared here, so clearly it's a good spot to hold.
Yeah, and just going back to the Xander point, he was minus 15 on the entire series.
And already the guard playing with a 2-player disadvantage here in the pistol round. It's going to make it easy for M80 to secure this round. You see 3 of them now stacked up in Art, and all of them have left a site. There's a turret there to help watch it, but it does seem that M80 is assuming it's going to be a mid or B hit, which it is. One going through B link and the rest coming in from B main. Guard's going for the plant. It's going to get down. Shock Dart looking to deny it. It isn't going to, but it is going to do a little bit of damage there to the planter. Net gets spotted and takes quite a bit of damage, and EU going to be the one to finish him off. Trent in Hall. We'll see if he is cleared or if he's going to be able to get some good picks. It looks like they're going for the clear on that, although Trent and Jonah each going to find a kill at the same time, but Nismo and Xander there to deny a hope of a 2v5 clutch. First pistol round goes to M80. Means M80 should get another round off this. Now, pistol rounds are not the make or break, but it does secure you a good little bonus of rounds here, as you can usually win the second round off of that. Of course, you force here, and what the guard is looking to do now is some good econ damage. Using those pistols, get some kills, do a little anti-eco here. This will be a save round from the guard. Of course, M80 just looking for a flawless run here. We do see Nismo playing it a little bit safe with the econ, and we saw this in their match against Moist Moguls, where M80 played decently safe with their econ. Obviously, Moist Moguls, of course, plays very, very safe. And so I imagine M80 felt pressured to do the same. But it does seem they're carrying that through here. Tech's able to take out EU, and an early pick for the guard is going to give them a pick over on B, and they may just want to push off of that. They can also rotate if they want, but they have no other vision here on B, so they don't know where anybody else is either. Now there's 2 coming in for the flank, both Xander and Nismo now for M80 coming in for the 2-man flank. One going to go through mid, and the other one going all the way through attack spawn. Xander coming through mid, going to spot Net, take him out. There goes the Killjoy post-plant for the guard. Denied just a little bit there. Tech's going to be able to pick up a gun and find that pick on John Cutie. That's going to be good for him. Now he turns his attention to Koala Noob up top. Not going to find a pick on him, though. Meanwhile, Nismo, that flank we already talked about, coming through, takes out Jonah. Xander able to take out Tex as well. Trent going to take out Koala Noob. Nismo and Xander are going to make quick work with the remaining players. The only issue here is the guard took out 3 out of the 5 of M80's players on a force round from M80, which means their econ's not going to be at a good spot. Of course, they did win, but their econ's really just not going to be in a good spot now. The guard was able to get some good ult points off of those kills as well, benefiting themselves. Now they're going to go into a buy round. where they will easily have the gun advantage here. And M80 will probably just go for the bonus here and buy light shield or pistols, which is what we're seeing.
Those are the two weapons that were picked up off the ground last round. So kind of I won't say like a backfire because you still win the
Turn this
round.
down just a little bit more.
Kind of more like your bonus. It
Not all
definitely
that.
puts you in a weird economical situation early.
Turn my own headphones down. Maybe that's the issue. But yeah, this should be an easy round for the guard. Gonna be in a good spot monetarily. Now, of course, I'm hoping for a closer matchup here than we saw against M80 and the guard in their first matchup in North American Challengers in Split 1 Week 5. That was a little bit of a disappointing matchup where neither of those teams really played, or sorry, where M80 wasn't really able to carry through and you know, hold their own against the guard. It was a little bit disappointing to see, so I'm hoping we see some better play from M80. And we'll see if the guard's going to be able to deny that. Again, hoping for some close play here. That spike's going to get down, and all the guard has to do is play post plant from long. It's not completely difficult. That wall from Asher, the Cosmic Divide, going to be useful in helping them retake the site. Qualinoob going to take out Tex, but Jonah P going to deny that retake, taking out Qualinoob and Xander. Nismo going to take out Jonah P, but Fallon going to trade that off. John Cutie able to take out Fallon. So it's a 2v2 still. Lots of trades going off. The Hunter's Fury comes out looking for a pick and to deny the defuse. This post plant being played very well. Now the spike's going to go off. EU looking for an extra pick. Not going to find it. John Cutie, who has a gun, going to try and save it. Going to be able to. Gets away in time, and that round that should have gone to the guard did, although what M80 was able to do was find 3 picks, which means the Econ not going to be in the best spot for the guard. They should be able to full buy this round, though. They would just be looking to also win this round, and now both teams should be at a full buy, and we'll see how these teams do end up playing against each other now that both are at a full buy. We'll see which team can hold their own. We do see net for the guard, not going to be able to buy full shield, but has 33 shield left over from the previous round. I don't know if that shield's really going to matter all that much. Looks like it's going to be a push from the guard A. We've got one in mid to hold down that mid control in case there needs to be a rotate from the guard. And Xander looking for a pick, pushed up a little bit aggressively. Going to take out Jonah P's ultimate. But it's an ultimate and can just get rezzed, and the trade comes off. Although Tech's also going to be able to take out EU. John Cutie going to find 2. Jonah P takes out Koalanu, but John Cutie going to find another in Valen. So now it's a 2v2. It's been traded off. Net coming in from mid. And M80 should be a little bit wary that Net may be mid. They haven't seen him. And it is the Killjoy. And there they go. They engage each other in the defender spawn, and Net wins that exchange, as John Cutie's not really expecting him. So now it's a 1v2 for Nismo. Jonah P gonna be able to pick up this spike, and it looks like he's gonna run it B. Maybe just mid into Art. We'll see. There's only 30 seconds left. Nismo left that spike over there for a long while ago. Nismo and Net meet each other in B link, and Nismo's able to find that pick, and he now has some idea that Net may be going B. 10 seconds left in this round, and the spike's gonna have to go down, and it is on Jonah P over on B. Now, Nismo's gonna hear that spike coming down. Now he knows, and it's just gonna be planted in time, barely. Waited until the last possible moment. Ooh, and Jonah P gonna win the 1v1 with Nismo, trying to prove he's the better KO, and round 4 goes to the guard and ties it up. M80 took that pistol round, and then, of course, the round off that to give themselves an easy 2-round head start, but the guard has tied it back up, and now the Econ gonna not be there for M80, and the guard should be able to take the lead off of that win. Although they did lose most of their players, their Econ's not gonna be great. We do see Trent having to sacrifice and get a Bulldog. Although Tex does have knives, he may want to trade off the guns. It doesn't look like it. They know M80's on a save round, so just gonna try and do some good damage, and what M80's hoping for is as many picks as possible. The guard looking to just get a flawless round here and deny good picks for M80 and give themselves a good or some good momentum here.
Uncharacteristic from what we've seen so far. They are going to have a little bit more of an aggressive stack on towards B, just kind of gambling and predicting.
Looks like the guard is leaning towards this A hit.
And I will say there's an opportunity for Xander with his utility to possibly dissuade the guard from committing here to A. And if he can make that happen, that would be instrumental towards M80 having a shot here in what is largely just one-tap weapons.
Stars are down on both sides. Nebula smokes are out, and Art control completely taken here. Tex to make that one look easy. Xander said too much to worry about as the sole anchor here on the A site. And now if you're M80, I mean, you're praying and hoping for the best.
All right.
Looking as we get the
Oops, sorry about that.
aerial POV, they look like lambs to
Got
me.
me to that. That early pick for the guard is going to help them take sight. That spike does go down, and now M80 have to figure out how they want to play retake. Again, it's a save round from them. They're just looking for picks. Koala able to find one, and this postman's going to start to be able to be played. They got both a Killjoy and an Asher to utilize, and the guard should be able to take this round. Sofa Dart comes out, doesn't spot anybody, but now they know where people aren't, and that could be equally as useful information. Again, save round from M80, just looking for picks. They know the spike's going to go off, looking to find some exit kills or just die to the spike. Jonah P also dies, so that means 2 dead for the guard is okay for M80. They only found one of those picks, though, which doesn't put them in a great spot. But 2 ultimates now for M80 on a buy round is going to help them try and secure this round for their eco to start trying to benefit it. We do see Trent once again not having a gun. We'll see if he's just going to get a buy. And again, Tex has the Vandal there, but also knives to utilize. May just be saving them in case they lose this one, playing it safe. At operator now on Koala Noob. We'll see if he's able to find a pick with it. We know Koala Noob can be very scary with that op. Turret gets placed in mid, and looks like Net may just want to back off. He's feeling a little bit scared there, doesn't want to engage. He doesn't have to. Looks like the guard may just be challenging mid, trying to get some mid control, as it has been denied by M80. Will Koala be able to find a pick? They're going to peek him. Oh, they jump peek out, and he reveals he has the operator. The shot is missed, and now the guard, I believe, is just going to give up mid control, and you can't blame them. Although the smoke does come out to block off Art, and now looks like Jonah P is going to be trying to regain it, maybe, or maybe with the help of Net, as that sentry comes back up. We'll see. The rest of the guard, though, getting ready for this B push. 3 of M80 there to help ward them off. The knife comes out. They destroy the sentry, and they know that somebody's there on B. Jonah P, who has taken mid control with the help of Net, now going to be ready to start pushing through mid. Help get some ground. Net going to find that pick on Koala Noob. No more operator for M80. Now that art control has been given up by M80, the guard just going to push through it and into A. Nismo able to take out Tex over on B, and Xander going to lock down A. Able to find 2. Is he looking for another? Oh, not going to find one. Meanwhile, Trent's also able to take out EU. So it's a 2v2, but Valen's low on health. Not going to matter when your opponent isn't looking at you. Valen just going to be able to take him out. And now it's just down to Nismo. No util. We'll see how he decides to play this. Pushes through a Cosmic Divide. No ultimate ability. He's already used it. Cosmic Divide goes down. Nismo doesn't know where the guard could be playing. It looks like he's suspecting Art, but they're not in Art. And Valen's just going to be able to take him out. 3 kills for Valen on relatively low health. Well played there from the guard. Is going to secure them another round. That's 4 rounds in a row they've won. And they've denied every buy round M80 has attempted. M80 may want to take a timeout here to recoup themselves. figure out where they are and how they need to be playing. That being said, this is the guard's pick. The guard picked Pearl, so of course they're going to be playing pretty well on it, and that's what you'd expect from them. Looks like it's going to be an aggressive push out A on the save round for M80. It's going to be placed well, but not going to be able to deny anything as Tex is able to push up. Although Nismo going to find Valen's head and take him out with that Sheriff, so it's a 4v4. And those knives I've talked about Tex having so many times are now coming out, just to take a nice econ bonus. Coming off of that round win where they lost most of their players. Good decision here for Tex. Now John Cutie has an ultimate, the lockdown to utilize. And M80 didn't actually have anybody on B for a while there. Now Nismo able to get on side and he spots multiple. Gonna just try and get out of there. Flashes through Hall, but he's spotted by the sofa dart trying to exit, and it's gonna get shot through the smoke. Takes quite a bit of damage there, down to just half of his health. I mean, he didn't have any shield to start with. It is, again, it's a save round for them. Trent going to be able to take out Nismo. It's already low. EU, though, going to finish off Trent, who's taking quite a bit of damage. Tex with those knives, looking very deadly. It's a 3v3. The lockdown from Net was good at gaining guard the site, but they weren't able to find very many picks off of it. Although site was gained, M80 still has 3 alive. They know where Tex is with his knives. EU's watching it, and Tex still going to be able to find him. So now it's a 3v2 for the guard. Jonah P going to take out John Cutie. Xander going to be able to take out Tex, but is traded off by Jonah. Not another round for the guard. I do believe M80 should take a timeout off of this. They've just lost 5 in a row, although that was a save round. So now they're on a bye. Maybe they're waiting for another bye round loss before taking a timeout. We'll see. You do have to wonder what M80 has been doing that isn't working. And it does seem that M80's typical style of playing a little bit aggressive, they've pulled back. You see M80 deciding to play a little bit more passive, and maybe that's not letting some of their players shine through as much as they'd like. Now, we've got an operator on Tex and Koala Noob. EU with the Hunter's Fury going to get some early mid denial, able to get a pick. And Koala Noob with that operator, able to take out Tex, op versus op. And that round goes to Koala Noob. Xander going to lock down B-Link, taking out Net, and now it's just down to 2. Trent and Jonah for the guard, coming in through main, and it looks like the spy round may be going in the favor of M80. The operator on Koala Noob looking for somebody to kill. Isn't able to connect a kill, but does spot. Does spot Jonah P, and it's instrumental. Meanwhile, Trent takes out John Cutie, but it's traded off by EU, and only 1 life lost for M80 is going to be really good for them on a bye round win. Maybe that's the foothold they need, able to find their grasp. Well played there from M80 is going to put them in a good position to start maybe a win streak of their own in return. Won the first 2 pistol rounds, finally won a round since then, but will it be enough to defeat the guard? We'll see. They've got 3 ultimates to utilize to secure this round, and in addition, or not in addition, but the guard has one of their own, the Hunter's Fury on Trent, in case that lockdown comes out from M80. Guard looking to secure A. It's going to be contested by the Astra and the Killjoy. Going to be very effective at keeping them off the site. And that Hunter's Fury comes out that I talked about earlier. Not going to be used in the lockdown. Xander, though, going to deny the push on, able to take out 2. Net and Tex, though, going to return with 2 kills of their own. And now it's a 3v3. Net kind of low on health, though. Tex pushing up very aggressively into CT. Going to be met by John Cutie and taken out. Now it's a 3v2 for M80. John Cutie has that lockdown. Trent knows where it's been put down, and it looks like he's looking to challenge it. Will he be able to? We'll see. Able to find both John Cutie and EU, but is not destroyed before Koala Noob can find that pick. And now Koala Noob looking to use his post-plant util up. Not going to be able to find the pick on Net. The knives, not enough. 1 player left alive for the guard, and it looked like M80 may have been able to continue some round momentum there, but could not find their grasp. Now their econ not going to be in a great place. It looks like M80 takes a timeout, and you can't blame them. Like I said, they were probably just waiting for a buy round loss to take one, and they just had a buy round loss, so they're taking one. I mean, just look at this play. I mean, Xander's at 12 kills, and then you look at the rest of his team, and you almost feel bad for him. Almost looks like the rest of his team is letting him down. He's got a 2 KD right now, or not a K, yeah, 2 KD right now, KD ratio, which is pretty good considering you're the losing team right now. So you gotta feel bad for Xander, but he is on Astra on Pearl, so you're gonna frag out just a little bit more, but still, the controller should not be above your duelist, even on defense, especially when that operator's been on the in the hands of Koala Noob. And then you look at the guard, and 3 of them are all in that top position with 8 kills. Of course, Tex with a negative KD, but either way, I mean, still in a really good spot. 8 kills for your 3 top frags is what's carrying your team through, as they're able to play well consistently, and as a team, finding those consistent picks and kills that they can trade each other off on. And they don't even need to trade each other off. They're able to just all individually hold their own. Trent looking to jiggle peek, maybe test to see if there's an operator on M80, which there is. It's on Koala Noob, but it's posted up mid.
Getting control of B, like just off of easy smokes and recharge information gathering tools like Recon, Dart, and 0.9. Like, I think if you're M80, you need to start.
This mid is going to be challenged by Net. See if he's able to. I mean, he's already been able to gain mid control, but looks like he may just be pushing Art, looking for some more distance and confusion for M80. While the guard is entirely pushing into B, the smokes come out, the flashes as well, looking to make some noise. But it looks like the guard now going to be rotating back towards A, as Net was able to gain full Art control. And M80 is completely rotated off, although that spike now coming back, and looks like not even the guard knows what they're doing at this point. Now, re-hitting here is the worst idea, as this is exactly what M80 wants. 4 still leaning B side. Now, 2 for the guard. A sided, but Xander going to find that pick on Net. And again, it's mostly a save round for M80, but... Or sorry, it was mostly a buy round for M80. Xander, though, going to have a stinger. Still able to find a pick and pick up a gun. Nismo also going to find a pick. So does Koala Noob. Going to deny that plant. There's 10 seconds left for the guard to make something happen. They're not going to be able to. Jonah just going to have to save his Vandal. All the players left alive for M80 is going to make it a flawless round for them. And that's a good round to get coming off of that timeout. They're looking to tie it up, as the guard has secured that 6th round. It means that M80 can't get the advantage going into the next half anymore, but what they can do is tie it up going into the next half, or at least give it their best shot at tying it up. The guard should not have re-hit there. They were thinking about rotating towards A, and that would have been the best decision to make there, and they didn't make it. The guard has 2 timeouts to use, and they're using their first one here in this first half. And I think that's a really smart decision. We see a lot of teams that are ahead decide not to use their timeout in the first half, even though, just because they're ahead doesn't mean it's not helpful, It can help you keep on your toes, and we see the guard do that often. Even when they're up, they use their timeout, and they do see M80 starting to gain some momentum here, so they're using their timeout. And you look at Xander, still at 13 kills, but you see the rest of his team starting to pull through just a little bit. Koala Noob and John Cutie each with 6 kills, Nismo with 8, you lacking a little bit behind at 4, but it's only 2 kills behind Koala Noob and John Cutie. And then you look at the guard, and still very strong, all of those top 3 having 8, but if you'll remember, I believe it was 2 rounds ago, we looked at that and saw that all those top frags had 8 kills, which tells you the guard hasn't gained any kills since then, and the previous round was a flawless round, and that's why. But you do have to wonder what they did wrong in that situation that led them to allow M80 to get that flawless round, and again, they should not have re-hit, and they did, but obviously they didn't know that all 4 were on B. Or sorry, that all 5 were on B.
That's been a big key to success for M80 across everything. I mean, yeah, they're dominant in the kill stats, but
Now, M80 stacking 3 on A is a good choice, but it's mostly a mid hit from the guard, looking to get some vision before deciding where to rotate. Looks like the guard gonna contest this art. Gets spotted by a turret, and now M80's looking to challenge it. The bonks is being wall banged. Smoke comes out, and then it's dropped. M80 was trying to get some distance there, trying to get across, and then it dropped, and we're just easily taken out. Now the guard and Tex, sorry, not the guard, Jonah and Tex each take some damage. Sorry, Tex still gonna find another pick though, and now it's a 2v5 for M80. It seems that timeout was very useful. They had been neglecting A control mid control. They were able to get it. I'm sorry, I'm misspeaking so much today. The guard had been neglecting that mid control. EU gonna take out Tex, and Valen gonna take out EU, and now she's down to Kuala. He still has that operator, and he's trying to get away with his life. Net coming in through mid, looking to help deny it, and he's gonna be able to. Takes Kuala out. Kuala was just caught without that gun out. Now the guard has taken the advantage going into the next half. They're looking in this last round to get the 8-4 advantage going into the next half. It's definitely what they would like to see. Now, M80 typically does better on their offense, so doing okay on their defense. I mean, they definitely like to keep it even. And of course, the guard knows they typically do better on their offense, and they're ready to contest it, and we'll see if they're going to be able to. That being said, M80's decided to play aggressive here, pushing up B, and it almost pays off. I mean, it's mostly a trade, but they do get 2 for M80. Or 2 off of the guard, sorry. But Tech's gonna take out EU, and it's no longer 2 off the guard. Well, it is still 2 off the guard, but the player advantage now in the hands of the guard. It's no longer even. That's what I mean there, sorry. Can already tell it's gonna be a long day, and there's 3 series today. Oh, as that Cosmic Divide is going down, for some reason Net just assumes nobody's gonna be in B-Link. Gets taken out. Now she's down to Xander in a 1v3. Knows where the alarm bot is. Going to be able to take out Trent. The alarm bot does go off. Of course, they already knew he was there off of that pick. 1 B-Link and 1 B main. Let's see how Xander approaches this as time starts to tick down. Gets peeked from B-Link. He taps the spike. Nanoswarm comes off. And the nudge from Tex are going to come through to finish Xander off. 3 kills for Tex that round. A good round for him. He's able to win that 8th round for the guard. Going into the next half, and the guard will have the advantage. 4-8 advantage. Definitely in a good position right now, as it stands. Of course, M80 looking to deny some ground of their own now that they're on the offense. The colors haven't switched yet, but they will after this round, I imagine. M80 is now on offense. We'll see if that offensive capability we usually see, or that offensive fire we usually see in M80 come through now. But the guard definitely knows how to outplay the M80 offense, and we'll see if it's effective here. We've got a very aggressive push out A, looking to challenge anybody trying to push A. It's going to be effective. Trent able to find a pick, and now M80 down a player. Net gets some vision, B-Link, and, you know, of course you don't clear Cubby there, because why would you? So able to find a pick. Gets traded off by Nismo, but you're not looking for trades when you're down a player. They do spot Jonah, do a significant amount of damage to him, and they're definitely trying to chase him down and look for that pick. Not going to find him, but they're going to find Valiant, and Nismo's going to take him out. So now it is a 3v3, and Jonah's really low in health. Trent, though, going to find that pick on Nismo. Another player advantage back in the hands of the guard. John Cutie going to find Jonah, take him out. Doesn't know where Trent is. Now they do. They know he's in upper. But they have no idea that Tex is all the way flank in B main. Still haven't seen either, and Tex is going to be able to find John Cutie. Misses, though, and there goes that flank. Now, neither of M80 have their attention turned to the top, but the turret gonna be able to take out Trent. Tech's gonna take out EU at the same time, but now it's a 1v1 between John Cutie and Tex. Just trying to play good post plant. They know he's off the spike. John Cutie gonna swing him. Get that pick. The spike does go off. All players dead for M80, but they did take that round when it didn't look like it was going to go that way off of that early pick from the guard. And now that they've taken that pistol round, they're going to force here and should be able to find another round off of that. Give themselves a little bit of a backboard to try and close up this gap. Now, that being said, M80 did win the first 2 rounds of the previous half and still ended up going into this half with the disadvantage. They only won 2 other rounds on top of those first 2 rounds. We'll see if they're able to win some good ones here and actually turn this half in their favor. But it looks like M80 is going to play safe with their econ when they didn't play super safe with their econ previously. And they did lose 3 out of the 5 of their players in that second round off of that pistol in the previous half. And so that meant forcing there did not go super well for them, and that's most likely why they're playing safe here. Now 4 for the guard on A, and it's a good stack. Really good call. The Sova drone comes through, and now the guard knows. Of course, Twitch is still working. It's not like trending. Alright, well, I'll just keep talking, I suppose. My chat's not loading either. YouTube is loading. Just being a little finicky. Maybe we're good now. Does look like studio's having issues, though. Alright, I'll just keep talking until I'm able to figure it out. But anyways, it looks like the guard has been able to win quite a few of these rounds and keep it even. Oh, there we go. We're back, I think. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let me put it on that. Let me get everything back together. I apologize about that mild interruption. Alright, Xander able to find 2 picks on Valen early in A main. It's going to help them prevent that flank, that 3-man flank that was coming through. Also able to shut down Tex. Nismo going to take out Net coming in through mid. Now it's just down to Jonah P in 1v5, and he's just going to go for the save. And you can't, again, I always say this, but you can't blame him for deciding to go that route. I do apologize about that brief interruption, but everything seems to be working fine now. It looks like this save will be successful for Jonah, but a flawless round for M80 is really good for them. That being said, though, we've seen quite a few of those flawless rounds come through for M80 already on Pearl, and then it doesn't actually end up mattering as time continues, as the guard is just able to counterplay it and bounce right back. Now, this is Pearl picked by the guard, so, you know, you shouldn't expect the guard to take the loss here, but M80 performing this abysmally is also not at all what you'd expect. Only able to get 6 rounds so far, definitely just trying to bounce back. Although the guard now going to have to be on a save. Puts M80 with the gun advantage. Already able to find a pick. Well, and I'm going to take Jonah out there. Looking for another pick. Gonna find it on Tex. Meanwhile, Net's able to take out John Cutie. Ooh, Valen gonna find the pick on EU, so now it's a 3v3. Qualenoob able to pick up a Vandal, looking to challenge Valen, but... Or is Xander gonna be able to find Net? Qualenoob does see Valen, but Valen is starting to back up off of B, just looking to play it a little bit safe. Now the operator no longer in the hands of Qualenoob. Now Xander's able to join his team. Trent has been all the way over an A this whole time, locking it down, starting to realize that maybe it's not an A push. The operator not going to come back to Koala Noob. He does pick it up, thinks about it. But Valen going to find that pick on Nismo, and that's going to even it into a 2v2. Valen also going to take out Xander, and then Trent just going to aggressively push Koala Noob there, going to find that pick as well. And it did not look like it was going to go in the favor of the guard, and it did. So many picks there for the guard. In a position where it looked like M80 had the advantage because they did, the rest of the team for M80 could not pull through. Koala Noob's advantage that he had gained is not enough to help them, and it's looking like this abysmal performance is going to continue from them. Now the guard, 11-6, gonna be looking pretty good here, and they're looking for this 12th round in order to secure themselves as much of a chance as possible getting to that 13th round. They get to the 12th round, and then M80 is forced into a position where they have to force buy every single time. That operator on Tex is going to find a pick. Tex going to get concussed, and the Hunter's Fury trying to hunt him down. Not going to connect, though, and he's going to get away safely. I speak too soon. Going to get hit by the Hunter's Fury. Xander going to be there to finish him off. Means it's a 4v4. The counter Hunter's Fury comes out to try and deny the planner, but it doesn't. Although, he does push John Cutie far back into net. Gonna find a pick. Now, net decides to use the lockdown there, but it's just contested and destroyed, so a little bit of a waste of an ult there. Trent, very low on health, gonna get finished off by EU, and now it's a 1v2 for Jonah. Gonna challenge EU first, gonna be able to. Now he's looking to take out Jonah P as well. Able to do that as well. A 1v2 clutch gonna go to the hands of Jonah. Secure them that 12th round, and now M80 in a position where they have to force every round that is to come, and this map not looking like it's gonna go in the favor of the guard. Now again, the guard did pick Pearl, so you expect them to play well on the map that they chose, but them doing this well against M80 does not bode well for M80 right now. And yeah, it's definitely not looking good for them. Now, it should be said, like, the rest of the teams that are currently in the lower bracket and are still in it, they're looking at this match right now, and they have to decide who they are more okay with playing. And I honestly think for them, it's probably M80. With the way M80 played against Moist Moguls, I definitely think Moist Moguls would love a chance to play them again, play M80 again. We'll see how it shapes up, though. M80 taking this timeout. It's their final timeout. They're down 6-12. They need a 6-round win streak if they want hope of winning this map. It's not looking like it's going to go in that direction. Still, Xander dominantly outperforming the rest of his team. Koala Noob has not been able to find his footing. That's something I've talked about time and time again in these past few matches for M80, where Koala Noob just gets denied in his attempts to utilize his abilities well. Koala Noob has knives to use here. We'll see if he's able to connect any. We haven't seen him use his knives super effectively so far on this map. Valen has the Cosmic Divide to use this round as well, although they don't have to. M80 does have to play like every round is their last, use ults when they get them, and doesn't have the opportunity to save them. Tech's going to be able to take out Xander, and that's going to be the early player advantage for the guard in this round. Unlike previously, the op cannot just be chased down this time. Jonah looking to challenge those pushing in through A main. Valen going to find the pick on Nismo. Now it's just Koala Noob there. Valen also going to find and take out Koala Noob. So now it's a 2v5 for the rest of M80. John Cutie going to push through Connector. Going to find Tex. Holding that operator. Going to get taken out. Now she's down to EU. Going to get taken out by Valen. And a flawless round to finish it off for the guard. They take a 13-6 map victory to give themselves as much of a head start in this matchup, and it's starting to look like it may be another 2-0 victory for the guard. Or at least they have the potential to earn themselves that spot. We'll see if they're able to.
Stuff like that. Both teams dominate the top of the leaderboard. Not here though. This head-to-head
Go ahead and take a listen to what the analysts have to say about that matchup.
excuse me, against the guard a single time. Xander, who was shut down the first time, showed up this time, but the combination of utility that we're used to seeing from M80 is not there. The guard is playing near flawlessly.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is dangerous prospects for the rest of the series.
And when you look at these two teams, M80, the bomb squad, explosive, but I think most importantly, we expect them to be bold. It's the boldness of M80 versus the heroics of the guard, and unfortunately, italicized was the best that we got from M80 here. No bold, no underline. The statement was made from the guard, and now they're 3-0.
It was definitely a disappointing performance for both the guard and for both M80 and any of the onlookers rooting for M80, as it looks like M80 may be headed in a little bit of a negative trend here. It's a disappointing loss for them, certainly, especially considering their previous matchup went 2-0 in favor of the guard, but on the map that the guard picked, the guard won 13-8, so M80 was able to keep it closer. That being said, M80 picked Pearl in their last matchup, and then lost that. It went 13-9 in favor of the guard. So M80 already went into this map not really having much of an advantage. The next map, however, will be a map picked by the guard, by M80. It's going to be Fracture. Now, this is a map we haven't seen either of these teams on. I don't think we've seen either of these teams on so far in North American Challengers. That being said, it's entirely possible that the map still does go to the guard. But also, M80 picking it shows you that they have a decent amount of confidence going into this matchup. And I'm honestly a little bit disappointed. I know I keep saying that, but I'm disappointed with M80. I think they definitely should have performed better there. You look at Xander, went 19-14 and 5 assists, playing very, very well. A 300 average combat score isn't horrible. I mean, maybe they'd like it to be a little bit higher, but it's higher than anybody else's average combat score in the entire map. And so you almost feel bad for Xander, because then you look at the rest of his team, and it's 13-14, 10-16, 11-15, 10-14. It's just not great across the board for the rest of M80. And you do have to wonder first of all, why is Xander able to get those kills? Like, where is he positioning? Is it just mechanically Xander's on it right now and the rest of his team isn't? Or is it that they're putting some players in positions where they're just going to die quickly and they shouldn't be? Is it an issue with the in-game leadership? Is it an issue? Is it just a strategical issue? Like, what exactly is M80 doing poorly here? It's sort of that faltering performance we saw that they started to show against Moist Moguls. When Moist Moguls won 13-9, not at all how M80 was hoping to perform against Moist Moguls in that first map. And that was the first sign of some weakness coming through for M80. They did beat Moist Moguls overall, but those matches were also much closer than they probably would have hoped. Obviously, it didn't go to overtime or anything bad like that, but it still was almost certainly not up to the liking of what M80 would have wanted. And now we're starting to see that the guard, who's still able to perform very strongly, is not able to connect to those kills, not able to find that advantage that M80 would like. And the guard's able to just deny everything M80 tries to do time and time again. They prevent those kills for Koala Noob. They prevent him from actively playing as an initiator well. And then they prevent the active and well play good play, there you go, from the rest of M80's team. Again, Xander being the only one to find some sort of footing. And, one carry can sometimes pull through. Koala Noob, for M80, does tend to find those kills that maybe M80 needs in some matchups. Koala Noob can usually carry through. But that's because Koala Noob's on Duelist. And so, of course, if he's doing well, it's going to benefit the rest of his team. But when your controller is the one on top fragging out, it's not really what you want to be looking for, because the controller doesn't have the benefit of being able to play aggressively and get a whole lot of picks. So if your controller's the one on top, you gotta wonder what you've been doing wrong. So I am interested to see the way that M80 that M80 decides to approach this now. And honestly, I think the guard doesn't have a whole lot to work on. They played very solidly. I think all of their players went positive in their KDs. The highest average combat score was 282, still not higher than Xander's, but still pretty high. They do need to figure out, okay, how can we deny Xander, because it seems like he's having a good day, and how are we going to counterplay where we don't know what's going to happen on Fracture, because we don't really know how M80 is going to play on Fracture, and so the guard has no idea what M80 could be playing for. Same goes for M80 against the guard. No idea what exactly they're going to be up against. So it's really going to be where's that in-game leadership, and whose in-game leadership is really going to pull through for either team. We can go ahead and take a listen here to see what the analysts have to say about what just happened in that matchup.
I feel like the trades were there from M80, and it always end up in an even 3v3, 2v2 post-pass situation, but the teamwork from the guard was just so much stronger that they weren't able to perform on those retakes, and M80 just ended up losing so many rounds because of it.
And then when we switched over to the second half, good God, the amount of clutches we saw, and like, what was it, 2 thrifty rounds in the second half from the guard, multiple clutch scenarios, that double that Trent got from Heaven with like 4 HP that he honestly just should not have gotten. I mean, Dust, it was unreal.
Yeah, it was really unreal. I mean, like you know, Starry said, the first half was a story of post plants for the guard. They convert 8 out of 10 of those, so just magnificent in that regard. And then I think the second half to close out, I think there was 3 key factors for the guard. First off, it was the opening picks from Tex. I mean, he got so many instant 5v4s for his team by just floating the operator around the map and being dynamic and just kind of catching, you know, M80 from off angles to get his team hot starts. Then it was thrifties, 2 of them, in fact, that you see there. Both of them came in the second half to help him close out the game.
Wild.
And then the third thing is just the clutch factor that you mentioned, right? It was, I think, you know, Jonah P won a 1v2 clutch. You had Valen win a 1v1 clutch that Trent set him up for with 2 clutch kills of his own from up top. So it was just kind of a combination of those 3 things that really helped the guard kind of finish the job after having such a hot start that we've already kind of talked about those post plans.
Once the guard
look at the team, though,
was like in some matchups, you know, it's like, oh, one team has a player advantage. All right, it looks like they're gonna win this. And then you look at the guard versus M80, and even when M80 was able to get the player advantage in their hands, you were still like, all right, this is not gonna be easy for M80. And oftentimes the guard was able to pull through on that. And you know, I really have no idea what exactly what did I put my title as. Oh my God!
Jonah actually is one of the most clutch players coming into this series, so they have a well-rounded team in that regard.
That's embarrassing.
And this is something we were talking about while we were watching that game. This has been a map that for M80.
All right. Apologize about that. All right, but yeah, it was almost like even when it looked like M80 was going to be able to, you know, it should have been an easy round win for them. They had that player advantage in their hands. They just weren't able to pull through. You look at Xander played super, super well. But again, it doesn't matter if your controller is the one doing well because it's your controller, right? So the one you want to be doing well is not your controller. It's your Sentinel. Or sorry, not your... What am I saying right now? The one you want to be doing well is not your controller, it's your duelist. You want your duelist to really be pulling through for your team and getting those entry frags. Koala wasn't able to do that. And if it's not your duelist, maybe you want your initiator to be finding those picks, getting good vision, helping their team out. And that was not coming through for M80. You do have to think, what exactly is how does M80 get out of this position now? And are they going to be able to really surprise everyone with their fracture play, or is it going to be just as dominant as of a performance from the guard? The guard, although they did have a really, really insane and high play and high performance, very well played performance from the guard, they still have a little bit they need to work on. They need to think about, all right, why was Xander able to get so many kills despite being on controller? Why were we letting him find those picks? But even then, there's not a whole lot to critique here. I'm picking at Shaw's here because the guard's performance on Pearl was just so dominant, and it's surprising against a team like M80. And it's not like we haven't seen M80 on Pearl. We have multiple times, and usually they're decent. It's just whenever they're playing against the guard, maybe they just get nervous. They know that a lot's riding on it or what, but it looks like M80 just hasn't been able to pull through. And this performance right here, the rest of the teams in lower bracket right now are watching this game and going, all right, maybe if we end up against M80, we have a chance, because it looks like they're not doing super well right now against the guard. And so we'll see if M80 is able to, going into Fracture, a map we haven't seen them on, if they're going to do some crazy surprise performance, some crazy plays strategically that we just haven't been, or really don't know what to expect them on or coming through. Like, that is the only way in which we really find these kills, truly. So we'll see.
The guard starting on defense, they were going to be starting on attack, and so we'll give M80 maybe some opportunities to kind of spread their wings, but it wound up just being the same story again. You know, the same exact problems. They couldn't find opening picks. Quala got slowed down, and, you know, the guard was just better overall in team play, in post plants, and in retakes.
And we were, you know, wanting to see potentially more from M80 there, and instead we got less. It just felt like every situation that M80 probably should have been able to at least find something, they just got shut down. The thrifty round's definitely a problem for them. But we'll see if that continues into our second map. It is going to be Fracture, and again, we are coming into this one with our eyes covered. We haven't seen either team play it throughout the split, and I'm curious to see what they bring to the table. Again, the love triangle is going to be the storyline all day long. We've got Tanner Metro and Shift, your casters. Dust, I'm not sure how you feel about it, but I'm not sure how they feel about this series either.
I'm fine with it.
Let's see what they have to say.
It's okay.
And Dust is just too good to us. That's why it works. Dust has been good to both of us, so now Shift and I get to be good to one another. Shift, this is unknown territory. This is the fear of the unknown for M80 fans. I have absolutely no idea what to expect, especially since the start of Split 1, we've seen changes to the way that people want to play. We've gone away from the Neon. We started playing the Sky. The Killjoy seems strong, but teams still want to play the Cypher. This right here is, yeah, again, unknown is the best way to put it for this Fracture map.
Yeah.
I have to figure that.
All right, let's get into it.
In the past that have
not going to do what I did on the previous Fracture match yesterday, where I leave the robot on the screen for too long. Take it off now. Get it out early. Here we go. M80 versus the guard here on Fracture. This map was picked by M80, so you gotta think they've got some sort of confidence on it. But we also have no idea how the guard is gonna play on Fracture, and so seeing these two teams play against each other on Fracture, it's really just gonna be who knows the map better, and who can play in an unexpected way. Jonah P gonna go for Breach, Goalanoob, Jet, Net on Viper, John Cutie on Cypher, Tex on Jet, Xander on Brim, Valen on Astra, Nismo on KO, Trent on Sky, EU on Breach, and you may notice something here. There's no Sentinel for the guard. They've gone for double Initiator, double Controller, and a Duelist. You look over at M80, they've got double Initiator, but not double Controller. They've got one Controller in the form of Brim. Brimstone is a controller we see often on Fracture. In pro play, and so I'm not surprised by that pick. But then looking over at the guard, they don't have a Brim. Instead, they have an Astra and a Net and a Viper, and we'll see how they're able to play with those agents, and if having a Brim is going to matter, not having a Sentinel, if that's going to prevent them from finding adequate vision and prevent adequate flanks, and will M80 be able to take advantage of that? We'll see. Looks like the guard's going to be leaning towards A. 3 coming in through satellite are going to be met with a tripwire, and M80 and they destroy that, and now they're backing up, dying a little bit of vision there for M80 and a little bit of comfortability. 3 on A for M80, only 2 on B to lock it down, and it looks like that's where the guard is going to be headed as they break that tripwire. Now they're headed towards B3, are going to be coming through Arcade, challenging any that are Heaven. I do believe Xander saw them Heaven, ready for it. The Molly does come out. Nismo stunned, but he's got that shorty, and he's going to use it. Able to find a pick, so it's a trade in Heaven. Able to deny a little bit of adequate push there from the guard. Get some of their numbers down just a little bit. Prevent them from maintaining a strong performance. Koalanoop going to find that kill on Trent. Vala or sorry, Valen going to be able to trade it off. Nismo and EU each going to find a kill, but Net going to take out EU and John Cutie, looking to use his Viper's Molly to force Nismo off. Not expecting Nismo to push up so far. Nismo's going to find 3 total kills, take out Net, and secure them that first pistol round. Now, we saw M80 take both pistol rounds on the first map. Despite the fact that the pistol rounds didn't seem to matter, as it didn't help them out, it's still nice to get the pistol rounds here, and it looks like M80, yeah, just going to be going for the force here. That's what you want. Now, Fracture's a map that is somewhat defense-sided, so you'd expect defense here to be able to take the advantage going into the next half. At least 7-5 advantage. Anything more than that is even better. But the guard should not be upset if they go into the next half with a disadvantage, as that is what you can expect on a defense-sided map, is that on offense, you just don't do as well. Now, Qualinub going to get picked off early is going to make it easier for the guard to find this win here. Now it's a 5v4 for the guard. The judge on Nismo going to be good for 2 before he's traded off by Valen. So they've evened the player count off. And now it's a 3v3. Valen going to pick up that judge. We'll see if he's able to find a pick with it. EU trying to challenge Arcade. He's going to shoot the smoke, and he actually hits Valen. Does a little bit of damage there. Unlucky there for Valen. Gonna get healed by Trent, but now... Well, I don't know. He didn't have any shield before, so... Gotta get picked off by Trent, and that's good for them there. But it is still a 3v3. Now, Net's all the way over on A. Whether the guard rotates to him or not is the question. They've gone through tunnel and are now... Yeah, it looks like they're going to rotate towards A. Now, M80 still has 3 on B, as that Viper Wall is up. But you know, as soon as that Viper Wall comes down, they're going to get cautious and start rotating towards A. But they haven't started rotating yet. M80 is going to be able to send that bird in. Going to be able to push on to site. The Molly comes up. Still no vision at all for the guard. Or sorry, for M80. And the guard's just going to be able to get on site and start planting. 10 seconds left when they start planting, but still going to be able to get that plant down. And Valen with that judge is going to push up very aggressively in that defender side spawn. Now it's a 3v3. The guard had the player, sorry, M80 had the player advantage going into this round, but it's, or sorry, the gun advantage going into this round. But it's been kept even by the guard. As I say that, John Cutie finds a kill and then gets traded off by Trent. Now, Net down very low on health. May not matter as Trent's able to take out EU. Xander going to find one as well, and then it's a 1v1, which Xander wins. Makes it look easy, but you know that was stressful. Still going to be able to find that round, but 4 out of the 5 of their players died, and they forced that round, so the guard did really good econ damage. They were saving that round. M80 was on a force buy, so you're trying to get as many kills as possible to deny a good econ bonus. And that's exactly what the guard was able to do. Now M80 in a little bit of a tough spot. They're not going to be able to buy this round. Gonna have to save. Only one of them going to have the gun that was kept on them in that previous round. Look at Nismo. Already got 5 kills. Looking good. Looking to help out M80. Look over at the guard. They're doing okay. We'll see if their performance can increase. And now that they have better guns here, they should be able to secure this round. M80 looking to get as many kills as possible. Trying to take bonus this round. Although it's not going to be a bonus, as they did die that previous round. So it's essentially just a save round at this point. Not going to be able to find an early pick on Xander. Help them take site. John Cutie, though, going to take out Jonah P. But Tech's going to find that pick on EU. Net going to trade John Cutie off. So the player advantage now in the hands of the guard. Nismo going to find a kill on Tex, but Trent going to take Kualanoob out at the same time. So now she's down to Nismo in 1v3. Now, again, it's a save round for M80. All they're really looking to do is get as many picks as possible. Nismo picks up that Bulldog, and now he's trying to figure out how he wants to play this. Decides to go back towards Rope. He's spotted, and he's also spotted somebody else. Takes the knife out, trying to clear Main, and Net peeks him right at that moment. Going to find 3 kills for Net. And a round win for the guard. They did still lose 2 of their players, but their econ going to be in a decent spot as well. Only losing 2 is not horrible for their econ. Of course, they will be looking to win this round in order to get some really good econ stability. M80 going to be on a bye round this round and looking to win this round, although The guard has 2 ultimates to use in the form of that Sky ult and the Viper's Pit on net. Nismo has the KO ultimate to utilize. And we'll see if it's going to find any useful ground. And it's a hard read on B, looking to push out for some early picks, and M80 is not going to find any as they push aggressively across the rope into that attack spawn. That I don't know what that's called, but the place across the rope, and they don't find anybody there, and so it's going to put them in a little bit of an awkward spot. The guard still isn't pushed into A or B. The spike is leaning A, but there's some Cypher trips as well as Koala Noob there. 4 for M80 stacking near B, and 2 for the guard looking to find some picks, get rid of that tripwire. Now looking to get some good vision as well. Now Koala Noob, who's been on site, going to get flushed out by the util from the guard. He's been on A site, going to get flushed out, taken out. Plant's going to go down from the guard, and that Viper's Pit we talked about goes out as well. EU, though, going to shoot through the smoke, going to find a pick on Tex. Good for them, because now it's a 4v4, but they still do have to push through this Viper's Pit. Net's down to 42 health. May not matter, though. They do have to try and push through this Viper's Pit. Now, they could just save here. They don't have to contest it, and they've already gotten the use of 2 of the ults from the guard, and it looks like they are going to be going for the 4-man save, and I respect that decision. You looking to do some damage is going to be able to. Hits Valen a little bit there. 4-man save for the guard, or sorry, for M80. They really just didn't want to push that more than they needed to. Played it safe, and it works out. Going to be able to save with 4 other players alive, so they're going to be able to fall by the next round, and they've allowed M80 to get some ground here and tie it back up, but they've done it in a way where they're not putting themselves in a bad position econ-wise. And M80 this round going to be on a full buy, excluding Koala Noob, but he's probably going to try and get an ult orb somewhere and get his ultimate up. It looks like that's what he's going to be doing in Arcade, which he's going to be able to do. Now has those knives. The guard was... They sort of just sat in their spawn this whole time. I mean, there was one that went across rope looking for a pick, but didn't find any, and it looks like... Yeah, they sort of were just sitting in their spawn. They did that the previous round too, just waiting passively. And that Skydog comes through. It's going to trigger the tripwire. The guard doesn't really do any damage. No damage done to either side. The guard knows there's at least a few on B and decides to just back up. Net looking to lurk here, probably playing the long game, hoping to find an easy pick. The rest of the guard, though, over getting ready to push into A. 4 in main, getting ready for this push. And there's only 2 on A for M80, and one of them is drop, so it's not a difficult push for them. And it looks like Net not going to lurk any further. Now just going to run back, help his team out. Breach ultimate comes through. The Rolling Thunder from Jonah P. Going to help try and gain some ground. Now Net, who is trying to rotate back to help his team out, not going to be able to find any kills and gets killed himself. Koala Noob going to help find a kill and start getting some ground for M80. Now in a 5v3. Health low for Trent and Valen. The util's coming out from the guard, though. Going to try and prevent this plant. Sorry, this defuse. The ultimate comes out as well from Nismo. Shooting through the smoke for either side. The spike gets diffused. And overall, M80 is actually going to have 2 players left alive. And because they saved that previous round, their econ's in an okay spot. Nismo going to get rezzed as well. So only 2 players for M80 have to rebuy. So they're looking at a pretty good position right now. And it looks like M80 is going to get away, taking the advantage now. Not going to let the guard do the exact same thing that happened the previous map where M80 started out on defense, won the first 2 rounds, and then the guard was able to just win, I believe it was 5 in a row after that. And M80's denied that, starting to gain some footing of their own. The operator's in Koala Noob's hands. We'll see if it connects some good kills here. Once again, the guard waiting a little bit before pushing. Tex coming in with the knives, looking to... He does see Nismo looking to find the kill. Not going to be able to, but Jonah's going to be there to finish him off. Tex takes a little bit of damage, though, in the process, but now 1 player down for M80 is going to make this push into be easy for them. Not easy, but it's going to allow them to take sight. And the tripwire that's on site is destroyed. Now the guard has gotten onto site, gotten that plant down. EU takes out Jonah, but it's a trade. Koala Noob, though, going to find a pick. Tex, though, going to find 2, and now it's a 1v2 for Koala Noob, who left alone with that operator, pushing through some weird smokes. I believe they pushed into each other. Tex wins that exchange and gets a free off of it. Guard has tied it back up, keeping it close. And remember, like I said earlier, this is a little bit of a defense-sided map. Just with how quick the rotate for defense is. It's a defense-sided map, so... You know, the guard's doing pretty good for a defense-sided map, and M80 definitely looking to secure way more rounds than they have so far. Not that it's impossible to do well in offense. Obviously, the guard is doing it. But you want to be doing well on your defense on Fracture, and it looks like M80's given up the advantage and is able to keep it even, but that's not what they want. Now, it looks like the guard going to be getting ready to push into A, and they're only going to encounter a Cypher Cam, as it was a 4-sack on B. Now, it's a save round for M80, so util not bot, hence why it's only a Cypher Cam on A. And it looks like, I am getting the feeling that this Sentinel is being counterplayed well. The Cypher's util has not been utilized super well by M80 to help find effective vision. We'll see if it's more effective when they're on their offense. Nismo going to find a pick from drop, going to take out Tex. Koala Noob also going to be able to take out Trenton, and now it's a 5v3 for M80. Koala Noob able to pick up a gun as well as EU. Now the save round may be turning the tide. Koala Noob going to find that pick on Valen, though. Net going to take out Koala Noob and Xander, so now it's a 3v2. Although Nismo going to find 2 more on Net and Jonah. 3 kills for Nismo to help M80 win a save round. It's going to be thrifty for them. Well played there from M80 to help them secure that round. And now M80 going to be in a position to try and get some good round momentum here. They've got some good econ momentum. You win a save round, it puts your econ in a really nice spot. And you can see that here. So they're going to be in a good position for this round and the next round as well to buy, assuming, or, you know, if they lose this round, they'll be able to buy next round as well. But they're in a pretty decent spot. We'll see how this ends up shaping up. Again, it's 4-3 right now. Did I say it's a 4v3? The score is 4-3. M80 starting to take the advantage on their defense, but could also just be tied right back up in return. Although Net is taken out, now they're down a player. Now this was a light buy from the guard. So they're not looking to win this, but they are just looking to get a few good kills. They're buying for next here. Now the Cosmic Divide goes up to help the guard take some space here. Koala Noob, though, going to take out Jonah, who is trying to play cheekily on Generator. Koala Noob with the shorty looking for a pick. Going to find another. 3 kills for Koala Noob. 2 kills going to be found by Xander and Nismo, respectively. And a flawless round from M80 is going to help them start to gain some footing here. And it looks like this defense is starting to go in their favor as they get that flawless round. Now, like I said, it was a buy for next from the guard. It was a light buy, a half buy even. But still really good for M80 as the guard was just looking to get some good kills there. even though they did have the gun disadvantage, but that was a good retake from M80. Able to play well, quickly, and execute effectively. Put themselves in a good spot to continue to try and win some more rounds here. Now, M80 has 2 ultimates to use. Koala has that operator. We'll see if it finds picks, but he's got those knives as well to use, and then we also have that Brim ult, which will also likely be utilized by M80. They know that it's a buy round for the guard right now. Koala pushing through arcade, down through tunnel to look for an easy pick. Gonna find it on Jonah. Now the guard down a player. Now Tex does have an operator, but not gonna be able to find anybody quite yet. And Net's been over on A. His team now gonna rotate over there to help him out and start this A push. They're gonna encounter that Cypher trip, and it's gonna give some good vision. They may just decide to send View through door. They send the Sky Dog. Could be useful. EU looking to defend main. Not really going to be able to do any, or at least get any kills. He does good damage to Net, though. Net down to half health. Going to be good for M80. Now that Breach ultimate we've talked about comes out to deny the push through Sands. And now the guard running all the way over to B. But like I've talked about so many times, the reason this map is a little bit defense-sided is because it's a quick rotate for the defense between the sites. Koala Noob going to be able to take out Trent. Tex, though, going to take Koala Noob out, trying to challenge him. Say, no, I'm the better op crutch. Now that spike going to go down. Xander pushed up pretty aggressively into the smoke. Going to get shot through the smoke. Maybe his gun was peeking out. Valen going to be able to take him out. Well played there. Now it's 3v3. Tex and Net both low-ish on health. Valen going to be able to take out John Cutie, and this retake's being denied. Net from main, going to try and do some damage, though. EU looking to challenge a 1v3. Going to get 2. Shut down by Net, though. That round goes to the guard, and they're looking to gain the advantage going to the next half by winning a total of 4 rounds in a row, but they've started what needs to be a 4-round win streak if they want to take the advantage going into the next half. Econ, however, was built up by M80, so they're in an okay spot. Now, neither team has used a timeout yet, and the guard using their first one here. Qualinu was able to get a nice, easy pick there early on, and I think the guard got a little bit lucky there, as did M80. He was able to find quite a few picks there towards the end. I do think M80 needs to think about some stuff, though. You look at John Cutie, hasn't really been able to find very many kills. He's on the Sentinel, so you don't want your Sentinel to be top frag by any means, but you also don't want them to be lacking behind the rest of your team. That's definitely a little bit disappointing for them.
Shooting through a smoke and somebody just happening to be there. I mean, everything again is just going right for the guard when they need it to.
Absolutely. I mean, because if you were just to take away the scoreboard and look at the KDs with the amount of assists that are pulled, like a couple of double-digit kills for M80 on some key members, Koala Noob 10 and 8, Nismo 10 and 4. You've got 5 assists for each.
Now both M80 and the guard have knives on their jets. And both M80 and the guard have operators on their jets. The guard. Ooh, Koala Noob gonna challenge Tex there, pushing out aggressively to try and find a pick, and he's gonna find one. And off of that, M80 actually aggresses those who might be satellite to try and find some good picks there, and they're able to. And they're able to get the spike down, so now M80 has the spike in their hands to utilize. Now, the guard has taken control of B, but there's no spike for them to plant. And it was a 2v5, able to find 1 pick, so now it's only a 2v4, but still a daunting task for anybody. If there's a team can do it, it's definitely the guard. If there's a team that can do it, it's definitely the guard. But yeah, that spike definitely not in the hands of the guard, and it looks like they're going to be going for a save, and you can't blame them in a really tough position, although there are still 45 seconds to try and make something happen. Net has the Viper ultimate. It is still not an easy push, whatever they decide to do, but it looks like it's going to be a save. M80 has taken complete control over the spike. The early aggression off of those picks was good for M80, and they're going to be able to secure... You're going to be able to secure the 6th round of this half, which means at the very least, the guard can't have the advantage going into the next half, but it also puts M80 in a position to try and gain the advantage going into the next half. And like I keep saying, this is a little bit of a defense-sided map. So, of course, M80 is looking to gain the advantage on defense. The guard's been doing a really good job of keeping it close and denying the advantage, but M80 now in a position to try and gain it. The guard, of course, looking for 2 rounds here to deny the advantage going into the next half. Because again, it's a defense-sided map, so once the guard's on defense, they can try and use that advantage to their advantage, and get some good rounds of their own and gain the advantage in that half. So if they can keep it even here, they can give themselves as much of an edge as possible when they switch to defense, where they have the advantage. Of course, again, M80 looking for as many rounds here as possible, gain the advantage going into the next half, and then just try and play super well on their offense and deny good play from the guard's defense. We'll see, though. Cam gonna get some early vision there for M80. No, there's quite a few coming in. Koalanu gonna deny Tex. Now, this is a force here from the guard, but it doesn't look like it's paying off. Already losing one of their members, and now it's a 4v5 for the guard. We'll see how the guard decides to play this. And that operator is rotated for M80 over towards A, and now there's quite a bit of activity, and they know it's probably an A hit here. The molly comes through to help deny that push as well. You know, it looks like the guard has turned their attention maybe to going through door to Sands, or even rotating back to B. But it's like I've talked about. The reason this is a defense-sided map is because it's a quick rotate for the defense. And so even if the guard does decide to take quite a bit of time for the offense to rotate over to B, M80 could be there twice as fast and just ready for it. And it looks like the guard is re-hitting A, hoping that some of M80 will rotate off, which they have, but Koalanu peeks out just in time to find Net, also able to take out Valen. Nismo going to take out Jonah, and now it's just down to Trent, who's going to get taken out. Going to make it a flawless round for M80. Going into the last round of the half, the guard forced, which means their econ not looking great here. Not going to be able to full buy, but they're going to have to force here. It's the last round of the half, and M80 is looking at taking the 8-4 advantage going into the next half, which would definitely be good for them. That being said, 4 rounds on the offense of a defense-sided map is still pretty good for the guard, and it won't be difficult for them to make a comeback when we switch sides. But that being said, as well, 8-4 is good for M80, as it's an uphill battle for the guard. 8-4 is much better than 7-5, which that bridge can be, or that gap can be bridged in just a 2-round win off of a pistol round. That being said, the engagement is starting, and M80 has decided not to play safe and instead play aggressively. Kills being found, and Koalanu had an operator, or had his knives out, dropped it, picks up a gun, gets some kills. The trades are going off, and overall, though, the guard gonna find themselves down a player. A little bit of a hectic, aggressive push there from M80. The Cosmic Divide for Valen, gonna try and find some good picks, or at least some good play here. Now, there's no point in saving, so he's looking to try and take the spike, but it's in the hands of M80, and pushing this is going to be difficult. He swings it. Dry peek is tough, able to take out EU, but Nismo going to be there to trade it off, and round 12 goes to M80. They're going to have the 8-4 round advantage, so it's a 4-round advantage for them going into the next half. Now M80's on the offense, again, of a defense-sided map, and so the guard in a position, again, 4 rounds is a good amount of rounds to help you try and make a comeback. And you know, when you're on a defense-sided map and you're on the offense, you shouldn't be expecting to gain the advantage going into the next half. You should just be trying to keep it as close as possible with the round differential. And the guard was able to do that. I mean, 4-8, again, respectable amount. Would they have liked a 5-7 or even a tied 6-6? Absolutely. But 4 is also not a hard gap to bridge. Again, on a defense-sided map. So it's not a difficult play here.
Stepping into the fold. I mean, they've got a combined 29 kills between them through 12 rounds. Pretty darn impressive.
Yeah, and I don't know if 8-4 is good for the guard, but it's good for Koalanu.
And it looks like M80 is going to be pushing an A here. Now it's, again, pistol round. Now, M80 has won every single pistol round so far in this series. We'll see if they're looking to do it again. Doesn't seem like it, but Valen gonna find 2, and Tech's gonna find Xander. Now it's a 2v5 for Nismo and John Cutie, and it looks like the streak of pistol rounds is gonna be broken as Tex finds Nismo as well. John Cutie gonna find 1, but it's a 1v5 total. Able to find 1, so now it's a 1v4, but not gonna be easy. Net with the flank, gonna be the one to take John Cutie out. First pistol round that the guard has won in this series finally happens here on Fracture. Again, defense-sided map, so defense should be doing better here. And, you know, that pistol round win there goes to show. I mean, you can see just how quickly that defense for the guard was able to just rotate over towards A, and that's what I'm saying. When I'm talking about an advantage, the main thing that is going to give teams advantages is how quickly they can rotate from site to site, whether it be how quickly the offense can rotate or how quickly the defense can rotate. And on Fracture, it's a really quick rotate for the defense, which means you find some good contact on one site, you can just push on. The way to counterplay that is to push aggressively yourself on the offense and find some good picks, which Koala Noob's trying to do. Not going to find it, though. Net going to get that kill and pick up a gun. Or, sorry, no, he already had a gun. Going to find that kill and deny that push on from M80. And now the guard is in a pretty decent spot here. M80 going to try and rotate over towards A. They're going to encounter Tex, who's pushed up aggressively. Nobody's going to punish that pick. So no trade there, and now it's a 3v5. Xander's pretty low on health as well. Trying to come in here from Sat and drop.
Yeah. Round 15 is going to feel like a full purchase.
And we usually see this buy get punished.
Flash comes out from Trent, looking to take them out here. Now it's a save round from M80, so they're just looking to do some econ damage here, get some picks. But they haven't really been able to find that. Not even a single pick for them. Looks like you may just back right. No. Net is not pushed out very aggressively. He's going to challenge 3. Again, looking for a pick. Not going to find it. Flawless round for the guard. Tex already going to be close to getting his knives up. Good for them. Now M80 going to be on a buy round. The guard going to be able to take bonus here. And so M80, in theory, should take this round. But it's going to be a pretty even matchup guns-wise. And both Tex and Net have real guns for the guard. So it's not going to be difficult for them. Although, you look at M80 and you look at their kills. It's 16, 13, 8, 8, and 4. That's pretty consistent, relatively. I mean, there's some big gaps there. And I don't even get to look at the guards. Now, M80 just trying to figure out how they want to attack this. They're leaving the spike in A lobby. Or there's no A lobby, but in back of Sat. John Cutie getting aggressed, but guard decides to back up off of that. And M80 looking like they want to angle this spike towards A. It's a bad choice, though, because there's 4 on A. Now M80's backing up and moving towards B, but the guard has read that it's probably a B hit and are looking to start pushing there as well. So it's a difficult push for M80 once again. Only 1 on A. They should have just re-hit A, but or not even re-hit. Decided to hit. Now time is ticking, so M80 has to commit. And it looks like it may be going well. John Cutie going to find one as well as Koala Noob, and this site has been taken. Okay. Koala Noob going to shoot through the smoke, find that pick on Joda. EU going to be able to take out Valen, and now it's just down to Tex. And although the stack was well placed on B, and it was a good read that it was a B hit, the round is not, or that site is not going to be effectively defended. M80 going to be able to take that site. 5 of them left alive, and Tex is like, alright, I'm not even going to try. Going to go for the save. Now, he doesn't need to. This was a bonus round for the guard. But, of course, M80 getting the win here denies the guard trying to do anti-eco here, trying to take out the players for M80. And it looks like they may be hunting Tex down, looking to find him. Maybe a risky move. I don't know exactly where Tex is. Now, Tex is we're pretty deep in A, so I don't know if any engagement will happen, but risky there from M80, and they've taken their first round in this half. Now, that was a round they were supposed to win when you're up guns like that. However, taking it that aggressively is much, much better than they could have hoped for. And the guard now going to be on another buy round themselves, because that was a bonus round for them. Definitely a little bit disappointed is how they're feeling. They definitely wanted to get some kills there, especially considering 2 of their players did have real guns to work with. So now their econ's not going to be great. Now, finding kills there helps boost your econ a little bit, but Tex will have that operator. Although, Xander going to take Tex out. No more operator for them. There it goes. Looks like Valent's going to go there to try and collect the op. Net going to be there to aggress John Cutie. See what happens. I mean, most of M80 is getting ready for this push on a B from Arcades. I don't know why Net's push up so aggressively. Now he's backing up. Jonah preventing this push from Arcade. Now M80 pushing back into Valen. Valen's going to take out Xander, but Nismo going to trade it off. So it's still a 3v3, and it looks like Nets and maybe Jonah P together are going to be going for the flank. The operator was picked up by Trent, but he's not able to find a pick. So now it's a 3v2. The player advantage in the hands of M80. And it's not going to be a 2-man flank, but there is a flank coming through for the guard. We'll see if Jonah's going to be able to find some picks. It looks like he may be able to. He is, but he's down to 5 health. So it's a 2v2 where one of the guard's players is down to 5 HP. So it's not great for them. Spike is down. The guard has to push, and that 5 HP comes into play. John Cutie just going to be able to sneeze on him, take him out. And now it's a 1v2, and EU just going to take Net out. 2 players left alive for M80. Not a great amount of players alive, but they had a flawless round prior to that, so their econ's in a really good spot. So it doesn't even matter that most of them died that round. Operator now going to be in the hands of Koala Noob. He feels oh so comfortable with it. And M80 looking to carry some good offensive rounds on a defensive-sided map. M80 has been able to get a little bit of a good foothold here. It looked like the guard had found a good foothold on their offense, but M80 was able to make it an 8-4 going into this half. And they've been able to carry some of those rounds forward. The guard, of course, looking to make a little bit of a comeback here. Again, defense-sided map, it should be in their favor. And now they're going to be on a save, so this round probably won't go to them. But it's a smart move, because if M80 wins this round, then they have 11 rounds up. And then they're 1 round away from getting to that 12th round, which, of course, the guard does not want them to get to, because that puts them in a match point position. John Cutie, though, getting aggressed in his own spawn, but he defends it well. Going to find 2 picks, and now it's a 3v5 for the guard. Again, save round for the guard, not looking to win this round necessarily, just looking to get some good picks. Net coming in from Tunnel, going to be able to help his team find the first. Anymore? No, John Cutie going to be there to deny it. Tex going to take out Koala Noob and EU. John Cutie going to take Jonah out, but Tex with a double kill, a total of 4 kills this round. Going to kill it. Is he going to be able to defuse the spike? That's the question. Although it was an impressive 4K, Tex not going to be able to finish off that round. Well played there from M80, though, getting so many kills on... Or, sorry. Well played there from the guard, getting so many kills on a save round. Gonna help boost them up just a little bit. They're definitely disappointed that they didn't do it maybe quite in time. And it looks like probably the guard has taken the timeout. Now both teams have the timeout. This new overlay takes a little while before it displays whose timeout it is. I would imagine it's the guards, though, because M80 is 1 round away from securing match point and being at that 12th round. And when you're at that 12th round, it's instrumental, because you get to that 12th round and it forces your opponent to force. Forces your opponent to force, but force every single round that is to come. And so, of course, M80 in a good spot right now. They also have really good econ, round momentum. The guard taking this time out, they want to deny that 12th round for M80. And I don't know if they'll be able to. It looks like M80 has been able to hold and lock down their offense. Again, on a defense-sided map, M80 has been able to pull through on their own offense. It looked like the guard had gotten a respectable amount of rounds considering they were on offense on a defense-sided map. but it doesn't seem like they've been able to take advantage of the defense-sidedness of this map. And M80's been able to pull through. Now M80 has 4 ultimate abilities to utilize this round to secure their 12th round position. And if they win this round and are able to kill all of the guard's going to be in a bad spot monetarily. And it would not be a good start for them because they would need to force every round after a round win from M80. So they're definitely looking to win this round and get some econ momentum to start building up. But the guard going for a 4-man stack on B, not going to make it easy for them. And it's a really bad read. I don't know what that timeout was good for. Oh, it looked like maybe M80's thinking about rotating off. Are they? It looks like the guard is getting some hesitancy about 4-stacking on B now that there's been no sound. The operator on Kowalinu pushing through, going to find the pick on net. Site is clear. They don't know that. M80 doesn't know it, but they could get on site and get that Viper ultimate down, or not Viper ultimate, that Breach ultimate down to help clear CT, which would be useful for them. Now that Spike is down, it looks like they're going to get ready to play this post plant. M80 in a really good spot right now. Up a player, the Spike is down, the guard has to push them. Seems that timeout was not useful. Now it's a buy round from the guard and it's not going well. It's a 5v4. M80 again in a really good spot right now. And the guard is just going to save. And that's actually a good choice. We actually saw M80 take a 4-man save round on their defense. And it may look stupid, or it may be like, well, there's 4 of them. They could definitely try and take this. But it's about to go to 12 rounds for M80. So although maybe they could come back and win this round, they don't want to risk it. Plus time was running out. They know how many ultimate abilities M80 has left. So they want to save here and give themselves as much of an advantage as possible. Or as much of an edge as possible. Not an advantage. They're clearly at a disadvantage. But they want to give themselves as much of a chance as they can. Because now that M80 is at 12 rounds, the guard has to force every round. So this is what I was just talking about. The guard has to force buy every single round that is to come. There's no save rounds for them. Every single ability they have, whether it be an ultimate ability, util, needs to be utilized every single round because otherwise it's wasted. Because if you save your ultimate and don't use it, that means, and then you lose that round, it means you wasted it. Now M80, of course, in a pretty good position right now. They've got 3 ultimates to try and secure this round, and you know they want to just deny it right now. Jonah P right next to where the Spike is going down, gonna be able to find the kill on Kowalinu. Now the Spike is actually in the hands of the guard here. It could be an easy defuse for them. Trent gonna start to make it easy, finding a pick, but John Cutie and Xander each gonna find a pick as well, and that evens it out to a 3v3. The Spike gets tapped as a Breach ultimate comes out. Tex gets concussed by the Breach ultimate, flies way in the sky, gonna find a pick despite being concussed, but is traded off, and so it's a 2v2. Xander gonna take Trent out, and now it's a 2v1. Valen gonna take John Cutie out, though, and now it's a 1v1. Oh, and Valen's gonna win it. Has to use his Cosmic Divide to do so, but is gonna win it as time starts to tick down. Able to clutch it up there. And the guard looking to try and make a comeback here. They need 5 more rounds in a row, a total of 6 in a row to tie it up. It's looking like we may be going to a 3rd decider map, but I don't want to speak too soon. If there's a team that can make an impressive comeback against M80, it's definitely the guard. But it's looking like M80... Honestly, M80 used all of their ults that previous round and didn't secure the win, so you know they're upset about that. The guard now has 2 ultimates to use to try and secure their round win. And again, like I said, when your enemy has 12 rounds, you use every single ultimate ability you have as soon as it comes up. Because there's no point in saving it, because if you lose the round, you wasted it. You didn't use it. So you use all of your money, you use all of your util every single round that happens. And Kowalinu gonna make it difficult for the guard to use those ultimates, able to take out Trent and Tex. Able to take out Trent and Net before they're able to use their ultimate abilities. Both Breaches finding a kill, and that's going to put M80 in a 4v2. The guard has to play this 2v4. Tex only has an operator. Koala Noob gonna shut down Valen, and now it's just down to Tex in a 1v4. 3 kills for Koala Noob, looking for a 4th. Secure themselves a good spot. Tex knows where Koala Noob is, but doesn't really know where anybody else is, and EU's hiding on the other side of Generator. Able to find that pick on Tex, and map 2 goes to M80, and I'm genuinely surprised by this. And the reason is because the previous map went, I'll pull it up here. Sorry, that's not the previous map. The previous map went 13-6 in favor of the Guard. And with such a dominant performance, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, the Guard is going to secure these. It's going to probably be a 2-0 win for the Guard, because they had such a dominant performance against M80 on a map like Pearl, which you've seen M80 on time and time again. So I was honestly not optimistic. I was not looking optimistically at M80 there. However, it didn't matter. It didn't matter that M80 was down so many rounds on their loss, because on map 2, they went 13-7. They put the Guard to shame, putting them down on their loss, which means both teams have gotten a pretty detrimental loss, or sorry, a detrimental win on their opponent, going to the decider, which is on Haven. Now, Haven is an interesting map, and I'm not just saying this because I think it's an interesting map. It's an interesting map because both M80 and the Guard have really solid play on Haven. Now, that being said, I talked about it before this happened, but I didn't really go too deep into it. I believe it's this one. No, where is it? I had it pulled up. Yes, this one. So, M80 versus Moist Moguls, which happened last week, at the end of the week on Friday. M80 played against Moist Moguls. You can see that here. Now, it's easy to think, alright, M80 beat Moist Moguls. Easy, that's what we expected. However, that's not at all how it went. I mean, that is what happened. But it wasn't as easy as you may have thought, is what I'm trying to say here, okay? Because that first map was Haven, and Moist Moguls beat M80 on it 13-9. So now that we're moving forward here, and looking at a Haven deciding map, it's not looking great for M80. I mean, we can look at the Guard here. Let's see if I can pull them up. And we can just look at some of their previous games. We'll just look at their previous 5 games. And they played against Oxygen on Haven. That one was pretty close. Their Haven wasn't very strong there. And Chrome wants to be super slow right now. Oh. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Sorry, it looks like my computer was having a little bit of a seizure there, but we're back here. But yeah, it looks like... Oh, okay, that's interesting. I thought the Guard had more games on Haven, but it looks like they only have 1 game on Haven, and it wasn't a super dominant performance. It went 14-12. They did win it, but it went 14-12. That being said, if we're just looking at M80's performance, sorry, and then we want to look at M80's performance on Haven. I don't want to pull up all the games because clearly my computer's starting to have a seizure from opening up all these tabs. But M80 is definitely in a better spot here because they have a really good record on Haven overall. I mean, it may not look super impressive, especially considering in mid-season their record on Haven is not very impressive. It being their one. It is their loss right now. I believe it's their only map loss currently. Yeah, so they 2-0 Disguise, and then against Moist Moguls was able to get a map up on Haven. So I'm honestly a little bit interested to see if M80 is able to pull through and redeem themselves and say, no, we are still a strong team on Haven. And the Guard, again, not a whole lot of data for the Guard on Haven. Their performance on Lotus, another 3-site map, is interesting. I mean, it's their loss to TSM was on Lotus, but it went to overtime. And since then, their performance on Lotus has been okay. Now, obviously, Haven and Lotus are 2 different maps, but they're both offense-sided. They're both 3-site maps. And so, you look at them and you go, okay, all right, it's a little bit... It's a little bit easy to say, all right, well, M80 has a strong performance on Haven most of the time, But so far, like M80's performance, even just in this matchup, has been a little bit shaky. So has the guard's performance. And I'm thinking in the back of my mind, maybe the only reason that M80 was able to take that round win was because it was on Fracture, a map where we didn't know how the guard or M80 played, which meant they didn't know how their opponents played. And so for the guard, who usually is able to play well against teams that have a lot of history on the map, now that we're moving into Haven, where the guard has so much data to study and learn how to play against M80 on, and you know the guard has been studying and preparing for their matches against M80, knowing that it would happen so often. They've already done it once, now we're seeing it again. So you know the guard has seen all of the performances from M80 on Haven and knows how M80 likes to play on Haven and how M80 yeah, the ways that M80 plays. So what M80 needs to do going into Haven is play differently than we've seen them before. Play in a way that the guard hasn't prepared for. Play in a way that the guard that the guard isn't ready for. We haven't seen Haven versus M80 or we haven't seen the guard and M80 play on Haven yet. They would have in the previous matchup if the guard hadn't 2-0'd M80, but they did. So now we're just seeing this decider. Again, a map we haven't seen the guard on a whole lot. We've only seen them on it once. And so you're looking at this and you go, all right, I think it's probably going to go to the guard. That's my thought process. Because the guard has so much data to study M80 on, whereas M80 has no idea how the guard plays. Obviously, you know, they've probably played each other in scrims or something like that on Haven. Something like that. You know, there's scrim data. There's different practices to go through. But at the end of the day, like, there's not a whole lot of public data for the guard to study, for M80 to study on the guard on Haven. Versus the guard, again, I'm going to keep saying this, they just have so much information that they can look at M80 and go, all right, this is how they play on Haven. This is how we've seen them play on Haven. And so I'm not going to say it's easy. It's going to be an easy win for the guard, but it's also not going to be difficult. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what the analysts have to say, though.
Been 7 rounds or better on average on this map coming up for Haven, so it certainly suits well for M80, particularly because the guard, on the other hand, have had mixed results this year on this map, and they've only played it twice. And even at the end of last year with their core 4, it really was a map that they were losing quite often, even to teams that were kind of considered ranked well below them, if you want to go that way. So I do fear a little bit for the guard in that regard, considering the history on Haven.
But if I'm not mistaken, according to the graphic, the guard will be starting on the attacking side and M80 will be starting on defense, which if that's the case, M80's attacking side has really been their bread and butter. I feel like that's where they really shine because that's what we were talking about, that ability of Koala Noob to kind of exploit all of the many entry points. And we've seen that throughout both the regular season and here as well in the mid-season face-off.
I will say this, though. The one time they did start defense on this map, they got a 12-0 shutout in Disguise. So it's not like they can't play defense on Haven. So I'm just kind of throwing that one out there, but the sample size is small.
I don't know. I feel like the guard does really well playing the map really slowly on attack, taking a lot of map control. And I feel like as long as they don't run into Koala Noob's op and they just kind of run the other direction and able to set up for their post plan, I feel like they'll be able to get a better handle on the map.
And it's important to frame this out, too. It's not like the guard is bad on the map. They just haven't really played it all that much. They played it once during this first split. It was a game against Oxygen that goes 12-14 in favor of Oxygen, mind you. That was actually their win. The only other time we've seen them play it this year was in the Ludwig Tarek Invitational. And that was a completely different showing. It was a 13-1 bloodbath. They absolutely obliterated TSM.
Yeah, I think my concern with the guard on Haven just goes further back than that. Like, just thinking of the history of this core 4. Again, remember, this team has kept the same roster with the exception of Tex all throughout all of 2022, 2 rounds of VCT and so on and so forth. And this map, they just never really figured out, I feel like, last year. It was always kind of a constant thorn in their side, particularly, like, the last 6
I feel like
months
that's stretching, though. Like, I'm going to have to disagree with Dust here on this one because I don't think you should be using data, although it was a similar players, it was similar players. I don't know if using the same data for you know, these teams, data from a year ago is necessarily useful because everybody changes in a year. Just because the player roster hasn't changed doesn't mean the players themselves haven't changed and gotten better and improved at their Haven play. And you know, if they were struggling on it last year, that they've had so much time to think about Haven and figure out their new attack strategies for it. So you know that they know how to approach it. Now that being said, like Bach brought up, their loss to Oxygen was on Haven. It was really close though. I'll give them that. It was a really close. And if we're just looking, and I believe that was the MSI match, if I'm remembering correctly. Let me pull it up here. The one map that Oxygen did win, yeah, it was Haven, and it went in the favor of Oxygen, right? And so, if we're just looking at MSI matches, though, despite the fact, Dust wants to look way into the past, but if we just want to look at MSI, M80 lost 9-13 against Moist Moguls on Haven. The Guard also lost on Haven 12-14, but think about how much closer that match was. Now that being said, it wasn't against the same team that the map was lost, so it's different sets, and clearly both teams are not super prevalent and super strong on Haven. But again, first of all, M80 has more matches so far in Challengers on Haven. The Guard has only one map, or only one Haven match in Challengers. Did they lose it? Yes, but it was really close. Versus you look at M80's matches, they had a really dominant performance against Disguised, yes. But they did lose 9-3 on Haven against Moist Moguls. I'm going to keep bringing that up because it just goes to show how weak the Haven performance is for M80 still, despite their performance against Disguised, and why it's still such a wild card for both teams, because we really don't have super strong play in either direction for either team. Like, we just haven't seen a whole lot of, like, this is how they're going to play the rest of the time they're on Haven, Like, we don't see that from either side. We haven't seen M80 play enough games to where we know how they like to play on it. Same goes for the Guard. Absolutely goes for the Guard, where we have even less matches played on Haven. Let's go ahead and take a listen, though. I think they're sending it over.
I am actually a fan of, and maybe I should be saving this one for off camera, but I hold Metro. I don't know. I'm kind of a fan of that one, Chip.
Dude, my name is like the easiest to put into ship names because it's just, you just take I hold and then part of the name and it works. So good call out of you. Easy.
Yeah, so Bach, I think, wanted to avoid that one. What they didn't avoid was kind of the hard-hitting questions into this map 3. It's a map that recent times looks shaky for both of these teams. A loss, I guess we'll say, for both of these teams. But what we do know
let's get into it. I always say I'm excited, although I actually haven't really so much in mid-season, but I am excited about this one in particular because it has to go one or the other. Both teams have performed roughly equally. I mean, again, not a whole lot of data. It's sort of like Fracture, where we just don't have data for these two teams on Haven. So it's sort of a toss-up as to where it goes. We have identical agent picks, so I'm just going to say what the agents are. Breach, Killjoy, Jet, Omen, and Sova for both teams. And, sort of what you'd expect. Although, again, I always talk about it, but Omen and Astra can sort of be used interchangeably here. Sky and Sova can be traded out here. We've seen it a few times. But the three core agents that you're pretty much always going to see on Haven are Jet, Killjoy, and Breach. Because they're just solid agents, and they really are good at helping you zone in, win some rounds. Speaking of rounds and how it's going to go, this is an offense-sided map. I've talked about it before. I talk about which side is more likely to win every time, and we sometimes see it go in that direction, and sometimes we are well impressed by the performance of the other team here. But it is an offense-sided map, the reason being there's 3 sites, which means the players on site A going to have a really long rotate trying to get over to C. So as long as the offense can get onto C, get that early pick, they can pretty much ensure themselves a spot here. Speaking of early picks, the Guard has been able to get on C, find that early pick on Xander, who's trying to lock it down. They know there's probably one garage. I think they saw John Cutie, now trying to hunt him down. John Cutie's going to be able to escape with his life, but they are down a player, and that long rotate took a while. M80 able to get there now, and the spike just now going down. Valen and Tex, though, going to hold them off, and then the Shock Dart going to actually be the one to trade EU off. So 3 players left alive for the Guard there. It's going to be a really dominant performance in that pistol round, and we're starting to see that offense-sidedness come through. Like I said, if you can aggress quickly by getting onto a site, taking out the people defending the site, it allows you to take quick map control. Now, the way you can counterplay that for defense is either adequately defend, meaning the people on site don't die, or push aggressively, stack aggressively, hoping for some good reads. M80's going for a hard A read on this save round versus a force from the guard, and it's a bad read. It's not at all where the guard is going. The guard is all the way over on C, and none of M80 are there to defend it, which means the guard going to be able to just get on site quickly and easily. They are going to use some util to get on, but M80 still none the wiser, still not pushing over towards C, a little bit surprisingly. And site's been taken, spike's about to go down, and we'll see how M80 decides to play this. I imagine some will probably come through mid. Now Net's on B, hoping to catch some rotators through A, but he's not actually going to find any. All of M80 is getting ready for this push through mid and then attack side spawn. And it's going to be a slow rotate. I mean, time is ticking. The spike's been down for quite a while. M80 needs to move. Net going to take Nismo out from B. Xander going to be there to trade it off, but time is ticking. Time is ticking. Health not in the advantage of M80 right now. What they're looking for, I imagine at this point, knowing how low time is they're just looking for some picks here. Will John Cutie find a pick on Tex? No, Tex going to win that exchange. And the rest of M80 just going to try and die to the spike. Valen going to take EU out. Only one player down for the guard. A kill for M80's decent there. Now they're going to be on a full buy. Like I always talk about. Defense-sided map. Or sorry, offense-sided map. What am I saying? Offense-sided map. So the guard should be expected to take the advantage going into the next half. That being said, you know, that doesn't mean you can't get any rounds on the defense. You should be able to find some good picks, get some good reads here and there, and play well. We see M80 putting 2 on C, 1 on B, and 2 on A, 2-1-2, and it's not a bad choice, as that is going to pay off here as the guard is pushing C. And Xander going to help prevent a Tex entry frag by taking Dex out. John Cutie going to also lock down Garage, takes out Jonah P. And now it's a 3v5 for the guard. Again, gun advantage not in the hands of the guard, taking bonus here. But they still want to get a few kills and haven't really even been able to do very much damage. Did some to John Cutie, a little bit to Nismo, but not going to be enough to secure any kills quite yet. EU pushed out in A lobby. Looking for a pick here. He's going to find it. It's a weird little bit of an off angle. And he's going to find one on Valen. Almost looks like he's aggressing for more, but isn't going to be able to find it. Sova drone coming out to try and clear attack side spawn even further. Completely clears A lobby and B window entrance, but nothing further. And now he's going to play back in A lobby. Trent went through mid and is now coming into B garage. And now EU is going to get pushed. It looks like Trent and Net are just trying to figure out how they want to play this. They don't have to save, but Net does have a Vandal and could if he wants to. EU spotted. Silver Dart comes out trying to gain some intel, and now the guard is backing up. 15 seconds left. They have the spike in their hands, but it looks like they're going to be going for the save. As time is not their friend right now. M80 just going to lock down these sites. They're okay letting the guard save. It's just a Bulldog and a Vandal. It's nothing crazy here. And they killed quite a few of the guards players. All of them stayed alive, so their econ's going to be in an okay spot to get some momentum going here. Now, you know, we could spend all day just talking about how I think M80 versus the guard would go, and but I won't. I think it's I think it's a pretty close matchup, and it's really just going to be who can do what I've been talking about. If you can push onto site aggressively, take control by taking out the site defenders, that helps greatly. And whichever defense can play better at either stacking in places where they need to stack, hold off the offense quick or long enough on the sites to allow rotation, that's really what helps you do it. And pushing A for the offense is a little bit difficult because there's some key choke points going through short, sewers, and long. It makes it a difficult A push and can be easy for the defense to hold back. Although M80 doesn't even try to hold them back, allows site to be taken if that's what the guard wants to do, but the guard is actually rotated over towards B. We'll see if they're able to do that. Jonah now able to get on site, and they're going to get that spike down. Now, it's a full buy from both sides, but the econ is more so in the hands of M80 right now. So the guard looking for this round win to deny good econ for M80. Kuala Noob going to find one, but Tech's going to find Kuala Noob and EU, both players coming from A-Link. Tech's going to get flashed, trying to escape, not going to be able to, taken out by Nismo. Jonah P down to 1 HP, and he's just going to be left on site. But time is ticking down, despite getting closer to an explosion. Net going to be able to take out Xander. Nismo just going to jump, right-click Jonah P. Again, low to 1 HP. Trent going to get taken, or sorry, Trent going to take John Cutie out. Now time is ticking. And Nismo is going to stick the spike. It was halved. Oh, wow. The last second. Sorry, I thought he got that defusal off. The spike was already halved. He was able to nearly stick it, but does get shut down. And like I said, M80 was in a decent econ spot going into that round, so they could afford to lose it. But coming off of that, we're not in the best. Or coming off of this, they're now not going to be in the greatest econ spot. The guard going to be in a pretty decent spot, econ-wise. Obviously, they want to win this to secure even better econ. Tex does have those knives, though, and that's going to help the guard get some good econ. Now, speaking of ultimates, EU has the Sova Hunter's Fury to utilize. And M80 getting ready to try and defend B site. Not really going to be able to. Tech's going to find two. Net also going to find John Cutie. Tech's going to find another. And you'd think it's a gun diff there, but the whiff's not going to be good for M80. And now it's just down to Kuala Noob with the operator. Going to shut down Tex. Trent going to try and push for the kill. And not going to find it. And now just down to Kuala Noob. Going to be able to find Net. He's found 3. And regardless of if he wins this round, he's made it expensive for the guard. And gotten pretty close to getting that ult up himself. Now only 1 ult point away. So I'd say it's a decent spot. Now again, offense-sided map, so of course the guard can be expected to take the advantage going into the next half, but it's up to M80 to keep that advantage minimal. Obviously, 6-6 is the most ideal and probably the best case you can hope for, but M80 should be, honestly, realistically, what they should be hoping for is a 4-8 or a 5-7 going into the next half. And those are really good positions to be in. We'll see how well the guard is able to perform on offense, and then flip sides, we'll see how well the guard can do on defense. And that'll sort of course, whichever team performs better wins, obviously, so we'll see how many rounds M80 may be able to secure here. Give themselves as much of an edge as possible. Xander able to take out Jonah P. Net gonna take out Xander. Now it's a save round for M80, excluding, of course, the operator. Nismo gonna take out Tex. Valen gonna take out Kuala Noob. Down goes the op. Trent gonna take out EU. John Cutie gonna take out Trent, though. Valen gonna take out Nismo. Trying to get away. Is gonna be able to. It's a 1v1 between Valen and John Cutie. The gun advantage in the hands of Valen. Although John Cutie's been able to pick up a Vandal. Won't matter. 3 kills for Valen. He's gonna win that round. Expensive from M80, though. We got save round from M80. Ooh, they don't even pick up the operator. No op there for Tex, unless he wants to apply it. Or maybe he just doesn't want an operator. Regardless, again, save round there for M80, and it went pretty well for them. Able to take all but one of the guard's players out. So on a round you're not expecting to win, they still did pretty good. Kuala Noob's ultimate ability now up with those knives, so has the operator to use, as well as the knives to utilize. Xander has the Omen ultimate as well, although I don't know how useful that would be. Omen, I talk about it a lot, but Omen ultimates are difficult to utilize at all in this game, but especially in pro play, where there's not a whole lot of spots you can go where they won't be anticipating you. Mostly used for quick rotations, which can be useful here. John Goody was locking down Garage, peeks out for just a second. Trent through the crack, gonna take him out. Now the player advantage in the hands of the guard. A buy round from M80. Now, even though the guard has been winning these rounds, they've been expensive rounds for them. And so they would like to win this, obviously, but with as many players alive as possible, as they've been struggling to do that. Now, the guard still hasn't pushed, hoping M80 will push them, maybe. Look for some aggressive picks, but M80 is not really doing that, so the guard's going to have to push themselves. Looks like they're going to try and contest Garage. Now, Koala Noob's holding that with an op, but it is smoked off. And now, M80's going to have to defend this. EU able to take out Tex, who's coming in from Garage, so now it's a 4v4. Going to have to play retake on B, which is a difficult position to be in. Alright. Oh, Nismo and EU each able to find a pick. EU going to find another. Now it's a 1v4 for Trent. Has to play post plant. Not going to be able to. Although the spike was ticking down, it's going to get defused. Just waiting for EU to come pick up his Hunter's Fury.
That was a required double from EU. That's the only way you get that post plant broken down. You have to get the kill on the players contesting Garage, and you have to delete the lockdown. Otherwise, the clock may have won the round for the guard just based off of the activation of the lockdown in play. So, talk about a hero moment. Nismo able to assist with a long-range shot towards B window. That is exquisite.
Alright, sorry about that. Emo was unable to find the charger for a little while there. Anyways, M80 takes that round, and like I said, offense-sided map. I'm going to keep saying it, which means all M80 is trying to do is secure as many rounds as possible. They're not looking to get, you know, even 6-6 is a little bit of an unrealistic expectation, so they're doing pretty decently. 3-9 is not a bad place to be in. 4-8, even better. 5-7, of course, very ideal. Although Tech's gonna aggressively push B, and now M80 gonna have to figure out how to play this retake. The guard has just been hitting B time and time again. And it hasn't worked out every time, but it seems like it might be working out this round as they've been able to take the 2-player advantage. Now M80 has to decide if they want to play it safe and save with these 3 players' guns, which they may want to do. I mean, 3 players in a 3v5, not really expected to win that, and getting some good econ stability could be good to help them win some good rounds. EU able to take out Tex, but it still may be a save angle, and it looks like that's what M80 is going to go for. Because, you know, when you're already down pretty heavily on econ, as many rounds as possible is good. Jonah B and EU going to make contact with each other. EU going to try take Jonah P out, but Jonah P just going to survive that exchange. Take some damage and decides to just back up. But yeah, this round's going to go to the guard. They secured 6 rounds. M80 no longer going to be able to take the advantage going into the next half. But, you know, they could still win 4 in a row and tie it up. M80 going to take their first time out. And I imagine if M80 can start to find some ground here, the guard will take a timeout of their own. You look at M80 and their performance overall is not bad. You've got your initiators and your duelists on top, and then your controllers and your sentinel, or your controller and your sentinel on bottom. Obviously, you'd probably expect or hope not Koala Noob to be on top as the duelist, but so far only on defense. You know, it's not like your duelist has to be on top. The guard who's on offense right now has their duelist on top, followed by their controller, then one of their initiators, and then it's their sentinel, and Jonah P with only 1 kill, and I think that could be a good weak point for M80 to punish when it comes to their time. It's going to be hard to punish on defense. But once they're on offense, they can just push where they know Jonah P may be holding and try and take advantage of Jonah P's weak performance currently.
Looks like that will be a rotation back over to this kind of similar setup that we've seen from him. But once again, M80 are going to go back to what they had been trying to do in the first handful of rounds, which is get this A long control. The thing is, it's all pretty much hinged upon, does Qualinoob get an opportunity with the scope? And that opening smoke will deny it completely. Although, let's not be too wary of this, because Qualinoob is no stranger to playing forward off this angle with just a little bit of help from a recon bolt. So, still possible point of contact between
Qualinoob pushing it aggressively A long, looking for a pick. Oh, doesn't realize that Tech's pushed up. Thought he went across. Tech's going to be able to get him out. And now it's a 4v5 for the guard. I can't blame him. I thought Tex went across as well. EU going to take out Tex, though, so it's a little bit of a trade. Makes it a little bit easier there, but Trent going to win the exchange with EU. I don't think EU fired his gun once. So now it's a 3v4. It's a little bit of a trade, but the guard's still up a player. Going to make it difficult for M80. And they've used the lockdown on A, and the guard just going to rotate to C off of that. But M80 is ready for that possibility as well, I would think. Although Nismo, knife out, going to try and get onto site. Going to get taken out. John Cutie going to take out Jonah, so it's a little bit of a trade. But again, you're down a player. You're not looking for a trade. That's a 2v3. Again, player advantage in the hands of the guard right now, looking to take the advantage going into the next half. Make it as many rounds as possible, of course. Now, the Hunter's Fury comes out, trying to play some good post-plant. The spike gets tapped again. Smoke goes away. Net going to take out Xander. John Cutie trades it off, but still a 1v2. The post-plant with the shock dart is going to be played, and now John Cutie just going to back up. And this being a buy round for M80, it's not great for them to lose it with four of their players dying, but they also have enough money to probably buy this round, or this next round. And again, the guard taking the advantage going into the next half is not unexpected. So it's okay that M80 lets the guard take the advantage going into the next half. But they should be looking to get 3-9, 4-8 going into the next half. So M80 definitely going to be looking to win these next few rounds that are coming up. Although they only have one ult to help them secure it in the form of Qualinoob, and going to use it now to help them get some econ. So they may just have to let the guard take this 8th round here. They're going to be broken. They're definitely not expecting Qualinoob to be pushed up, but he's not going to be able to find the pick or do really any damage. Ooh, EU pushed up aggressively. Not going to be able to find a pick. Should have been easy for him there. Going to lose that exchange. And now the Breach Ultimate's going to help the guard take site. Flash out. It pushes M80 back. Hell does get cleared. Jonah going to get taken out by Qualinoob. Tex with the knives as well, though. Going to challenge Qualinoob. Net going to find 2. Where even is the spike? It's on Valen and it's coming B. John Cutie going to take out Tex. And now it's a 1v3 for John Cutie. I would say if anybody can do it, he can. But I believe he's bottom frag for M80 right now. Not that he can't. I believe. No, the only issue is he's pushing A. And the spike's on C. So maybe he's going for a save here. You can't blame him. This was a I don't even think this is a forced round from M80 necessarily. Some of them forced, some of them did not. All of them bought half shield, I believe. So M80 will be able to buy this next round, but the guard will have 8 rounds. So M80 should be looking to win the next, or sorry, the last 2 rounds of this half. Because again, like 4-8 would be a target here. 5-7 even better, but they've lost that opportunity. So a 3-9 is possible to come back from. A 10-2 is going to be really tough for them. So M80 just really needs to start picking up some rounds here. They should be just trying to force these next few rounds. I honestly don't even think they should be worried about saving for the last round of the half. They should just force here. You see Xander doing that. The operator back in the hands of Qualinoob. Tex has one of his own. There's 4 on A for M80 right now. Looking to do an A stack. Hoping the guard will push into them. as the guard has been pushing A a little bit aggressively these past few rounds, but the guard is like mostly doing a mid hit, but sort of playing passively here. Kuala Noob gonna take out Tex. Tex, who is watching A lobby. Good pick there. Is gonna give M80 the player advantage. And now the guard off of that, though, gonna rotate and run over to C.
The interesting thing about this is that M80 have 3 total members stacked in lobby at the moment, which leaves C wide open, with no one even in a position to take a look to see how many members for the guard are even here. This is all about playing.
Fallon gonna get ready to take site. Able to do so, gonna jump down and get ready for this plant. The operator still in Kuala Noob, pushing out into attack side spawn, gonna find another pick. Now it's a 5v3 for M80. This could be a good retake for them. Xander able to blind and paranoia Jonah. Fallon gonna push up to try and defend him. Kuala Noob coming from garage, gonna take out Jonah P. Fallon gonna get aggressed through the smoke. Nismo gonna take him out, and now it's a 5v1. Trent all alone in garage, and it doesn't look like M80's ready for him. He's gonna find two, not gonna find another though. Spike's gonna get defused. Op's gonna get picked up. It did not look good there at the end, but it was nearly a flawless round. And so that sort of, you know, push for more rounds, like I talked about, is starting to come through. M80, like I said, 4-8 would be a good target here. And so, of course, it's the last round. They're going to have to force. There's no point in saving. But obviously, preferably they wouldn't do that. Is Xander going... No, he does buy full shield. Okay. I thought Xander was going light shield when he had money for full. That was going to be confusing there for a second. Now, nobody has an ultimate except for Nismo. Is the Rolling Thunder. John Cutie gonna find that pick on Jonah, and then Kuala Noob with the op gonna take out Valen, and player advantage once again in the hands of M80. Trent down to 5 health as well is gonna make it nice push here for M80. Not a push, but a take here. Kuala Noob also gonna be able to take out Tex. Now again, Trent is at 5 health. Kuala Noob could long range shorty hit him and take him out. A collateral kill on net and Trent. 4 kills for Kuala Noob and a flawless final round of the half for M80. Gonna take that round there. Now it's 4-8. Flawless round for M80 to finish out that half. Well played there. Now the guard in a in not the best position. I mean, they're in a good position. They're up 8-4. So as long as they can play a decent defense, they should be good. But I mean, M80's specialty is playing a good aggressive offense, and that's what you sort of need to do on Haven to take advantage of having the offense sided advantage that Haven provides you with. So I'm not going to say this is easy for M80, but it could definitely still go their way. And 4-8, although it's a difficult comeback for them, going to be a decent position. The guard, again, just looking to play some good defense here. And they're stacking C. It's not the best choice. M80 is pushing mid, so it's going to be a quick rotate for them to get to mid. Now the B push is coming through, and the guard's going to probably speed up this flank. Net coming in to try and push from A-Link. Kuala Noob is actually aggressing A-Link. Net's going to find him from heaven, take him out. Now the player advantage in the hands of the guard. Spike's been down for a little while, so the guard does need to start getting ready to start pushing. See how M80 does this. Apparently Tex feels the need to not clear Cubby there. Gonna get taken out. Xander also gonna find a pick. Valen, though, gonna take out Nismo. EU gonna take Valen out, though. Trent gonna finally get taken out, very low on health. And then Net gonna take out EU, but John Cutie gonna be there to trade it off. So first pistol round does go to M80. And they're starting to get ready to pick up some rounds here on their offense. you know, they were like, all right, we'll let you guys take the offense, your guys' offense. I mean, we'll play back a little bit, but now we're on the offense. We're gonna be a force to be reckoned with, and we'll see if this is the start of a comeback for M80 that is gonna try to be a win. Winning this pistol round definitely helps them start to bridge that gap. See if they're able to. It's 5v5. M80 playing it a little bit safe with their econ here, but 3 out of 5 going for a force buy, so this round should easily go to M80 just with that gun advantage. Trent Evan gonna do a little bit of damage, but not gonna get away with a kill. Good damage done to those coming in from CT. A weird whip there from EU. It doesn't really matter, as Xander's able to find 2 as well. John Cutie gonna meet Net. Now, Net had a Sheriff there with those shots, and John Cutie's gonna win that flawless round for M80, and when you're on a force and you take a flawless round there, you're in a really good spot. Now, M80 gonna be in a position to take a good big bonus here, although it looks like they're gonna actually trade some of those guns out for Vandals, because 2 of their players did save that previous round, and so they have some good econ on their side. So this round could definitely still go to M80, although the gun advantage is in the hands of the guard. And M80 making this aggressive push into B. Gonna be able to. Xander takes a little bit of damage. Now down to about half health, but site has been taken. Nismo is concussed. Gonna get found there by Jonah P. Tech's gonna take out John Cutie in mid, but Xander gonna be there to trade it off. The guard has taken site. M80 gonna take out Valen. Net and Jonah each gonna get a kill, though, and this retake has been effective. Jonah P gonna find 2. 3 kills for Jonah P. 3 players left alive as well. Gonna make it a decent round, although how did they do that? The guard spent every single penny they had going into that round. That's pretty impressive. I'll give them that. But what that does mean is the players that did not survive are not going to be able to full buy, or at least not all of them. But M80, who took bonus that round, now going to be in a position to full buy. And you actually see them doing the same strategy that Moist Moguls used against them. A little bit of an, a little bit of an ego boost there from Moist Moguls. Moist Moguls often would just go for light shield. Even those that could purchase full shield in a comfortable position would go to light shield to make it to give their econ some good footing to grow off of, some good soil for the seed to sprout in. Damage already done to Trent over on A. Koala Noob gonna find Jonah P. Jonah P trying to jump peek out and see if any of M80 is still there. An early pick for M80 is gonna get the guard to start rotating over towards C. It looks like, Valen doesn't really know where to go. But he is going to eventually land and decide to go A, and that's a good choice, because it looks like that's where M80's headed. Now, Koala Noob starting to rotate over, going to find a pick on Net. Good for him. Definitely going to put them in a good spot. So now it's a 5v3. Now, 2 of the 3 remaining guard players are on A. So it's a good heavy stack there. Valen is actually not cleared out by the breach util. Doesn't matter. John Cutie and Nismo gonna clear out the 2 players on site anyways. Nismo gonna take out Tex. Not before Tex gets away with an additional kill. So 2 kills for the guard. But M80 has some good econ because of that strategy I just talked about that they picked up from Moist Moguls, where you just go for the light shield even if you can't afford the full shield, and that put them in a really good position to help buy each other here. That's what you're seeing. And now the guard going to be on a save round. You see them buying for next here. So Sheriff's, Light Shield, a Guardian coming out as well for Net. Koala Noob, though, just going to take out Trent as they're trying to pick up those knives. That ult point for those knives. able to get it, but they do lose somebody in the process. This save round already not looking like it's going to go in the direction of the guard, although 4 were stacked on A. Ooh, Tech's able to just barely dodge the operator scope, and they see quite a few still in attack spawn, and they're initially they were just going to try and aggress the op and get a pick there, but seeing how well that operator is defended, just decided to back up. It looks like M80 is headed over towards C. They're going to be Net, who has the best gun on the guard right now with the Guardian, but shut him down before he can do any damage, and now it's down to the 3 remaining guard players, all with pistols. John Cutie and Koala Noob getting ready to start trying to stop them from starting a retake. Jonah P left alive, looking for a pick, not going to find it. Flawless round there from 80. Well played. Another flawless round here from 80, and went into this half. M80 had 4 rounds to their name. The guard had 8, and now we're looking at 8-9. M80 looking for just one more round to tie it up. Of course, the guard looking to deny it and maintain their lead. Money advantage in the hands of M80 almost certainly. Now both teams have 2 ults, although Valen has an Omen ultimate, which I've talked about time and time again. I've already talked about it on this map. Omen ults are not the easiest to use, especially in pro play. The easiest to use effectively in a way that makes sense. The best you can do is either get vision or rotate quickly, which on the defense can be useful, and that's probably why they feel so confident putting 3 on A, because they know the Omen can just get over to C very quickly. Now Tex with the operator, good choice there to get the op. Gonna be able to take out Koala Noob. Koala Noob has already had a really, really solid run so far for M80. It helped push them to gain a good lead. Net trying to lock down garage window. M80 mid grass trying to figure out how they want to push this. Tech's gonna take out EU in mid, and the rest of M80, who are already sort of pushing into garage, gonna continue to do so. Now Net's been holding garage window, hoping somebody will push him. And now that lockdown comes out and the breach util comes out as well, which allows Nismo to push up and destroy the lockdown. So no lockdown to help the guard out there. Secure this round. Although 3 left alive for M80 is going to make it difficult. Nismo going to find a pick on Valen though. Although the attacker lockdown going to be useful in forcing the guard not off of sight, but back. Away from the spike. Back away. Xander going to peek this operator. Not going to go well for him. Tex finds 3 kills so far this round. It's a 2v4 now for M80. Spike is getting diffused. They have to peek it. Able to stop the diffuse. Now it's down to John Cutie. Not able to take out the spike diffuser nearly in time. Gonna be the last remaining player, but not quite there. That being said, the guard had to use That being said, the guard had to use quite a few of their ultimate abilities there. And by that I mean 1 ultimate ability there. To try and secure that round. But M80 also used one of theirs. M80 has the jet knives to utilize, and that's why Koala is picking up that judge. And also the Rolling Thunder on Nismo will help them trying to secure these rounds. Jonah P also has his own Rolling Thunder. But the guard has gone for an A stack, as most of them have to save. Despite winning that round, it was an expensive round for them, all of them dying. So they're going to save here. And that's going to allow C site to be taken, as the guard needs to play aggressively and together. So they all stack on A. And now that breach ultimate gonna not be utilized well, as EU, although concussed, is still going to be able to find 2. Jonah P gonna start pushing through, trying to win this round for the guard, but not gonna be able to. M80 gonna be the one to finish that round up. I believe they had to use the Rolling Thunder from Nismo to do it, but they did it. Counter-ulted the Rolling Thunders there. And so far going really well for M80. Although it may look like M80 is, Koala Noob's having the carry for M80, and he sort of is, the rest of the team is not falling far behind. 10, 12, 12, 16. Those are the kill numbers. Pretty decent. Definitely nothing to be scoffed at. A little bit of some weird play there. Trent, though, gonna start to try and hold off. See, I honestly don't even know how to describe what happened in long. But just know it was really confusing, and a Hunter's Fury hit every single one of the M80 players. He was the only one who died, and it wasn't a Hunter's Fury, though. But all of M80's players down to 70 health. Trent gonna send this Sova drone through Garage, looking for some good vision. Able to find it on Koala Noob. M80's still challenging this, though. And Jonabee's also in Garage to help defend it. Now M80 gets picked off, one in Garage, and now the rest are gonna start pushing through to B. This spike is going down. There's only one on A for the guard. It may have been safe for a good choice for M80 to go A. Looks like the guard has started to gain some ground. M80 was making quite a good comeback. Going into this half with a disadvantage, they were able to use the fact that offense has the advantage on this map to their advantage. And have been able to lock it down pretty well, but this round did not go their way, although their econ is in a really, really nice spot. So, although the guard has the 2-round advantage once again, M80 is still in a pretty good spot. Although the guard now at 11 rounds, so what M80 needs to do is really try and prevent that 12th round however best they can. Because once your enemy has that 12th round, it puts you in a really bad spot where you don't have room to think, you don't have room to counterplay or save. M80 taking their second timeout now. Should be said, the guard hasn't taken a single timeout so far. So even if M80 can take this timeout and start utilizing it well, the guard can just bounce right back, use one of theirs, and it seems like the guard may not even need to use a timeout on this map. Although M80's offense has been pretty decent. John Kitty is almost caught up to Koala Noob in kills, 18 and 19. John Kitty with 18 kills, Koala Noob with 19. Very, very close. All of the players for M80 positive except for EU. Same cannot be said for the guard.
Kills aren't everything quite clearly as M80 sitting pretty comfortable.
And M80 definitely has more kills here despite the fact that they're losing. And timeout turns into a technical pause. First time we've seen this technical pause visual. It's the first time. It's not the first time we've had a tech pause in mid-season, but first time this week.
Which has been a good bit of stall. That shock dart that they've been firing off hasn't been landing. And
all right, well, I'll turn them up, see if they know what's happening.
Xander teleport into that nanoswarm a couple of times,
Sure.
so then you're walking away out of that one, having to replant later with only 50 HP. So, yeah, a lot to be discussed, as it seems like M80 as a team are having some technical difficulties.
And just to kind of piggyback off that point, that's also where you really feel the impact of a strong Sentinel player like Net. And maybe that is something, like Dust was mentioning, was being missed when they were playing on Fractured, going Sentinel-less and trying to use the Viper more as a Sentinel role. So there are a lot of, macro considerations beyond just this particular map in this particular round 21 that, will be thought about, I think, in the future. But, I think the thing too about this...
It looks like they don't know. I imagine. I mean, I believe it was either last week or I think it was last week. There was a tech pause caused by medical issues, and I think it was during the M80 match. I could be wrong about that.
That's something that you can kind of try to throw at the guard here, try to get that defense to move in a
No, I don't
different
think it was the
way,
M80 match. It was a different match, but
still kind of feels like M80
yeah, I don't remember which teams were playing when that happened. But hopefully that's not the case this time around. Yeah, I think M80 really does have a chance here. I think going into this matchup, they're a little bit of they don't have as much of a chance, but their performance on Fracture really showed them to be a powerful team. So far on Haven, they've been doing pretty decently. Despite how weak their Haven looked against Moist Moguls on Friday, it's looking like maybe they've gained some of their footing back. And I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Definitely a lot, obviously, to talk about, a lot to discuss. Unfortunately, if you're M80, if you're not in person making these discussions during this technical pause, you're going to be on the phone doing so, because it sounds like they've all lost internet, which leads me to believe that they are together, and this could be an outage at the player house or the facility, whatever it may be. So it stings a little bit. Again, during these technical pauses, coaches can't get in the mix, but the players can chat amongst themselves. But I think M80 right now are dealing with bigger issues that are, we can't even play the game because of our internet.
That's crazy,
out, unfortunately. So I think for us here on the desk, you guys don't have to hear the I Hold Metro podcast, which, I mean, hey, that sounds like the moneymaker for me. We are going to jump away for an extended break in this as M80 try and figure things out in the technical side of things. We'll jump back into the game, and they have to figure things out on the server. So we'll see you guys when we see you.
Interesting. I don't know what the protocol is. Do they just, like, if they can't reconnect, is it just a DQ? Like, I don't... Man, that sucks, because it looks like M80 is starting to really find their footing, and then boom, internet gone. I wonder if that cut into their timeout time, too, because they took the timeout, and then boom. Or maybe they took the timeout because of their power? I don't know. Wow, yeah. I mean, this is just... I don't even know. Okay. I mean, we can just talk about the game. Okay, they do have the fracture stats, so we can look at those. Sorry, I thought they were talking. I thought they were back. All right. So 13 versus so fracture went 13-7. Pearl went 13-6. So pretty abysmal performances from both teams that lost, from both M80 and the Guard on their losses. But pretty good performances from the Guard on Pearl, and pretty good performance from M80 on Fracture. And you can definitely see why M80 did choose to pick Fracture overall. I mean, you can definitely see that coming through. You look at overall, and M80 performed really, really well, and then you look at the Guard, and it's like just not as much so that they're there. The average combat score, the highest average combat score on Fracture was Koala Noob with 323. He's 100 higher than his closest frag, and pretty far above Tex. Only one of the Guards members broke 200 average combat score that match, which really just goes to show you how well M80 was performing the entire time. It's interesting to see that the Guard performed so poorly. You look at Pearl, and it's a similar story where, actually, it's not even really that similar of a story, because Xander for M80 was performing super, super well, despite his team losing. Xander performed super, super well, much better than, not much better than Tex. Tex still did really well. So you can see that probably the reason why M80 wasn't able to find their footing on Pearl was because Koala Noob wasn't able to pull through as the duelist, help them take sites, get those entry frags. He just wasn't able to find his footing there. Xander having to pull through on those rounds that were won. Put the robot back on the screen for now. And then you look over at Fracture, and then you start to see Koala Noob finding his footing. And he's like, all right, you know what? I did not perform super well. I let Xander take the top, but now I'm going to pull through. I know how to play Fracture well. I know how to initiate well. And that's exactly what Koala Noob has been able to do, or was able to do on Fracture, versus the guard. Like Tex was able to pull through on Fracture. It's just it definitely seemed like the guard was not as comfortable with Fracture. But now that we're moving into Haven, obviously they don't have the stats updated or anything. But the it's pretty even as far as the player performance. I actually think M80 has more kills than the guard, and there's been quite a few rounds that the guard has won with all of their players dying. Hence why M80 has more kills than the guard. So I think M80 so far has had a little bit of a stronger performance. It's just been like in those key moments of like killing the diffuser, they haven't been able to find the aim. I think M80 has this sort of reputation of being super strong as a team, but even still, their players sometimes you can tell get a little bit nervous, get a little bit shaky. You know, their shots start missing, they whiff just a little bit here and there. And I think that's absolutely still true. Where M80 can start to lose a little bit of their footing here. And just like when it really counts, they sometimes just miss their shots. Whereas the guard has been pretty solid. Obviously, their Fracture performance was not that solid, but now we're moving to Haven. The guard has sort of been able to hold themselves up. Again, less kills than M80. And I think M80 has been able to sort of just explode onto these sites well. So yeah, I've run out of stuff to talk about. And so I guess sorry, the door was opened for I don't even know what just happened. Anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break here because I have stuff like other stuff to talk about. I mean, I guess we can talk about the next matchup. So there are 3 matchups happening today. It is M80 versus the guard, obviously first of all, and then that's what we're in right now. But next up is Oxygen versus TSM. Now, I'm actually more excited for these lower bracket matchups than I am for these upper bracket matchups because, quite frankly, like, M80 versus the guard, that's fine. But we're probably going to see them play each other again in the grand final anyway. And so what I'm really excited to see is Oxygen, if they can start to, if they're going to be able to cement themselves as like, yes, we did get a map up on the guard, and yes, we are playing just as good as the guard. We're at that level. If Oxygen's going to be able to do that. Same goes for Moist Moguls. I mean, Moist Moguls played really, really well. I would argue that Moist Moguls played better against M80 in that match, in that series, than Oxygen did against the guard in that series. So I think, for me personally, and I'm not just saying this because Moist Moguls is like the fan favorite. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased here, but still, I'm like, I do definitely, I can definitely still see that Moist Moguls is just really, they performed super well against M80, and the fact that, I mean, the benefit here for Oxygen Esports and Moist Moguls is they've been able to take so much time to practice. TSM and G2 both had to play yesterday, right? So they didn't get to spend the weekend preparing for, potentially playing against Oxygen and Moist Moguls because they're preparing for their matchups individually. So they knew who they were going to be playing against yesterday, essentially. Like, right? They knew after their games ended if they were going to be playing against Oxygen Esports, or like for TSM, in TSM's case, like they knew at the end of their match whether or not they were actually going to have to start practicing for potentially playing against Oxygen Esports. So they've had from the end of yesterday's games to study Oxygen Esports and their previous maps, decide which maps they think they're more confident against Oxygen on, decide which maps to ban. Whereas Oxygen, for example, they were able to, they won against, or they lost against the guard, but they knew, okay, so they lost on the 24th. They're like, all right, we've got 5 days. So they can spend 2.5 days studying Disguised, figure out what they would do against Disguised. Then they can spend, or I guess not 2.5 days, but they've got 4 days to study both of these teams, right? So they can study both Disguised and TSM, see which one they think is better, and then, or sorry, not which one they think is better, but see what they want to do against these teams. And then once they found out TSM wins, Oxygen can just be like, all right, now let's spend the rest of today focusing on TSM, who we've already kind of been preparing for, right? So from Oxygen's position, they're in a good spot going into this matchup because they've had just more time to prepare. They've had more relaxation time. They are in a better spot. Whereas TSM was in a position to just prepare for their disguise matchup. And then had to figure out, okay, now, and I'm sure they spent some time worrying about Oxygen, but for the most part, you're just trying to get through the disguise matchup. And so they really only knew, okay, we need to be studying Oxygen once they won yesterday, right? And same goes for Moist Moguls against G2, right? They've had the time to study G2. They've had more time to practice, all that good stuff. And so Oxygen should have the advantage over TSM. Moist Mogul should have the advantage over G2. Now, what would be really interesting to me is I don't think TSM's going to, or I don't think Oxygen should be able to beat TSM here. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to stop talking about it. We'll talk about it before we get into it, but now we've resumed. I imagine Matey's internet got rebooted, or, you know, they just restart the router real quick. Probably just had to unplug, plug it back in. We're getting right back into it, starting it up, and already M80 down a player. Now it's looking like the guard may be able to take the advantage here. That being said, though, Xander and Koala Noob going to make it explosive. Xander going to make it even more explosive, finding 4 kills. Xander and AU going to stay alive. 2 players left alive for M80 in that round, denying the guard this 12th round. Just to remind you, before the big long tech pause, there was a timeout where M80 had a timeout to re-strategize how they want to try and make this comeback possible. Because still, M80 has not regained the advantage, or has not gained the advantage in this map, on this map yet. And they're trying to get there. They're 1 round away from tying it back up. They've been 1 round away from tying it up previously, but it looks like it's going to be a save round for the guard. They want to be able to full buy next round. All they're looking for is to get some good kills here. And M80's been playing it safe with their econ this entire time, but it looks like they're ready to start forcing their buys here, ensure these rounds that they know they need to ensure. And they've already taken control of C-Site, getting that kill. Again, save round here for the guard. So the guard is just looking to find some good kills themselves. 2 going to be coming in from CT, 1 in garage, and 1 actually looking like he may go for the flank. Tex was looking at it, and now that Silverdrone's coming out, he may just back up. No, he's still going to challenge it. It looks like he is okay with it, and it may be a good choice because EU did back up, but the alarm bot will have to be challenged. And Valen, they know that Valen's in garage. They heard that alarm bot go off, and John Cutie going to take Tex out while EU finishes off Valen. Flawless round there for M80. It was a safe round from the guard. So, of course, M80 should have won that round. But the guard definitely did want to get some kills there. Weren't able to find it. And now M80 has tied it up, and they are looking to make this comeback reality. They went into this half 4-8. It's now tied 11-11. Forget about the 3-9 curse. Let's call it the 4-8 curse, because it looks like that may be what M80's trying to take into their hands here. Now, again, offense-sided map, which is why they've been able to have a dominant performance here. Plus, they are a very offensive team. They do have sort of these players that can explode onto sites. We saw Xander do it to come out of that big, long tech pause. Xander came on and dominated that round. Oh, wow. Koala Noob push up so far into garage. And, oh, my God, gonna find 2 more. Able to clear garage, push out, and find 2 more. And 3 kills for Koala Noob is going to give M80 a good edge here as we move further and deeper into this round. And the guard not looking good here, and it looks like they're going to save. And honestly, that's a good choice, because 2v5, realistically, they're probably not going to win, right? So saving these guns here when they're already kind of down on econ is going to help them gain as much of an edge as they can. Give them a little boost, because next round they're going to have to force again. They didn't have to force this round, but they did, hoping to win it, and they lost it immediately. And so you actually can see M80 is trying to chase him down. Texas watching sewers. And John Cutie's looking for the kill there, potentially. Meanwhile, in heaven, or sorry, hell, Valen's getting peeked. Ooh, Tex and Valen each able to find a pick. Koala Noob, though, gonna find that pick on Valen. 4 kills for Koala Noob. Tex, though, not gonna let Xander take him out. And M80 had so much money there that they all could have died. Obviously, the spike was already gonna go off, so they all could have died and still been in a good place to buy this round. That's why they decided to get so aggressive. They had the security behind them to do it. The guard taking their timeout, and they haven't used a single timeout this matchup, and using it now, or not this matchup, this map, and using it now is a good choice. Now that they're down rounds, it's an offense-sided map, so they're not favored to win the defense here. But they're going to need to win at least this one more round, try and get it to that overtime, because M80 is looking at making a really nice comeback here. Now, if it goes to that overtime, of course, each team gets another timeout. I don't remember if it's another timeout per round of overtime. I think it is, but I could be wrong about that. I mean, this is definitely, it's very winnable for the guard, but they're down guns here, down shield. They've got 3 ultimates to utilize, although one of them's the Omen ult. But same goes for M80. They've got 2 ultimates to utilize, so, and you know, these ultimates from the guard would be good if they're on offense, but for now they're just going to have to be useful in playing retake, and they've done a 3-stack on A, and it's a good choice. That's where M80 is trying to find some early picks. And they may just get punished pushing 3 here. Xander already pretty deep in sewers. Not going to find anybody. And looks like Net looking to potentially try and get some kills. Now that ultimate comes out from Valen to try and gain some vision. There goes 1. Now there's 2 ultimates left for each side. Koala Noob has those knives, but also has an operator that may not need to use the knives. 2 leaning C for the guard, or sorry, for M80 to try and get some vision C. They know there's an operator there and decide, all right, let's just commit to this A. Now there's, again, 3 on A. They've been 3 stacked on A this entire time, and it's a good choice. Now there's some blinds coming through. Koala Noob gets on site, but not going to do any more entry than just taking out Valen. Net going to be there to trade it off, but Xander going to take Net out. And these ultimates are coming through. We talked about the guard not in a good spot. And now it's just down to Tex in a 1v3. Has to back out of that Killjoy lockdown. All he has is an operator. And it's looking like the upper finals win may go to M80. Mid-season upper finals. The alarm bot goes off. They know where he is. They can cuss him. Can only peek so many long or mid-range. Shorty not gonna do it. And M80 takes the win in the upper finals. It went right down to the wire. Not quite into overtime, but nearly. And M80 takes the upper finals, and they've secured themselves a spot in the top 2 of mid-season, and also secured themselves a spot in the grand finals. They're gonna have to play the winner of the lower bracket the lower bracket finals. We won't know the results of the lower bracket finals until Thursday, but that doesn't mean that there's no more games today, because there absolutely are. But I do want to hear what the analysts have to say about that matchup, because it was very interesting.
The way of M80, but the rest of the squad really did show up in a major way, shutting down any opportunity for the guard to get away with too much there on the final in Haven, especially considering the fact that the first 11 rounds, we were looking at the guard saying it feels like only a matter of time before they put this over the finish line, but Man, that offensive half for M80, you can see why they like starting on that side of the map when they get the chance to.
And it's against all odds coming into this one, obviously having lost the series previously against the guard, but also we swapped sides. 4 to 8. M80 weren't in the best of spots, and their internet goes out. And then the beginning of the next round, after they get back, John Cutie dies immediately. But as you mentioned, Xander and Koala, I mean, the handshake between these two to close out the series and find themselves in the grand finals. I'm hoping, I mean, shout out to the other teams that join us, but we have to see this one again, right? This series tied at 1 apiece between both of these teams, and it's likely that we do see it again in the grand finals. Unfortunately, however, for Shift and I, we do not get to see. Well, I mean, we'll be watching from the sidelines for this one. Upmind and Sully will be joining you guys here on the casting desk, and there is a lot to talk about.
Looks like they're trading their casters off. I wish I had somebody to trade off for me, but I'm going to be sticking it all the way through. And this next matchup is going to be starting. Now, this isn't the grand finals that's starting right now or anything cool like that. Instead, we got to start to finish out this lower bracket. I mean, we've only gone through the first round, and there's still quite a few people to get through in this lower final now. This next matchup is going to be between Oxygen Esports and TSM. Let's go ahead and review these teams. Yeah, so we can go ahead and just quickly bring up these two teams. TSM versus Oxygen is going to be interesting. If we just want to look at straight up the match history of TSM throughout this entire North American Challengers. Now, of course, they're a franchise team. They didn't play in the Open Qualifiers. We have no data for that because they weren't in it. They did play in the Ludwig and Tarek Invitational, made it to the finals, and then lost 2-1 to the Guard. But they were able to beat out Sentinels and T1. Those are some pretty solid teams, but obviously, there were some different players on their team at the time. There's some other stuff going on. So let's take a look at their performance so far in North American Challengers. Now, they were in Group B, arguably the harder group to be a part of. It had both M80 and the Guard in it. Give me a second while I change the title here. Oxygen Esports versus Team Solo Mid. Alright. So, they went 2-1 against Mad Lions. Honestly, not great. If you don't know, Mad Lions is currently 11th out of 12 teams, so they're not great. And the fact that TSM wasn't able to immediately dominate, it's a little bit disappointing, although it was the start of North American Challengers. It's you know, it's a little bit of nobody's playing at their peak, and now it looks like we're back to the analysts to talk about that game, and I do want to hear what they have to say about it.
Definitely feel fulfilled now. That was the game we thought we were going to get in Week 5. Instead, it's in the upper finals here for the midseason face-off, and it's M80 who squeak by the narrowest of margins, 13-11. Massive comeback there in that third and final map as well, Dust. We talked about it. M80 on the attacking side on the map is unreal and very scary to play against.
I mean, both teams were unreal on the attacking side, right? I mean, Guard got their 8 rounds in the first half on the attack as well, and then you got, you know, M80 just doing a bit better, going 9. Both teams converted the exact same amount of post plants. What's the crazy difference between these two teams? This stat blew my mind. There's a 2-round difference on the scoreboard, okay? Remember that, all right? M80 out-fragged the Guard by 27 kills total for the match.
Yeah.
They had 90 total kills to the Guard's 60.
It's hard to believe that the Guard was able to keep it so close despite having such a few amount of kills. It's honestly impressive. Like I don't even know how you do that. Like I wish I could perform really. I mean, they were doing better against M80 for a while there, despite having less kills.
On a map like this, or even like Fracture in the previous series, given the flexibility of 3 sites here and the many entry points on Fracture in the previous map, we were expecting to see Koala have a very strong attacking half, and that's exactly what ends up happening.
Yeah, M80 did a good job setting up Koala to go in and get the kills needed, and also the amount of first bloods that Koala got on the attack side was also very impactful. It's so hard on Haven, especially defense side, to lose one person because there's 3 sites, and at that point, you're going to have to play retake on one and gamble the other. And I think M80 just did a really good job of really manipulating the rotations after just getting that first pick.
Yeah, and I hate like to come down to just one round in a situation like this because that seems like a little shallow. But considering how close this game was, at one point we had a score of an 11-11 game,
Yep.
and it was a situation where it's M80 takes garage control towards C, and then Trent just kind of steps out, and there seemed to be some type of miscommunication or misunderstanding on if M80 had garage control yet or not. And when Trent steps out, Quad Noob just gets forward and get the triple kill spray down inside the link area.
Yeah.
And that one little fumble winds up making the world of difference because that's what leads M80 to close the game out from that point 2 rounds in a row to win the game. So again, obviously this match comes down to just more than that one round, but that came at such a critical moment. And those little itty bitty miscommunications and mistakes mean so much in tight games like this. And you have to feel that that was something that really helped M80 finish with some momentum.
Yeah.
That's the nature of competitive play in anything, though. You make a mistake,
Right.
and ultimately the hope is that your opponent doesn't capitalize. But a team that is as good as M80, and to be frank, a team that is as good as the Guard, they're not going to let those mistakes go unpunished. And the round in specifically he's talking about, there was a turret watching the hall from C site towards garage. Wall throws a smoke and gets in the window, and for some reason, it just didn't get calmed. So he steps out with a dart in hand, and it's like, oh no, like 5 photos taken moments before disaster. And he starts to peek out, and Koala gets the first one, and then he flies out and somehow sprays down 2. The second, I think, was not accidental, but it was definitely a
I mean, it's just like, I feel like both teams performed so well in this matchup. It's just, it seemed like the performance started to just barely falter, and that's all that it took. I mean, M80, as soon as they got on offense, it seemed like they felt so comfortable. This is what I was talking about going into it. First of all, it's an offense-sided map, but also it's a team like M80 which explodes when they're on offensive rounds. They're such an aggressive team, and you know, once they just got, you know, the offense side in their hands and had their grasp on it, they were like, all right, let's go for it. And they really, really went for it. And although the Guard put up a good fight, I mean, just look at the frag difference, and I'll pull it up right now. But if you just look at the frag difference in that final match, it's pretty insane. Top frag for M80 was Koala Noob with 25 kills. Top frag for TSM, or sorry, not TSM, for the Guard was their Jet Tex with 18 kills. That's a 7 kill difference. Then you look at the bottom frag for the Guard, 9 kills for Jonah P. You look at the bottom frag for M80, and it's 14 kills. That is 5 kills above, and just look at those middle frags. They're all outperforming the respective placement of the other team. And I mean, 324 average combat score is insane considering they're up against the Guard. And although, again, the Guard did put up a good fight, they started to falter there, and that's what really did them in, because when you're allowing M80, first of all, to be on offense, obviously they're going to end up on offense at some point. But I feel like the Guard's performance on offense was a little bit lacking, only getting 8 rounds to M80's 4. Obviously, it's still the advantage, which is what you want when you're on the offense of an offense-sided map. But then when it switches and you're letting M80 take offense of an offense-sided map, and it's M80, you know, this really aggressive team, of course they're going to start doing really, really well. So the Guard needed to have a better offensive performance of their own. And then, although they're on an offensive-sided map, they still need to put up a good defensive performance, and they just weren't able to connect those kills. Like the casters were talking about, there were just some points where there was some miscommunication between the Guard. They weren't able to play off of each other well. M80 was able to find picks, and the Guard wasn't able to trade those picks off, which, of course, leads to a bad position overall. And it just starts to not look good. It just starts to not look good for the Guard. But that match is over. If you've watched me before, you know I'm not one to sort of wait out on those on the end of those matches to sort of analyze them and talk about them. I just like talking about whatever match is up next. And in this case, it's Oxygen Esports versus TSM. Now listen, it's very easy to look at this and go, all right, Oxygen Esports, 2-1 against G2 Esports. All right, decent performance. 1-2 against the Guard. It's a loss, but if you look at that match, you look at the Guards, you look at Oxygen's performance on their round win, which was on Haven, 14-12. Although it's not, you know, like they took a huge lead. It was kept pretty close. You look at the map that they lost, 7-13 is not bad. Then you look at Lotus, and Oxygen went 10-13, and I remember watching that match too. That easily could have gone to Oxygen. I think they faltered a little bit when they really didn't need to. I think they started to slip through their, like, they just weren't able to play super well. And I think, although Oxygen did put up a really solid fight, there were some areas they were lacking. And I mean, against the Guard, it's hard to perform super well, but Oxygen was still able to get a map up, keep it 10-13 on the decider map. That's an impressive performance from Oxygen. And now they're moving into a matchup against TSM. Now, TSM is a team that does decently well. They did pretty well in the group stage. We can just look at TSM's performance. 2-0, or sorry, no, that's in the mid-season face-off. 2-1, 2-0, 2-0, 0-2, 2-1. They 2-0'd the Guard, okay? A team that Oxygen Esports couldn't even beat. But of course, everybody sort of acknowledges that that was almost a fluke win, and that was not even close to the Guard's peak performance. But should still be said, TSM is a pretty solid team. They 2-0'd Disguised. Did they lose 0-2 to Moist Moguls? Yeah, but it's also, Moist Moguls has also proven that they're a very solid team, one of which to rival that of M80. So, of course, TSM taking a 2-0 loss there is not surprising when Moist Moguls went on to nearly beat M80. So, you know, that can be excused, and you can say, all right, well, sure, they may not be good enough to beat Moist Moguls, who's now in the same conversation as M80. They may not be good enough to beat them, but they're still a pretty solid team. They went in 2-0 Disguised, and those matches weren't even super close, except for probably the last one on Fracture was pretty close, and I think Disguised fumbled that one. But I mean, that's hearsay, or, you know, like there's no real point in talking about that match in particular. But they did 2-0 Disguised, and that's important because it shows TSM is still a solid and well-performing team despite their 2-0 loss to Moist Moguls. So now they're going up against Oxygen Esports. Again, Oxygen Esports did get a map up on the Guard, performed really, really well, but I don't think that is going to be a display of you know, I don't think, unlike the Moist Moguls performance against M80, and we'll talk more about that performance, but I do, you know, when Moist Moguls is playing, but I do think Moist Moguls' performance against M80 was better than Oxygen's performance against the Guard, if that makes sense. Because if you look at Oxygen Esports' first game against the Guard, on Pearl, the first map, I should say, which, mind you, Oxygen picked that map. It went 7-13, right? So that was not a great performance. It wasn't kept super close. Now, they were able to win on Haven, despite it being the Guard's pick, but that was really, really close. And then they lost 13-10 on Lotus. So it was a weird series of events, but I just don't think it really goes to show that Oxygen is a super powerful map. Now, I've said it time and time again before we watch series that Oxygen is a part of. Oxygen is a team that has so much potential, and I'll say it here, I'll say it again, I'll say it over and over and over again. Oxygen is a team that has so much potential. They've got a really stacked roster. They've got some powerful players. They got a really nice coach. I mean, it's a team that, in theory, should be performing at the level of the Guard or M80. It's just sometimes they falter, and we've seen so far in North American Challengers, although they made it through the Open Qualifiers, well, no, they didn't make it through the Open Qualifiers, and we can just look at Oxygen Esports overall. But I believe they took a loss to Disguise, and then I think they had to come back in the losers bracket. They beat the Silk Road. Impressive performance, to say the very least. But they did not, they didn't flawless through the open qualifiers, like some of the other teams in North American Challengers who made it through did, because of course 4 teams qualified through just flawlessing through that bracket, and then 2 teams qualified by ending up in the lower bracket or in the losers bracket and still coming through. And Oxygen was one of those teams. That doesn't take away from Oxygen overall. I think they're still a really powerful team, and they did really, really well. But it does go to show that Oxygen's not like the best team here. And I do think they have a lot of potential, but they took G2 Esports was able to get a map up on them in this matchup. We can take a look at this. And it was split, and it wasn't close at all. So do I think TSM could win here? Yes, and honestly, I expect TSM to win. TSM beat the Guard 2-0 already. They just made an impressive 2-0 performance against Disguised, and Oxygen wasn't able to beat the Guard. So now Oxygen's against TSM. I honestly, genuinely think TSM can beat Oxygen here. I do think it's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be easy, but I do think it can go either way. But this is the post-match interview, I believe, so we can go ahead and take a listen to this.
As it proved to be a very close game, each team taking a single map before we made it to that final map. And as a result, we've got a member of M80 standing by for the post-match interview, none other than John QT, who's joining me here on the broadcast. Congratulations on a big win. Not only do you guys get to prove you're potentially the #1 team in Challengers, you get revenge after your week 5 loss against the Guard.
Yep.
Yeah. We did get our revenge. I feel like our match in the group stage, like mentally, we weren't like really going in to win. We knew like we just needed a few rounds to secure the first seed. So like mentally, we weren't like really going for the win. And here in playoffs, it's a bit different.
You guys have played a lot of Pearl throughout the first split, but it's been kind of a mixed map. And here you guys had a bit of a difficult time. What is it specifically about Pearl that went wrong today?
I think Pearl, we lost like 4 clutches, like 3 thrifties. It was like super unlucky. Like that usually doesn't happen much to us. And we knew we just had to keep composure for the 2 next maps. Like we all said, stuff like that happened. We just need to regain and go next.
Fair.
We lost like 3 thrifties for like clutches.
Yeah.
So I think otherwise the map would have went different.
Yeah, I think in the second half alone, it was 2 thrifties. It was definitely brutal. It seemed like the Guard was really punishing with those clutch scenarios. But then you end up going to Fracture, which is a map we haven't actually seen you guys play yet. With how well you played, why wait until now? Why haven't we seen you guys play Fracture during the group stages?
That's a good question, actually.
I mean, playoffs matters more than the group stage, right? So like
Sure.
keeping a map like that we can pull out in playoffs and people are not ready for it, where they don't have VODs on us, is big, and it showed there. They weren't ready for that pick.
Now, when you get over to Haven, Haven is a map that you guys have a pretty strong success rate on, but your defense just, something about it just isn't working. You guys are seeming to struggle, having to make up a lot of those rounds on the attacking side. What is it about Haven that your defense maybe has some issues, but your attacking side is just lights out?
Well, in my opinion, Haven is like I think more attack-sided than defense. You have 3 sides. It's hard to play like all over the map. Sometimes you like play for B and C, the other team hits A, then you switch it up, they go fast B, fast C. It's a bit of a gambling map where you gotta play like either like flood, pulse plan and stuff. So I mean, it's kind of like that. But we also did a bunch of mistakes, and losing pistol doesn't help too. So that's why.
Yeah, that's fair. Looking specifically at Haven 2, you guys were down 8-4. So far in the series, 2 maps play out. Both times the team up 8-4 ends up winning. What were your thoughts like coming into that second half? How confident were you guys that you were going to turn that one around?
We were fairly confident. We just needed the pistol, a bit of momentum, and we'd like go with the side. I mean, 8-4, like down 12-4, we're all confident. We know that we can like pull it off and make a comeback. So, I mean, 8-4 is not that bad of a half, to be honest, especially on Haven attack side. So we were like more confident.
Yeah.
Fair. All right, this final question comes from the fan zone. This one comes in from Cypher the player, not the agent. This one is, do you hope to see the Guard again in the grand finals, really cement the rivalry now that each of you have won against each other?
Yeah, sure, why not? We're like 1-1. I mean, either way, any team we would play, we want to win. If it's Guard, like G2.
I mean, I think realistically they don't want the Guard to make it, because if the Guard makes it there, they have to play it again. And I think if there's a team that can beat out M80, it's definitely the Guard. And so I definitely think, I mean, in my mind, I don't think they want it to end up in that position. Not to cut him off, but I don't really care. So, so anyways, yes, Oxygen Esports versus TSM. The next matchup, I've talked. I think, honestly, if I had to make a prediction, I know the M80, the Guard game, I didn't make a prediction. I took the middle ground. I said it could go either way. I think it'll go to TSM. I do think it'll go to TSM. And not only do I think it'll go to TSM, I think TSM may even have a chance of facing up against the Guard in the lower final. I think TSM is going to have a strong lower bracket run. Not to say Oxygen can't beat them. I just don't think their performance against the Guard was a good show of, like, realistically what's going to happen. Because what happened in the matchup against Oxygen and the Guard, Oxygen's best maps are those 3-site maps. And not only did the Guard let Lotus go through to the decider, but the Guard decided to pick Haven. My thought process is maybe Oxygen picked Pearl, and that was the map the Guard was planning to pick. And so then the Guard was like, all right, you know what, we'll pick something else. But they picked Haven, a map that Oxygen does pretty well on. And so going into the match on Haven, I was really confused. If you guys are watching, I was like, why did they pick Haven? That's a weird choice for the Guard, knowing that Oxygen performs really well on Haven, and then they did. Oxygen did well on Haven, and I do think because Lotus was then allowed to float through to the decider, I think Oxygen could have taken Lotus as well. I think they fumbled that match. I think it could have easily gone in the favor of Oxygen. Sorry, I sneezed. I think it easily could have gone in the favor of Oxygen, and Oxygen just needed to put up a better performance than they did. I'm not trying to say like it's impossible for Oxygen to do well overall, but assuming TSM doesn't let those 3-site maps go through in this matchup, I think it goes to TSM. I think if TSM doesn't let Haven get picked by Oxygen, they don't let Haven float through to the decider, if it ends up going there, and they don't let Lotus be picked or even float through to the decider. Although TSM does have a really strong Lotus, I don't think I think that one gives Oxygen a chance. So what TSM needs to do is right off the bat in that first ban phase, ban out Haven. Okay, I think that's what needs to happen. And then if Oxygen doesn't pick Lotus for their pick, and TSM doesn't want to play it either, or you know, they don't pick it themselves, in the second ban phase, TSM needs to ban Lotus, because those are the two maps I feel like Oxygen is the strongest on. I think Pearl was a map they were really strong on as well, but they did lose to the Guard on that map. So I do think Oxygen's Pearl should be pretty confident as well. So if it does get picked by Oxygen, I think they also have a chance. I mean, Oxygen's map pool is pretty small, at least in the maps that they're good at, and so it'll be interesting to see what TSM decides to let through and what TSM decides to ban, because again, if Haven is picked by either one of those teams, it goes to Oxygen. I'm almost 100% certain on that. If Lotus is let through, I also think Oxygen takes Lotus. I think it'll be a lot closer. I think TSM's Lotus is really, really strong, but I do think Oxygen could also take Lotus. So Lotus and Haven especially, Haven's the main thing. If Haven gets banned, I think TSM has a really good chance. And that's why I think TSM should take this win. As long as Haven isn't let through, I think TSM takes this win. Now, while we wait for the desk to be back, there is, first of all, we have Ranked Duel to do, but I do want to save that in between, because there's three matchups today, 3 series today, very, very long day. So, first thing I want to talk about is the VCT Americas. So VCT Americas, this is the international. I believe this is tier 1 competition. So it's the top few teams. I don't have the exact teams pulled up. They're talking about game changers, which I will be covering. But I did want to talk about VCT Americas, or VCT Americas, because I will not be covering it. That's mostly what I wanted to talk about. I will not be covering VCT Americas because there's some other stuff I would like to do with my time, and if I'm covering VCT Americas and also Game Changers, it's gonna basically mean that every day in April I'm like doing streaming and doing Challenger stuff and or Valorant stuff, and I would like to branch out and do some other stuff other than just covering Valorant games. So I will not be covering VCT Americas. There will be plenty of other people covering it. Not only will Valorant Esports North America or VCT America, Valorant Esports NA be covering it themselves. A multitude of other streamers will be giving their own commentary, and unlike Challengers North America, which I think is a smaller audience, obviously it's bigger this year than usual, but it is typically a smaller audience. VCT Americas will be a massive audience with a whole bunch of different people streaming, and I just don't think I have a whole lot of input there. Or like, I don't know. I just don't feel like I need to be giving my input. Plus, I don't know the teams that well. Well, the reason I got into doing Challengers covering this at all was because, you know, Disguised Toast has a team, Moist Moguls has a team. So it's like, it makes it more interesting. So I'll try and cover the journey of these teams now that I'm like invested in them. But VCT Americas I will not be covering. I'll probably watch a few of the matches, but just like I didn't cover Lock-in Sao Paulo, which I did watch in my own time, I will not be covering VCT Americas. I'll probably watch some of the matches in my own time, and all that good stuff. But unless I feel like there's a super compelling reason for me to cover it, like I try doing other stuff, but people don't really want to see it, or I have nothing else to do, I might cover like one or two of the matches, but I won't be committing to cover every single one of the VCT Americas games like I'm covering all of the North American Challengers games. So I do apologize if you guys want to see that on my channel. I don't think anybody does, but I won't be covering it. Again, other people everywhere, all over Twitch, YouTube, you'll be able to find other people covering it who probably know the teams better than I do. So yeah, if I had to like cheer for one of the teams, probably NRG. I don't know. I like their YouTube channel a lot. Like I feel like they put out some like actually good content. But yeah, so that's sort of the pick for that. Running out of stuff to talk about, but what I can talk about is we can look into, while we're waiting for the analysts to come, get ready for the start of the next series, we can talk about Moist Moguls versus G2 Esports. We'll just give a really brief overview. I'm not even going to pull up the previous games. I think Moist Moguls takes it. Straight up, that's it. That's the only thing I have to say. I think G2 Esports' performance against Oxygen Esports was pretty abysmal and really disappointing. And I think Moist Moguls' performance against M80 was really impressive. Regardless of the fact that they lost, nobody was expecting them to win, and they still did much better than people were expecting. And I think they absolutely beat G2 Esports here. Obviously, give it a little bit more of a deep dive. If we're just looking at Split 1, Moist Moguls didn't do as good as G2, but it seems that Moist Moguls has really found their footing. 2-0 TSM was already impressive, and then getting a map up on M80 was even more impressive. And now they're up against G2, and G2 just hasn't played that well so far. And they also weren't even playing that well in Split 1 to begin with. So, yeah. I think it easily, or not easily, but I do think it'll go to Moist Moguls. It may be close, but I think it goes to Moist Moguls. And then, like I said, I think TSM beats Oxygen Esports here. So my predictions, obviously, my pickings already messed up. I've talked about how messed up they are already because stuff did not go how I thought it would. But realistically, I think lower round 3 will be TSM versus Moist Moguls. That's my current prediction. It may not go that way. My expectations may be subverted. I'm all for it. I'm all for some exciting matches, and of course, the whole point of this is like the best teams move forward. So I want to see the best teams move forward. But another thing, and this is important to talk about, I haven't really even mentioned, is the loser of these matches in lower round 2, they're done. Not only are they done, they don't get any circuit points, and of course that is the main thing that you're competing for in the mid-season face-off. What they do get is a $2,000 consolation prize, and they'll land themselves a spot in 5th or 6th place. Disappointing for them. I mean, it's more than $1,000 if they got out in lower round 1, but it's definitely not what they're expecting or wanting. But yeah, so loser of this eliminated from mid-season. We'll see them again in Split 2, but they don't earn any circuit points. What it does mean is the winner of these 2 matches, whoever wins these 2 matches, they secure themselves at least some circuit points to help boost themselves up in the standings and give themselves as much of a shot as possible of getting into playoffs. Obviously, we can take a look at Split 1 and how many points were already awarded. And obviously, M80 and the Guard probably gonna be the number 1 players this whole time. I don't expect anything different. But it will be interesting to see how everybody's points match up. Yeah, it's looking good so far for obviously M80 and the Guard. Again, like I said, I think they're gonna carry themselves all the way through to playoffs. And if you're confused, what are circuit points for? Well, whoever the top 8 teams with the most circuit points will land themselves a spot in playoffs. Playoffs happens after both splits. So we already went through Split 1. The points were awarded as follows. Like this, essentially. The points were awarded like this. The top 8 teams from that got to go to this mid-season face-off bracket that we're in right now. You go to that mid-season bracket, you get some money. Cool. But the main thing you're competing for is more circuit points, which only the top 4 teams get. And the circuit points, of course, add to the circuit points you already have to help you along the way. And then at the end of Split 2, the top 8 teams with the most overall circuit points, and those circuit points will be awarded based on your positioning overall in Split 2. The top 8 teams with the most circuit points will land themselves a spot in the playoffs and a chance of making it to the Ascension tournament. But let's go ahead, take a look. Cool little animation as we get ready to move into TSM versus Oxygen Esports.
Hello again, Twitch chat. We're back as we get ready to jump into our second series of the Marathon Day. We've got one more BO3 after this one, but let's set our focus upon the upcoming match at hand. It's going to be Oxygen versus TSM. Oxygen, largely a team that was overlooked coming into the group stages, and TSM, a team that was potentially underwhelming at the start, but then turned things around after a mid-season roster change that no one really saw coming. And also, no one really saw being a massive shift in team dynamic, but ultimately it proved to be successful for them. But looking at Oxygen, Dust, this team has been on the rise since the very first day of Split 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're an interesting team because they didn't really come with a core in mind, right? Like, they were one of these teams that kind of got pieced together right before the qualifiers, with a lot of them coming from kind of an academy team background, with the exception of Mitch, who obviously has that experience from Cloud9, and Randy Savage, who was formerly of Renegades, but a lot of the rest were kind of, smaller name players, particularly Verno.
I feel like people view Oxygen as this underdog, and I think you can look at them that way, but I also think they're not performing super well, or at their biggest potential. That's what I say before every Oxygen matchup. I go, they have a lot of potential, and I definitely still believe that to be true, and they proved it, getting nearly winning against the Guard. They're able to take at least one map up. They did really, really well, and that was some of that potential showing through But I do think, although they have a lot of potential, they are not able to put themselves together consistently. Like, they have a lot of really good potential, but consistently they don't always play at their peak. I think some of their players are always ready to be at that top spot and try and perform for their team. We see Pony really pull through. We saw him pull through a lot in their matchup against the guard. But like even still, it's like when you put it all together, like some of these players on Oxygen should be doing way better than they are. And overall, the team should be doing better than it is. I think that's true for every team so far in North American Challengers. Like, they should be playing better than they are, but it's really true of Oxygen Esports. I think they have so much potential. And if you're gonna look at an underdog team, it's a safe bet to bet on Oxygen Esports being sort of that underdog team, because again, they have a lot of that potential. However, they haven't really been able to cash in on it. I'm all for, like, I would love to see them pull through, but like I already said, when we're just looking at TSM versus Oxygen, I think it goes to TSM. It's unfortunate to say it, because I do think Oxygen could be this really cool underdog, but TSM has been playing pretty well consistently, like they talked about. They made a roster change halfway through the first split, and it really paid off. The team since then has really been able to pull through, and I expect TSM to continue to play well. Not that Oxygen won't continue to play well. I think they will. It's just that Oxygen, I don't know. It's like Oxygen is always like they're really close to hitting their peak, and just can't get there when it matters, if that makes sense. Like, they really had a good shot at beating the guard. Like, I genuinely think they could have beat the guard. Like, they were in a really good position to do so. They did really well in Lotus, and then it sort of just started slipping from their grasp. And it seems like, and I think the same thing happened to Moist Esports, where it was just like they got in their heads about having the chance to win these matchups that like nobody's expecting them to win, and so they lost those matchups, if that makes sense. Like, I think Oxygen just didn't know how to play under that pressure, and I don't know if it'll change on TSM. Like I said, if for some reason TSM lets Haven or Lotus get through to the map pool, and Haven or Lotus are picked as maps, whether it be actually I think one of those two would have to be one of the first two picks and maps that they play on. I think Oxygen has a really good shot at making it through. I think Oxygen is a really strong offensive team, similar to M80. M80 is another really strong offensive team, as we just saw against the guard, and that's why they do so well. That's why Oxygen does so well on Haven, and did so well on Haven, and does so well on Lotus, because those are really heavy offense-sided maps. So if in this map pool, all of a sudden, or these map picks, all of a sudden we're on defense-sided maps, or maps that are not as easy for Oxygen to play aggressively, whether it be because it's not offense-sided, or TSM, or it's more balanced, where TSM can deny the aggressive play from Oxygen. I think then at that point it just goes to TSM. So I think there's a chance Oxygen wins if Haven and Lotus are in that map select. Pretty much if Haven is one of those first two maps, I think Oxygen has a really good shot at making it through. The issue is if TSM is smart and bans Haven right off the bat, it's not going to look good for them. And although Oxygen, I think, also has a strong Pearl, and I think that could come through, I think they have a much stronger Haven and Lotus than they do Pearl, as we've seen them play well on Haven and Lotus against G2, and then Oxygen has had a really good Haven. They had a really good Haven against the guard, and then a really decent Lotus against the guard, right? And like I'm not even talking so much about what TSM's map picks need to be, because I think defensively and offensively TSM is a solid team. They just need to make sure that Oxygen isn't allowed to be in their element and really shine through, because I think if those maps do get through, it's not going to look good for TSM. I do want to hear what the analysts have to say, though, because there's a lot to talk about here in this matchup.
As he is definitely impressed, and it's something that he did in the past as well when he was playing for FaZe. He was often the secondary duelist at times, and he would fulfill that FaZe role behind Baby Bay's Jet. But you've heard from us. Let's hear from the players as we sat down to talk to them about this upcoming match, and we'll see what they have to say.
All right, nice. I get to hear from the
Yeah,
players.
I think at the start of the split, at least, most people probably thought we weren't gonna make it through to the face-off. So I think now that we have, and we took down G2 to make it through the next part, I think people are looking at us as like a better team than before.
I think it'd be a really good matchup. I think we definitely need to show ourselves well in the Moist game for sure. And I think against Oxygen, I think we should definitely have a really good shot. It'd be a very good game for sure. I think a lot of teams probably think we're about the same level. At least I would assume so. And so I think overall it'd be a very good game. I think they're very good individually. I think we're very good individually for sure. And I think like depending on the day, I think we could beat them. Depending on the day, they could beat us, kind of a thing. To be honest,
I thought Oxygen was the best team that made it through the qualifiers. So I had a higher opinion of them. I think they have very talented individuals. I think that they were struggling a little bit.
I don't know if I agree with that.
On some maps,
Oxygen being the most talented team that made it through qualifiers.
Split, I think against G2, if I'm correct. So they're still working.
Maybe the team with the most potential. Sure.
They look pretty good. I think again the G2 matchup against them and them winning. It could go either way. To me, like that matchup was like pretty normal to me for Oxygen to win or G2 to win. But the guard being so close was a surprise to me. They were playing very well that day. Like Verno is insane, definitely.
Yeah, I think I said our map was probably one of the biggest things that we have. Like we play every map except Fracture, so I think that is a big strength we have, and we're not scared to play any map. So we're kind of hard to ban against and stuff like that.
They keep going on the up and up. I think the matchup will probably be a 2-1. Like I could definitely see it depending on the map pool, right? I think they're willing to play a lot of maps, and we are also willing to play a lot of maps. So there could definitely be very diverse map pools that we could go against them, and it could be a 2-1 going either way, depending on 3 maps that we get.
Yeah, I feel like that TSM is just like they're the kind of swingy team. Like they have these strats that they like to do, and the rest is just them like swinging together and all that stuff. So I think that with this discipline that Bonkar has been making sure that we stick to, I think it's a really good matchup for us.
The X factor has to be Verno, to be honest. He's 16 years old. He's been playing like incredible in my opinion. I think he's an incredible aimer, of course, but I think what's kind of nice about Verno is with him performing so well on things like Sova and stuff, I think he does his job very well as well. He has all the unique darts, right? He does them at the correct times. He just knows how to use his utility very well with the fragging, which is like it's decently hard on a lot of these maps and diverse play styles. He's been able to keep up very well with that, so it's nice to watch.
I think that Corey's that player you have to watch out for. You know, he might just come online with his op or just like take his knives out and just 4K us out of nowhere. So, I mean, as long as we're playing together and we're ready to trade, I think that's one of the reasons it'd be more favored towards us if we play together.
I'd say we're the better team, right? Obviously, I have confidence myself in my team as to beat them, and overall, I think they're a good team too. So I think that reason it'd probably be an amazing game.
I mean, maybe they need to make sure Corey's DMing or something. I don't know. That's all I got.
I messaged Oxygen. Honestly, this one's like to me, it's just like a good luck. You know, like I think this match is gonna be like really good when we go against them. And as long as we're playing good, I do think we should be able to win against them. But they've been playing well, so I'm excited, honestly, if anything.
All right. Well,
nature is excited, and that's all that matters. They both
do the same thing. They do seem to respect the enemy a lot, but I definitely stand by what I said. I think offensively, Oxygen's a really, really strong team, and if you let Oxygen play on those offense-sided maps, TSM's going to be in a bad spot. Not that TSM can't play well on defense on offense-sided maps. I just think Oxygen's offense side is strong on most maps, and especially if it's on maps where you're supposed to do well on offense, Oxygen's going to be able to pull through. And especially, particularly on those 3-site maps, Oxygen's defense is also pretty decent and allows them to really pull through, even on like Haven. Just talk about Haven. Just talk about the way Oxygen played against the guard on Haven. You can see that Oxygen did super well, even on defense. I mean, not super well, but they were able to pull through on defense just enough to allow them to get that win. despite it being an offense-sided map. And so that was also true on Lotus, where they had a decent defense. So not only does Oxygen know how to take advantage of offense on offense-sided maps, but they also know how to defend well on those 3-site maps. So overall, they're a well-rounded team. And again, if TSM lets Haven or Lotus through as those first few map picks, I think it's going to be a really tough battle for them. TSM has a really strong Lotus as well. I'll acknowledge that. But I just don't think it's going to be as good as Oxygen. So as long as TSM can prevent at least Lotus or Haven from being in that first map pick, I think TSM has a good chance. But if Haven is on that decider and it goes to the decider, I don't think it's going to go in the favor of TSM. Or if Haven is in one of those first 2 maps. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at it. Icebox. That's surprising. I was not expecting to see Icebox. Okay, this is going to be interesting. So Lotus was picked by TSM. Like I said, I acknowledge that TSM has a really strong Lotus, but I do think it's going to go in the favor of Oxygen. I still agree with that. TSM didn't pick Split, which is interesting because Oxygen has a really weak Split. I guess TSM feels more confident on Lotus than Split. That makes sense. Icebox is big. Now, Icebox is a map we don't see a lot in pro play. And I don't exactly know why. I think it's just a difficult map to play. And it's not a whole lot of fun to play. I personally don't like Icebox. I just don't like playing on it for similar reasons. I don't like playing on Lotus. It just feels sort of like gross. I don't know. There's just something about it that I don't like, and I guess it carries through to the pro players. I'm sure there's a better reason than just they don't like it. But yeah, we don't see Icebox a whole lot, and so that's a map I don't think we've seen Oxygen or TSM on yet in North American Challengers. So seeing them on it now will be very interesting. And I do think, or I do expect it to be a very interesting match. Clearly, Oxygen feels confident on it to pick it, knowing it's sort of a wildcard pick. And we saw in the previous matchup, M80 versus the Guard. M80 picked Fractured, knowing it was a wildcard map that we hadn't seen the Guard or M80 on, and it pulled through for M80. So maybe the same could be here for Oxygen. But that being said, this is not one of those offense-sided maps that I talk about Oxygen doing well on. It's a little bit more of one of those more balanced maps. I'd say it's a little bit offense-sided because there's a little bit of a harder rotate for the defense. There's a lot of playability for the offense, so maybe it's a little bit in Oxygen's favor, and they feel confident on it. So I do think I have some confidence that they can take Icebox here. But on the flip side, let's talk about Lotus. I think Oxygen is a strong player on Lotus. They're a strong team on Lotus. I've already talked about that, and how confident both Oxygen, or how confident Oxygen is on both 3-site maps, and that includes Lotus. And they did really well against the Guard on Lotus. Now, that being said, TSM has also done well against the Guard on Lotus. They actually beat the Guard on Lotus. Now, it went really deep into overtime, but they did do it. And TSM's one of TSM's games against Disguise that we saw yesterday did go in the favor of TSM, and it was a pretty dominant performance. So TSM definitely feels confident in their Lotus. It's going to be a little bit of an even matchup. I'm glad for TSM that they did not let Haven get through and get picked. I think that was a good choice. But like, I mean, we'll see what happens. And then I believe the decider is Ascent. And I honestly think that one is going to be pretty equal. It could go either way. So this will be an interesting matchup to say the very least, but I do want to hear what the analysts may have to say.
They just were only able to pull out 3 defensive rounds in the second half to prevent them from being able to close out the game. They play the same composition every single time they've played Lotus with the double initiator and then solo duelist of the Rays. Again, they are able to play that very explosive playstyle, which suits this map very well, and they're able to convert a lot of those rounds. So I just think it comes down to whether or not they can make some improvements upon their defense, which obviously this is a map that can be very hard to play defensively, being a 3-site map. And TSM's kind of the same way. You know, they've had their own really strong success on the attacking side, but have also had the same exact struggles defensively. So I think it'll be whatever team can figure out the defense a little bit better is probably going to be the ones coming out on top in this first map.
Well, it was getting late, so we had to send Shift and Tanner Metro to bed. We've decided to get the Zoomers. They only woke up like 10 minutes ago, I'm sure. We've got Sully and Upmind ready to take us into the match. It's all yours.
All right.
You know what? I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's a compliment, if that's an insult. Yeah, I just finished taking my microeconomics exam. There's no big deal about that. But yeah, we're ready to jump into this game. It's an exciting one, an elimination game. And Gus, I'm looking at this matchup and I'm agreeing with the desk. Like, this could go either way. Even the players are thinking that. I mean, both of these teams are coming off a loss when it comes to this map of Lotus. So there's going to be a lot of things I imagine we're going to see change. And both teams, as they were saying, don't really have the best of records just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at one team in TSM where just a few weeks ago they had a 4-1 record. Yeah. Now, again, things have fallen off just a slight bit, but we had a lot of confidence in this team going into this playoff stage. Oxygen.
All right, let's get into it. Lotus. It's gonna be interesting, I think. Like they said, it really will be who can pull together more on that defense. But again, I think Oxygen's defense on 3-site maps is not horrible, but same could be said for TSM. So you know, we'll see how it goes. Mitch on Breach, GMD on Omen, Randy Savage on Killjoy, Nature on Viper, Scuba on Omen, Kentucky on Sky, Oni on Raze, Corey on Jet, Verno on Sky, Sova, and 7 on Killjoy. I'm misspeaking a lot today, so I apologize. So this will be interesting. It's a double controller setup for TSM, Sentinel, and then an Initiator as well, and then of course the Duelist. And then for Oxygen, it's going to be a double Initiator, and then a controller and a Sentinel, and then of course the Duelist. Now there's also a difference in Duelist picks. TSM going for a Jet rather than a Raze for Oxygen. It'll be interesting. I think double controller is common on Lotus. We've seen it quite a bit. Now, double Initiator is one we don't see a whole lot on Lotus, but we'll see if Oxygen's able to utilize it well. Having 2 controllers is really useful on a 3-site map, especially like Lotus, where it's a really long rotate for the defense, because it allows you to just take good control of the sites. Speaking of good control of the sites, Corey has defended the push onto B by Oxygen. Getting a pick there is going to give TSM the player advantage pretty early on here in this first pistol round.
One outside mound, one already up towards switch on A. For Oxygen at this point, everyone is looking for some sort of 1v1 right now.
And Nature's kind of in a tricky spot.
Now Scuba and Nature see each other. Nature's going to win that exchange, getting a head tap on Scuba, but Scuba going to survive, just down very, very low on health, and Oxygen has to decide how they want to play this. It looks like they may be going for breakable. Now Corey is right in front of it, and he's going to be there to see it get broken down. Mitch going to push through and take out Corey. Corey wasn't flashed. Unfortunately, Oxygen was more flashed than TSM was there. But that doesn't mean they've evened the player count. That being said, Scuba's still low on health. Mitch able to take out Kenpecky. A little bit of an exchange going on there, but Mitch going to be there to shut it down and take GMD out. And now it's a 2v4 for TSM with Randy Savage, Scuba, and Verno all low. And Mitch, can you believe it? 3 kills, still hasn't taken any hits of damage. He takes his first hits of damage against Nature, though. Not before doing some good damage to Nature himself. 7 takes out Randy Savage, and now it's a 2v2. All 4 players left alive, decently low on health, although health advantage will go to TSM here. 7 going to take out Verno. They know the spike's not being defused, though, and Nature going to be there to peek and take out Scuba. The first pistol round does go to TSM. Well played there. And they're going to get a few more rounds off of that, or at least they should. And so far, it's looking solid for TSM. That round was a little bit weird and took a little while. And I think Randy Savage Mitch having full health there for Oxygen should have been able to get more kills, but didn't. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. Like I said, going into this, I expect TSM to take the matchup overall. And because, although it is Lotus first on, or to start off with, TSM's still strong on Lotus, and Haven isn't one of the map picks, which makes me think this probably won't go to Oxygen, because Haven is a pretty strong map for Oxygen. Obviously, Icebox is still a wildcard game, but now we're moving into Lotus to start off, and we'll see how it goes. Again, TSM really strong on Lotus, so is Oxygen, though. And I still think this map will probably go to Oxygen, but we'll see. TSM able to find 3, 1 for Oxygen, and gonna make it a 2v4. Now Verna's in a position to go through Breakable, but it looks like he's just gonna hold it, hope TSM pushes him. Now Scuba with the flank gonna be able to take out GMD. Now Verna's gonna try and rotate off of that, but TSM gonna aggress him. Nature gonna get a total of 3 kills so far, maybe looking for a 4th in the Scuba. They don't know necessarily where he's coming from, but 7 gonna be the one to see him first and spot him, take him out. The round that TSM should have won, they did. Oxygen was able to find 2 picks, which makes it a little bit easier for them, but it's still going to be a decent save round here from TSM. Or not a save round, but a bonus here from TSM, who are just going to hold on to their guns from the previous round. Oxygen now going to be on a full buy, so what TSM is looking for is to get some good picks here and do some good econ damage to Oxygen, who are forcing. Scuba just jump peeking, hoping to find some sort of vision, not going to find anything. Oxygen is playing back here very passively on this offense. We'll see how it goes and if it's a good choice. The spike is on Mitch, and it looks like it's leaning more towards C. But 2 still going A, 1 watching C main. Now the 2 who were looking at A are starting to rotate more towards their teammates who are headed towards C to make this C push come alive. Now C is defended by Killjoy with some good Killjoy util as well, and it'll prevent any push towards Elbow. Ooh, but that Sova Dart going to be useful. Shock Dart going to take out some of that Killjoy util. Pony with the grenade, or yeah, the grenade going to be useful in taking out the first player holding down C. And Corey has been able to get over to C to help sort of defend it from upper, but not going to be able to. So it's a 4v5 for TSM. It's going to be difficult. Gun advantage in the hands of Oxygen. Viper Molly there going to do some good damage to Pony. Gets him down to 3 health. Should be an easy pick here for Kempeki. Not going to be, though. Nature are going to be the one to chase him down and really push for that kill. Verno going to take out GMD. Mitch going to get the pick on Nature. Now just down to Corey in a 1v4. Randy Savage and Mitch both kind of low on health. Able to hit Scuba and take him out. Time is ticking down, though. He's just looking for some good picks here on this. He's just looking for some good picks here on this buy from Oxygen. All you're trying to do is some good econ damage. Haven't really been able to do that. I mean, they've gotten 2 picks, but not enough to prevent another buy here from Oxygen. Now both teams should be on a buy. There's a Rolling Thunder in the hands of Mitch now. That pistol round performance helped get him quite a few ult points. And able to get a few picks in that round. Get him to the Rolling Thunder. Nature also has the Viper's Pit to use defensively. Probably going to use it B main, and that's what we're seeing here. It's often how we see Vipers play their Viper's Pit. Now Pony getting ready to help be the entry frag for his team. Well, most of that Killjoy util is taken out, but it's not going to prevent the push through to Elbow but it will prevent the push through to Elbow if that's where Oxygen was trying to go. Oh, and for some reason they don't clear upper there. 7 going to be able to get 2 off of that. Randy Savage, meanwhile, able to find a pick before he's taken out. 7 still in that position, going to stop the plant. Now it's a 2v4 for Oxygen. Spike is not down yet. 7 gets flashed by his own teammate, has to back up. Now the spike in the hands of Verna. He's going for the plant. He's faking it, hoping that TSM will reveal themselves. He definitely could get that spike down. That is a wall-bangable position, and that's definitely what he's worried about. Now he's going for the plant. It looks like now TSM is going to start aggressing him. See him peek out to try and get that vision with the Sova Dart. 7 going to turn and take out Scuba. He's looking for the ace. It's going to be stolen by Kanpeki. Not before Verno gets that pick on GMD, so that's 2 down for TSM, but 3 players left alive. On a round win, looking pretty good for TSM so far. And remember, this is an offense-sided map. The reason why is because it's a little bit of a long rotate for the defense from A site to C site. From B, you can get to A or C pretty easily for the defense, but it's also really easy for the offense to rotate between the sites because of that door that connects C and B main, and the breakable that connects A and B. Makes it a little bit easy for the offense to rotate, makes it, and because of how big the map is, it's a little bit difficult for the defense to rotate, making it an offense-sided map. The way you combat that as the defense is to prevent adequate aggressive play, meaning you prevent the offense pushing on effectively, which is what Kanpeki is trying to do here. He's able to do it. Kanpeki also has an ultimate ability to use to help with this retake, and so does 7. A lockdown could come through. The Sky Ultimate I was just talking about comes through, and now that lockdown also comes through. Now it's a save round from Oxygen, so this is actually good for them. They got 2 ults out from TSM, which is really good for them on a save. TSM is still going to be able to find 3 so far. Verno going to find Nature, 7 going to find Scuba though, and now it's a 1v4, but 7 going to be the one to finish Verno off. 4 health left for 7 makes it a dangerous round, but still going to be able to pull through on that. And it was a save round from Oxygen, but like I said, they managed to get 2 of TSM's ultimates out that round, so that makes it a pretty decent save round for them. Now they do have the buy, and they also have Hunter's Fury to use, and 3 of their ultimate abilities are 1 ult point away. Pony, Randy Savage, and Scuba all just need 1 more ult point to get there. Corey with the Operator definitely going to be looking to grab that orb mound on C. He may be able to get it, as Oxygen is aggressing A. Yeah, that ult point does get picked up by Corey, or is going to get picked up, I imagine.
You're gonna have one person just hard holding.
Maybe not. Looks like Oxygen has started to rotate more towards B. They should be able to push onto site here. Kanpeki's there to defend it. And now 7 rotating as well. Ooh, Kanpeki gets head tapped, and now he's in a risky spot. And then the showdown comes out from Pony, coming through to try and find a pick. Not going to find anyone, though. Corey with the Operator going to find that pick on Verno C. Now it looks like Oxygen is turning their attention towards C. But it looks like Oxygen's now going to back up and start looking towards B. GMD, though, going to take out Scuba. Now this B hold is going to be rarely difficult, down 2 players. Kanpeki is in a really good position to find Pony. Ooh, not going to find Pony quite now is able to. Finds Randy Savage first, and then Pony swings him, gets taken out as well. Mitch, though, trying to lock down this post plant all by himself. Able to find 2 so far. Able to take out the diffuser. Now it's a 1v2. Able to find another. Now it's... He's going to use the Rolling Thunder that he just got up. Trying to find that pick. It's going to be an ace. He's looking for it. This post plan is being played really, really well from him. Waiting to hear that spike get tapped. The time is ticking. Oh, Kanpeki's going to take Mitch out, but is it in time? No, it's not. A clutch there. Mitch able to find 4 kills, nearly an ace, barely holds on, and it's just enough time. The spike goes off, and that round, very surprisingly, does go to Oxygen, and that's their first round win since, I believe they won the pistol, no, third round? Since the 3rd round, which they were supposed to win, by the way, because they had better guns there. They finally win a full buy from both sides. That being said, it was an expensive win, but it was a win. TSM, though, I mean, as impressive as that was, this is an offense-sided map. And Oxygen has not been able to pull through and really show how offense-sided it is as a team. And although they did win that, they lost all of their players which means they won't be able to full buy this round as they did full buy that previous round. Taking a timeout here because at this point they should be working towards taking the advantage, and they haven't been able to do it. We'll see how it goes, and if Oxygen is able to pull back through. I mean, that was an impressive performance from Mitch. We'll see if that impressive performance is going to continue. Had to use a Rolling Thunder there, but it was worth it to get that round win. 3 ultimates up for Oxygen still, however. Got the Hunter's Fury on Verno, the lockdown from Randy Savage, and the Omen ult, which I've talked about time and time again. It's a difficult ultimate to use, especially in pro play. It's mostly used for vision, and on offense it can be used for a quick rotate. You know, send him over to the other side, throw the spike down on the ground, he can just grab it and plant, but I doubt that's what's going to happen here, or at least on this round. Now, Corey's got that operator waiting for that smoke to drop. It does, but he's not able to connect the shot. It looked like it should have, but it just barely missed. Decides to turn his attention to B, gonna find Randy Savage lurking. That pick goes to him. Now, Oxygen has almost entirely backed out of A. I believe they're turning their attention towards C. We've seen Oxygen be relatively indecisive in where they want to go. I don't know if that's really the play. Coming out of this timeout, I do wonder what they were talking about, because it seems they've been playing pretty similarly. Maybe the timeout was really, hey, we need to be getting out of the sites faster. I'm not entirely sure. Now, there's a really good Killjoy setup here on C to lock it down. And it's going to allow Oxygen to get in. There they go. Killjoy setup is... And it's completely taken care of, the Killjoy setup, which means Oxygen can just get on site. The spike gets down as well. Now it's a 4v5 for Oxygen. They are on a buy with half shield. Because again, although they did win the previous round, it was very expensive for them. So not able to completely full buy. The ultimate comes through from GMD to get some vision. He's able to get a little bit before it's denied. And there's the Hunter's Fury on Verno. Play some good post plant. You know they're trying to deny Verno the usage of the Hunter's Fury. Spike's just going to get held. It does. Hunter's Fury comes out, and he's getting pushed by Corey, and he knows it. But not enough time. The spike comes out. A clutch from Verno. Well played there. It's going to give Oxygen a round. I did not think they would have that. But they took care of the Killjoy setup on C. It allowed them to take site effectively. They got that spike down. They did use the Hunter's Fury. It was good for 1. They canceled it. Good timing as well to cancel that. I mean, Corey definitely wanted to get some more kills there. But another expensive win for Oxygen, as all but one of their players died. And even if you're winning every single round, if all of your players are dying, it's not... you're not going to be on an upward trend there with your econ. It's not reliable. It's not, you know, there's no positive gain there. It's just, it's not going to be a good return on your investment, so to speak. So Oxygen looking to get some more round wins, just with more people alive. TSM saving here. Well, no, it's a forced buy. Corey, of course, has the knives, using those instead of going for a gun. We'll see if he's able to utilize them. Sorry, I'm misspeaking a lot today. This is only the second series. There's a whole another one after this, so see how that goes. The attacker lockdown comes through. It's going to help Oxygen take site. Now Corey's coming in for the flank. Announces his presence with a jet smoke. Blocks the turret. Denies some vision there. Now Randy Savage ready. We'll see which one wins. The knives are Randy Savage, and it's Randy Savage. I mean, he was backed up there, but those shots weren't connected. Now GMD is coming for another flank. Randy Savage was not expecting it, but still able to flick in time. Very impressive. And this is a forced buy from TSM, so they're going to go for the save, and that's a smart choice. Scuba looking to deny it. Goes to aggress it, but going to get denied in taking that. And now the rest of the team, it looked like Mitch was going to go try and get some picks as well, but decides to back up. So 4 players left alive for Oxygen. Nearly flawless round for them. And they've tied it back up. It seems that timeout was useful in helping them gain some good round momentum here. And TSM is in an okay spot, still econ-wise. They've been able to manage it decently well. 3 players saving there. Obviously, they'd prefer if 3 players were left alive, but it's a good amount there.
TSM in terms of their pie for such a long time, though. They've always been playing with such weird util, weird eco. Seeing yet another round. Half shields, but you see the advantage now for them. They do have pretty much a 3-man pinch, 4-man pinch here on A. Oxygen's feeling it.
The Killjoy setup is once again on C, but we know how good Oxygen is at taking it down and clearing it. Silverdrone actually dies really quickly, just trying to get some early vision, make sure that main is clear, is able to clear it. Ooh, 7 peeking right through the legs of the Sentry there, able to find a pick. Sentry's taken out. Now 7 backs way up, hoping his team will help him out. That door is going to open, and it looks like the rotate is getting ready for Oxygen. Kenpecky in the smoke, trying to deny it. Gets paranoia there, can't hear much, just trying to spray through. Does some good damage to the players. Spike is going to go down. Oh, and Mitch in a good spot, but gets flashed. Can't do anything there. Now it's a 2v4 for Oxygen. Both in main. Corey trying to figure out how he wants to play this. Able to get to a good spray there. It's not going to be denied by Scuba. 4 players left alive for TSM on that win. It's going to be good for them. Now the score is going to be 5-4. And again, offense-sided map where Oxygen isn't really able to pull through, so I'm losing hope that Oxygen can take this map. I thought they might going into it, but unless they have an incredible defense on Lotus, just like TSM, it's not going to be great, or it's not looking great for them. Oxygen deciding to once again play passively in their spawn, it looks like. I mean, they're leaning towards C, but the Spike is also leaning towards B, so we'll see. Maybe it's just to get that concussion out. But no, it does seem to be headed towards B, though. Pony gonna find 2 picks on Corey and 7, and that could be what they need to start a B or C push. The Spike is near B. If GMD can get it down, that's really, really good for them. GMD gonna push through his smoke. A raw peek there into the smoke is gonna be difficult. And now it's a 2v5 for the remaining TSM players. The door opens up and Oxygen is getting ready to rotate towards C, it looks like. Oh, Kenpecky gonna push through his smoke, though. Gonna be able to take out Mitch. Scuba gonna trade it off, though. And now Oxygen just trying to get out and get that Spike across. It does get through. It's gonna go down on C. Despite Scuba being taken out by Nature, it's now 1v3 for Nature. And TSM has good econ, so there's no point in really saving here. I mean, he could if he wanted. Kenpecky's econ maybe has a little bit to be desired, but not the end of the world. And he gets spotted by that Sova dart. It's really, really good for Oxygen here. Oxygen just, or sorry, Nature just trying to watch elbow here, trying to figure out where people are, just trying to find some exit frags. Oh, and he's able to take Randy Savage out as he's trying to leave. Makes it expensive for Oxygen. But the round does go to Oxygen. Again, Oxygen needs to, or should be trying to find the advantage here going into the next half, but right now it's being kept even, and that's not what Oxygen is hoping for. What they're hoping for is 2 more rounds here in a row, that's a total of 3, to give themselves the advantage going into the next half, and it could be possible here. Not completely out of the picture. Especially considering it is an offense-sided map, but it's definitely not a position Oxygen would like to find themselves in, where TSM's been able to keep it so even, and it definitely doesn't bode well for Oxygen when they're on the defense of the offense-sided map. Again, Lotus is picked by TSM, so of course they are expected to win this map and feel confident on it. They've definitely proven themselves to do so. Now, Pony with the Raze ultimate, and we haven't seen him able to connect any kills with it yet, and this is no different. 7 shuts him down, and now the Defender lockdown comes out as well to help them take site. Spike isn't down yet. And it looks like they're just going to back up off of that lockdown. They're able to take it out, but are they still going to go for the plant? They are. Now 3 are coming in for the flank, and they're going to be able to stop that plant. Although, it ends up just being an even trade, but TSM has been up a player the whole time. Now it's a 2v2. GMD doesn't know where to look. It's going to get taken out by Scuba. Now it's a 1v2 for 7. Very winnable for him, but it's going to be tough. 45 seconds left, so there's no pressure from Oxygen to get on site and plant quite yet.
Both of these players playing ring around the rosy with Spike right in front of 7.
7 going to be able to take out Verno. Tries to take out Scuba, but Scuba, 3 kills total, going to deny it and deny that clutch. This round goes to Oxygen, and they're 1 round away from securing the advantage. At the very least, they've effectively denied TSM's advantage going into the next half. 5-7 is a really, really good performance when you're on the defense of Lotus, which is an offense-sided map. 5-7 is really, I mean that is almost appealing. Like that's almost what you want to be going for. Obviously 6-6 or having the advantage is better, but 5-7 would be really good still for TSM and give them a good chance of coming back on their offense. Oxygen getting ready to push into C. There was a one-way, but they decided to challenge it anyway. Now there's 3 stacking here on C, ready to lock it down. And the lockdown, speaking of lockdowns, come out. It comes out, and it's going to help Oxygen start to get on site, but the Killjoy Molly in the Nanostorm going to try and keep them back, and Pony actually takes quite a bit of damage. Now Scuba with the Spike trying to find some information elsewhere. And site has been taken, and the Spike is going to go down. Corey, though, going to take out Pony right as that the Spike is planted. And then Scuba going to take Corey out, so it's still a 4v4. Positionally, though, it's not looking great for Oxygen. Now 2 coming in from that door. They have to turn their attention. Although Mitch going to be able to take out GMD. Nature takes out Randy Savage, which is traded off by Scuba. Mitch able to take out 7 as well as Verno takes out Kenpecky, and Oxygen with another 3-round win streak takes the advantage going into the next half. That's good for them. That's what you want, is the advantage going into the next half on the offense-sided map. Of course, you want to be taking the advantage on that side. But they did not take nearly as big of an advantage as they would have hoped for. And if TSM can pull through on their offense and take advantage of the offense-sided map, it should go well for them. Now, the way you counterplay offense on an offense-sided map is to just really be good at locking down those sites. And TSM was able to do that for a little while there. Eventually, Oxygen found their footing and figured out how to play well in their post plants particularly. And I mean, we'll see how it goes here. If it's going to pull through, if Oxygen's going to be able to pull through here and do well on their defense and lock down these sites. It looks like TSM's going to be challenging A here to start it off. There's a 2-stack on A, but it looks like Verno's going to be heading over to A as well, and that door gets open. And that just helps confirm the push. Scuba going to be able to push through door and get 1 before being taken out. That's not great for them. Now there's 1 less defender on A. Should have been hoping for 2 there. Nature going to take out Pony. There goes one of the other defenders. Oh, Verno going to take out Nature, but Corey going to take him out. So the player advantage still in the hands of TSM. Kenpecky going to take out Mitch. Now she's out of Randy Savage. Health low for both Kenpecky and Corey, but of course, probably won't matter too much. Need to slowly come down rope. Sentry is alerted. And he's going to push. He's going to get pushed from behind. A little bit of a flank here. Almost certainly from Tree. And finally, Corey comes through to finish him off. Nearly sacrificed his teammates first, but Kenpecky gets away with his life and 7 HP. And TSM takes the pistol round. Another pistol round to them. They won the first pistol round. And it looks like this defense to start is not going to be as strong as we would have hoped. And now TSM should be able to win this round as well and just immediately bridge that gap that Oxygen had going into this half and make it very, very difficult for Oxygen to pull through.
On the defensive side, needs to step up. Everyone realistically needs to step up. We're not seeing any sort of all-star performance here.
Traditionally his better side.
What TSM, or sorry, what Oxygen is looking to do right now is get some effective kills here and deny good econ for TSM. See if Oxygen is able to do that. Not sure they will be able to.
GMD, one player that was a little lackluster in that first half, only has 3 kills to his name currently.
But his team keeps talking about his
Oxygen is just holding C, and it's a good stack. So they're going to be ready for TSM to pull through here.
Excuse me. Seriously, GMD has been a good anchor for this team in terms of the comms.
But Corey and Nature about to push all of these people. Gonna get picked off. Randy Savage takes 2 of them. 7 gonna take out Verno, but they know how many people are there and just looking to use the Nanostorm to deny it. Mitch trying to pull through and get a pick. Not gonna be able to. 7 gonna take out Mitch and Randy Savage. Scuba gonna finally trade that off and pick up a gun, but the spike is all the way over on B. He does hear it coming through, but GMD may be ready for him. And he is gonna take him out. That round goes for TSM, although, like I said, what Oxygen was trying to do there was get as many kills as possible and make it expensive for TSM, and they were able to do that. It was made an expensive round for TSM. And now Oxygen, who's going to be able to full buy this round, going to be in a decent spot, plus their ult points got up from all those kills. It's going to be looking good for Oxygen, who should be able to take this round. Now, it's a bonus round for TSM, but it should be easier for Oxygen than if TSM had more guns on them. See if Oxygen's able to defend well, despite it being an offense-sided map. And it seems like TSM has utilized their ability to quickly rotate pretty well in these first few rounds. See if they're able to do that here. Corey did take quite a bit of damage, but he's just going to yield up there. No shield, but may not matter too much. Corey going to do some damage to Verno. 7 going to take out Verno, and Mitch trades that off. So it's a trade, but it's 4v4. Now, TSM is looking for kills here because their econ, they're taking a bonus here, right? So their economy is going to be in a good spot, regardless of if they win or lose. So they just want to get kills to deny Oxygen's economy, who needs as many players alive as possible to have good econ moving forward after this round.
Again, gonna start waltzing out, but what is their plan even? Pony waiting for the contact, waiting for potential rush into heaven.
Randy Savage coming in for this flank will be met by, I believe, a Killjoy turret. Ooh, Randy Savage going to win that exchange with Nature, though. And Mitch going to win the exchange with Kanpeki. GMD going to take out Mitch, but it's traded off by Scuba, and now she's down to Corey, going to get taken out by Randy Savage. Now, 3 players left alive is not great for Oxygen. They'd definitely like more than that on this win. Obviously, a flawless round would have been even better, but they did still survive with a decent amount of players left. The majority. Not going to be able to full buy here against TSM's full buy, but they'll be in an okay spot. It's Mitch going to have to sacrifice and go for the Guardian. But on the flip side, Nature only has a Stinger, so it's not, you know, it actually means that Oxygen has better guns here, surprisingly. And of course, Mitch is the top frag and for Oxygen right now, has been performing pretty well, so it's looking okay for Oxygen. Though, offense-sided map, so TSM, this is the advantage here. They make noise A main, and they may just decide to take Breakable and go to B.
In spots, would be able to just delay that time bit by bit because he's just the anchor. The rotation is going to come in as a bit of a read. That's actually well done. 3 players are here looking to capitalize off the utility, looking to capitalize
Now
off
that
the
Sky ultimate comes through, it's gonna let them know just how many of Oxygen are there and how many are Heaven. They really know how many are Rope and Drop now. Bruno's in drop, not gonna get flushed out by that Viper Molly, but gonna be able to send that drone through. Randy Savage gonna take out Corey, and the lockdown comes out. Could be an easy push here from TSM to get rid of it. They're able to combat it. Bruno gonna take out Nature though, and then Scuba gonna take out GMD. Seven gonna be able to take out Pony and Randy Savage, and Oxygen now in a 2v2. Spike is taking down. Ooh, Seven's gonna be able to take out Verno, and Konpeki takes out Scuba, and this round does go to TSM. Again, the gun advantage was in the hands of Oxygen, but it didn't seem to matter. TSM was able to take it anyway, and they've tied it back up. Now it's an offense-sided map, so TSM should have the advantage here, but Oxygen's been able to keep it pretty close, although they did go into this half and up 5-7. Oxygen was up 5-7, and now they're not doing super great.
You just play back towards A-Main, and that's what they did here, TSM. Netting themselves an 8th round, putting Oxygen onto an eco. They put 4 players here, all towards B. Are they just gonna walk it down? There is a turret here to watch them, but I think they were hoping for some kind of aggression.
Killjoy Sentry gonna get destroyed by Oxygen. Again, it's a save round now for them off of that loss. Seven plays really far back, knowing it's a save round and able to capitalize on just having a better gun for that range there. So now it's a 3v5 for Oxygen. A save round, just looking to do econ damage. Scuba able to take out Corey, as well as get their own ult points up. Unfortunately, it's Scuba who already has an ult up who gets that kill, but it does help them gain a little bit of an edge. Now Verno's down to just 1 health, so not looking great there. And it seems Oxygen has stayed sort of B or C sided, although now they are starting to rotate more towards A, which is a good choice because that's where TSM is headed. They see that smoke, and now they're pretty confident about this. Now GMD is holding. There it goes. Now, it wouldn't have mattered if he hit the head or not, but GMD did hit Verno's head there. Takes him out. Now it's a 2v4 for Oxygen. Again, on a save round, so they're not hoping to win here necessarily, just get as many rounds as possible. The Spike is down for TSM. Say rounds, I meant kills. Get as many kills as possible, get their ult points up. Randy Savage is going to be able to pick up a Guardian. Konpeki going to be able to take out Randy Savage, but it's immediately traded off by Scuba. Now it's a 1v3 for Scuba, who's going to just have to stick to Spike. Decides not to. Try to find some kills, but not going to be able to. And it doesn't look like GMD is going to be able to get away. Dies as well. A little bit good there for Oxygen, doing some good econ damage. Makes it an expensive round for TSM, but TSM does still take the win there. Score now going to be 9-8, and Oxygen down here on rounds going to take a timeout. It's a good decision here to take this timeout. They're in a little bit of a worse spot overall right now. And I think only going into this half with only 7-5, like only having 2 rounds up, which of course TSM immediately bridged that gap by winning the pistol round. Made it. I mean, going into it, I said it's a really good position for TSM to be in, and that's absolutely true. I mean, sorry. I mean, it's an offense-sided map where TSM is already proving themselves to be a pretty strong player, able to keep it really close on their defense. So now that they're on offense, it's not going to look great for Oxygen, who now needs to perform just as well as TSM did on their defense, if not better, if they want to secure the win without overtime. But best case scenario, Oxygen, honestly, I think best case scenario, Oxygen can take it to overtime. And that requires them winning 5 out of the 7 rounds in this half. Or 5 out of the 12 rounds, sorry. 5 out of the 12 rounds in this half. Before TSM can win 8 rounds. So it's a difficult position for Oxygen. We'll see if this timeout was useful. Now that they're on a buy round, taking that timeout to try and figure out how they want to strategize this. Half shield for TSM to conserve their econ, and it's a good choice. Scuba's jiggle peeking out with his gun. He's holding a one-way. And TSM does actually back off of that one-way. And hitting that dog was actually useful because that dog doesn't actually clear sight. It's not able to get deep enough to clear the sight.
Such an important spot for nature. You don't need to commit any utility.
That's a huge TP. He catches 7, the one with the major ultimate. And so we're gonna see here in a second Oxygen.
Still some. Oh, and here we go. Looks like some engagement from TSM on C. They took a little while to get onto sites, and now that lockdown comes out, Verno looking to push TSM as far back as possible. That door does open. Oh no, Scuba's gonna get locked in the lockdown. Not quite able to TP out, just barely tries to. That spike's gonna get down. Killjoy, post-plant, util gonna go down as well. Now Nature's been able to get into B, which Oxygen should be aware that he could be there. Looks like Randy Savage and Nature are gonna meet each other. Meanwhile, the rest of Oxygen trying to push on. Nature gonna take out Randy Savage on B, but Pony takes out GMD at the same time over on C, so it's a 4v4 still. The spike is starting to tick down, and they're gonna hold down that defuse. Knowing that they have the Killjoy util out, 7 and Nature able to hold out. Sorry, they don't have the Killjoy util out. 7 gonna find another. Scuba gonna take Nature out though, and now it's a 1v1. The spike's taking down. There's not enough time. Scuba has to bank out there. Well played from TSM. It's gonna be some good post plant. Although another expensive round. Oxygen made it another expensive round, but it was more expensive for Oxygen, who lost all but one of their players. So now Oxygen's really not in a good spot. Scores could be 10-8. Now Oxygen gonna be on a save. Of course, Scuba still has that Phantom that he was able to save in the previous round, but it's a save round for Oxygen now, and it's looking like Lotus, picked by TSM, is going to go in the favor of Lotus. Or sorry, in the favor of TSM. Although Oxygen's been able to put up a pretty decent fight, it's not looking like it's going to go their way.
That Hunter's Fury could go so big, especially on this map to try to delay. TSM aren't making too many moves. They are finally going out of A long after the smoke dissipates, but over towards Mound, not touching it whatsoever.
Putting Randy Savage in a cheeky little spot. And is going to allow Scuba to rotate. You want your rifle to be on the site where the hit comes through. So that's what
TSM trying to figure out how they want to aggress this A site. And it wasn't really held by Oxygen, but now they've been able to rotate over to A. Tree isn't cleared, but they do see the entrance to Tree at the very least. And now Corey going in to try and clear Tree. Nature just holds that corner, able to take out Randy Savage. Peek there, or sorry, a pick there. Oh my god, a pick there for TSM. Gonna put them in the lead in players in this round. Scuba, though, gonna be able to take out Corey. Timing just barely there for him. 7 gonna find another pick elsewhere. GMD able to push through stairs, and Verno just barely turns away at the wrong time. Pony gonna trade it off, but they're down a player. You don't want to trade when you're down. And TSM has taken the spike all the way over to C, where they're planting in that Viper smoke. This is a planting spot you don't see a whole lot. Probably only going to see this when they have that Viper smoke. But because Scuba and Pony each have a gun, they may just want to save it. I mean, they don't have to save it. They'll have money for next round, but they could save it. Scuba down to 3 health. Pony down to 20. I think Oxygen should save here. Scuba's running away already. Pony looking to aggress here. Gonna get picked off by 7. And this round will go to TSM. Another round. And now they're at round 11. Oxygen gonna have to push here to prevent that 12th round for TSM. It's like I always talk about, once your opponent is at that 12th round, you're in a really tough spot.
Some fast hits we've seen. Some really, really nice lurks over and over. These past couple rounds have been lurk after lurk. Nature catching Randy. GMD slipping into the back lines. You'll see here in the minimap. TSM are the kings of space here on Lotus. And that was the question. We knew Oxygen struggle on the defense.
Finally.
In the past, they've only put 3 rounds, 4 rounds.
Now, 3 ultimates in the hand of Oxygen Esports to utilize to prevent TSM getting to that 12th round. Pony going to take Corey out, and the Showstopper comes out, and Pony still has not been able to use that Showstopper. It's like his mouse doesn't work, and he can't click once he has that ultimate in his hands. Really disappointing to see. They have no idea where GMD could possibly be. And GMD is able to take out Scuba and Verno. It turns out an Omen ultimate, which I said is difficult to utilize, has been utilized effectively here. Mitch gonna progress GMD. Not gonna win that, though. GMD gonna win that exchange. Now she's down to Randy Savage. And he should probably save here. Oxygen forced here to try and win this round and prevent TSM from getting to the 12th round. But will not be able to buy next round. Due to the fact... or not all of them will be able to full buy next round because they forced this round and lost. So, saving here for Randy Savage to try and help TSM, or sorry, try and give themselves as much of an advantage as possible. And there we go.
They encounter the players over towards A. Then they encounter somewhere else. The readjustment back over towards B, where they just have no chance.
There it goes. Looking for some exit frags, and Kenpecky's gonna shut down Randy Savage, and no save for him. Now, Oxygen Esports has 2 ultimate abilities. They've got Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury to utilize. And like I always say, when your opponent has 12 rounds, you use everything. You use all of your money every round. You buy as much shield as you can. You buy all of your util if you can. And you always use your ultimates as soon as you get them. Because if you don't get them, or sorry, if you don't use them and you die and then your team loses, that was a waste of an ultimate ability. Like, you didn't get to use it. You had it and you didn't use it, and you should have. So you never save your ultimates when your opponent has 12 rounds. You never do. Because it could be a waste. You don't want to bank on, well, maybe my team will win. You want to ensure your team wins that round as much as possible, because it could be the last, so you put everything into it. TSM is doing a little bit of a split push here, testing the waters of both C and B. Mostly aggressing A, and it looks like Oxygen's ready for his C push, as the Killjoy util is taken out on C. But it looks like TSM is considering a B hit. That's where the spike is leaning. Although, no, now it is rotating over towards C, so... but at the same time, now Verno's rotating off of B, or sorry, off of C. Well, B and C. They're leaning more towards A, which isn't a good choice. And now Corey able to take out Randy Savage. And Oxygen starts this rotate over towards C. Oh, Corey going to be able to take out Pony. The dog reveals his location. Now it's a 3v5 for Oxygen. Now they have the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury to utilize, like I talk about, and you don't want to save it. We'll see how this Rolling Thunder does get used, though. And Seven's all the way over on B. All the way over on A. But now all the way over on B. The Rolling Thunder that I just talked about does come through. Kenpecky, though, going to find Scuba. He wasn't hit by the Rolling Thunder. Corey going to be able to take out Verno, and now it's just down to Mitch in a 1v5. The Hunter's Fury could have been used to keep that plant from going down, but it's going to be a flawless final round. 4 kills for Corey. TSM takes Lotus. Their map pick, so of course they should take it. But a little bit disappointing to see there from Oxygen, who I did say had a really nice performance on those 3-site maps. I'm going to let you guys listen to the casters because I have to use the bathroom, and I'll be right back.
It was just Corey lurking into that C site. Good on the timing, as you mentioned. Finds Randy Savage, and then thereafter, the pressure from the rest of his team, forcing Pony into the open. TSM had a lights-out attacking side, and there really was nothing there for Oxygen.
Yeah, and going into that, we didn't even mention it. Oxygen, they didn't have the best of defensive sides in the last few weeks either. So now at this point, the trend just continues. They haven't won more than, or at least at this point, they have an average of only 4 or 5 rounds won on that defensive side. So again, at this point, Oxygen, they've been trying to fix up that Lotus, but Mitch had such a stellar first half. Randy, a stellar second half. But even then, the rest of the factors just couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, I think that you look at the positives for Oxygen. That first half looked phenomenal, right? Randy Savage and Mitch finally coming online. Randy coming on later in the game. So I think there's positives there for Oxygen coming off that first map, but there is still more from them that we need to see, Gus.
Yeah, map number 2 coming up, and it is a little bit more familiar for these two teams and a little bit more consistent, especially because of the fact that, again, Oxygen had a 1-2 record on Lotus going into the map. Folks, map number 2, we'll be back right after the break.
Alright, I'm back. But yeah, I think there's a lot to talk about regarding that match. And just how disappointing that match just was for Oxygen. Still haven't put in the stats. I do want to look at those stats before the next match starts. But yeah, it did not really go well for TSM there. Didn't really go well for Oxygen either. I think both teams have a lot to improve on after that and show as we move into this next map, which will be which will end up being Icebox. Now this is a map, and this is something to really talk about. Icebox is a map we have not seen really at all. I mean, we haven't seen it in mid-season yet, but I don't even think we saw. I know for a fact we didn't see TSM or Oxygen on Icebox in the first split. I feel like as soon as the analysts come up, they're going to be like, yeah, so there were 3 games played by TSM on Icebox, or something stupid like that, right? But I am pretty confident that TSM and Oxygen have neither of them have played on Icebox yet in North American Challengers. And I think there's a reason. I talked about it. A lot of pro teams just don't like to play on Icebox. And I'm not entirely sure why. They just don't tend to. And so Oxygen picks Icebox here, and so it's a little bit of a pocket pick for them. Now we get those stats in as soon as the analysts arrive, but I guess I can go ahead and analyze the stats myself. I don't need an analyst. But yeah, 13-8 is not great at all for Oxygen. We can just go ahead and look at these performances here. I mean, that offense side for TSM was completely dominant. The only win for Oxygen was the round they were supposed to when they had that gun advantage in the 3rd round. And, like, every single other round, whether it be it's because it's a save round for Oxygen or they both had buys, it just wasn't there for Oxygen. They couldn't find their footing at all. When the gun advantage was in the hands of TSM, or even when the gun advantage was even, there was no gun advantage. TSM took it. They knew how to control that offense side much better than Oxygen knew how to control their offense side. It was a completely dominant performance. You look at Oxygen, and you had some good players in there. Mitch really pulled through. Scuba also had some good kills there. Scuba being the only one to have a positive KD for Oxygen. And then you look over at TSM, and they made it look easy. Look at 7 with 25 kills, 16 kills for Nature, 15 for Kenpeki, 18 for Corey. The only negative player for TSM was GMD, and it really, I mean, you can tell. It's just the absolutely dominant performance there from TSM that entire time. It wasn't even a question once we got to that second half. I mean, not the entire time. Oxygen did well in the first half, but once we got to the second half, TSM just really ran through Oxygen. There wasn't even a question of, oh, maybe Oxygen can come back here. It was really just, no, Oxygen is going to get rolled through by TSM. Now, I'm hoping, for Oxygen's sake, that Icebox will be a little bit closer, and that it is a little bit of a pocket pick there that Oxygen is going to surprise everybody on, surprise TSM on. especially. Like, I'm hoping that's sort of what happens, and that's what, you know, these teams can pull through and surprise us on. But I'm really not certain. I really don't know if that's what's going to happen, just simply because of how dominant that offense performance by TSM was. It seemed pretty close in that first half, and I did say, man, Oxygen needs more rounds on that offense than they got, and they would have needed like 11 rounds. Like, that's how many rounds they needed in that first half to actually try and get some ground here, and they just weren't able to. We can go ahead and take a listen to what the analysts have to say, though, because there's quite a bit to talk about.
Madman, he had almost as many first bloods as Corey did on a Sentinel player, and dropped 25 when it was all said and done. So just you know, doing big things for TSM throughout the map.
Yeah.
I really loved seeing Seven come into form this map. Seven is definitely a more consistent yet kind of quiet player, especially when you're in the Sentinel role. So I'm really glad that we got to see him dominate on Lotus. I felt like he looked a little bit more comfortable. He definitely showed a lot of his potential a lot more.
It's interesting too, because we were even talking about it. Seven is a player that came in with a little bit of hype last year. I think a lot of people had high expectations for him. The classic young gun pressure that you see applied to so many players. And it's not that he played poorly, but I don't think he necessarily hit the levels that people may have expected him to. And now he's swapping roles. You know, he's playing a duelist in the past, usually playing a jet or even a chamber, which, let's be fair, is not really much of a Sentinel. It was more of a duelist way it was played previously, at least. Now, so more slotting into that role with the changes that it made to the agent. But now, like, with Seven playing as Sentinel, like you had mentioned, Starry, does kind of fade into the background a little bit. Not necessarily a player who's going to shine, but not because of his lack of action or poor play. It's just because of the nature of the agent. So to see him find a big performance here is promising. But we are moving into a new map, and it's one that we haven't seen a whole lot of here, Starry. It's going to be Icebox next.
I thought he was
the
kicking
only
it over.
sample we got from TSM did not leave a great taste in our mouths.
Yeah, but like I said before, it was with Hazed. I'm very hopeful that with Konpeki, there will be a lot more changes. And with Konpeki being able to set up Corey, and maybe we'll see Corey on the Raze or maybe the Jet. I'm kind of curious now, seeing that they made a change on Lotus. I'm kind of curious what their Icebox pick is going to be. But nonetheless, I feel like Konpeki is going to do a really good job, maybe setting up Corey for those like really early aggressive picks and being able to kind of fall back and play a more retake setup.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It will be interesting to see which direction Corey goes based on what we saw just now as far as the duelist selection on Lotus. As you said, Icebox for TSM was a struggle and a big loss against Mad Lions when they had Hayes on the squad, but they did have a win over Sentinels in the Ludwig Tarek Invitational as well. So, I mean, small sample size. It's hard to really say for sure what they really look like on Icebox. Meanwhile, this is a map that we've never seen Oxygen play in the split, but they did well in the freeze out event at the end of last year on this map. They also looked pretty good in qualifiers. But again, that was against a different level of competition. So again, you have to take those results with a grain of salt.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, and so we really have not a whole lot of data. Again, similar to how the M80 versus Guard matchup, we really did not have very much data at all for the Fracture and the way that, for Fracture and the way that it was going to go. Similar here for Icebox. I mean, Icebox is a map we see some teams pull out because they know a lot of teams don't like playing on it and think, all right, I'm just going to pull it out and see how it goes. Icebox is a map we see banned in that first ban phase really quickly by a lot of teams, and there's a reason for it. A lot of teams just don't like playing it. And you can't blame them. Icebox is not a fun map necessarily. And there's something about pro players, or there's some way that they play and strategize themselves that just leads them to not really like Icebox. And I can't blame them for that. But that does mean that when it is picked, it's usually a little bit of a wild card to see how it goes. And now that we're going into a North American Challengers match in mid-season playoffs, in mid-season invitational to see how it goes, it's gonna be a very, like, who knows type of pick or type of play going on.
Either like slow map control into like a long hit, or it's just like a B rush simulator and can you retake or not. Like it is just kind of one of those things that I feel like never really evolved as much as some of the other maps have meta-wise. So it's always been kind of stale for me, but that doesn't mean that it can't turn out good matches and big moments and good plays, right? So, I mean, hey, if you're a team that feels confident on it, by all means pick it, but just know that I'm secretly judging you for having picked it.
Well, I'm like looking back to like last year when we saw EG play the map, and they definitely came in with like maybe a more creative play style or strategy. We saw them do a lot of interesting things with the map, and even Ghost as well. The roster that has now split apart and become Moist and M80, of course. We saw some incredible things from them on the map, so there's still room for innovation. I feel like that's the case with the entire map pool. We haven't seen everything, and the agent pool has expanded. There's possibilities that teams could do new things, but now's the time to find out. As we get ready to jump into Icebox, we'll throw it over to our casters.
All right.
We've got the young guns still. It's Sully and Upmind. Take it away.
What does that mean, still? Still got Sully and Upmind. Yeah, we're still here, and we are ready and raring to go. The first map, honestly, Gus, I was happy with the way it went. A very close game in that first half, but definitely things kind of teetered off the deep end for Oxygen going into the second.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Happy the way things went. Are you a TSM fan? Is that
Okay,
what's happening?
Hold on. That's not what I said. That's not.
And
what
it
I
wasn't
said.
a very competitive second half either. I don't know.
I'm
As a fan, I'm not too
okay,
impressed.
you know, I
Again,
didn't
this is
say
just
I'm
a
happy
big
you win
bounce
anyway.
back map
But yeah, I do expect this. I think it definitely could go to Oxygen. Again, a map we don't see a whole lot is coming through today, and it's gonna be a little bit of a pocket pick. It's gonna come out of nowhere, and we're just gonna see which teams have, in their own time, been practicing for eventually needing to perform on Icebox. And clearly, Oxygen feels confident enough on it to pick it, so we'll see how it goes. Mitch goes on Sage. GMD is gonna go on Viper. Randy Savage on Killjoy. Nature on Sova. Scuba on Viper. Kenpeki on Sage. Pony on Jet, as well as Corey. Verno on Sova, and then Seven on Killjoy. So I believe these are identical picks for both teams. It's really just going to be who can pull through here. I mean, I think there's a few of those agents that we just don't see a whole lot here in pro play. You know, we haven't seen Chamber after the nerf, got rid of the Chamber meta. We don't see Yoro a whole lot. I think we did see him in the hands of I forget who it was. I'll pull it up later. But we have seen we've seen Yoru come through. Neon's an agent we don't see a whole lot, or we haven't seen a whole lot, at least here in mid-season. We did see them quite a bit in Split 1, but you know, we'll see how things shape up. We'll see how things turn out, and how we move forward with this. In any case, let's just move straight through it. Oxygen starting out on the offense of Icebox. Looking like they're going to be going for a B hit here. Now, Icebox is one of the more balanced maps, although it's a little bit offense-sided. You could make that argument, but it's also not super... Like, I'd say it's a pretty balanced map. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm just not seeing any obvious indicators of it going one way or the other, though Pony going to find two to help Oxygen get this entry on B started. Now it's going to be a 3v5 for TSM on this defense. All three of them coming for the flank. Pony getting ready to continue to deny. Verno going to take out Corey. Kenpeki all alone, trying to find a pick. Not going to be able to. Verno takes Kenpeki out. And now 5 players left alive for Oxygen. It's going to make it a very dominant and flawless pistol round. And now we're moving into the second round. And it should easily go to Oxygen here. And that second kill was through a smoke on accident, it seems. Just bad timing there from TSM, crossing each other's paths at the wrong moment. You see Oxygen playing a little safe with their econ here. Not all of them going to go for that force buy, but most of them going for it. We'll see how it pans out here. Pony and Verno going to take out GMD and Corey. I believe Corey had the shorty there trying to push up and find a nice, easy pick, but not quite able to. Not quite able to. Now, Seven's going to come in for this flank. Sorry, it's going to be a long day. My voice is going to be dying by the end of it. But Seven coming in for this flank, and it's going to be denied by Randy Savage, while the rest of Oxygen is getting ready to push into B. They're going to have to challenge Kenpeki and Nature, and now Seven, who's been able to rotate through. Mitch going to get that spike down. Sage Wall comes through. Ooh, a whiff there from Pony. It's not going to be great. This is not going to be a flawless round for Oxygen. 2 losses for them. But I believe the 2 players that died were the players that saved. No, I'm wrong about that. Either way, because of that save of 2 of their players saving that previous round, it means that Oxygen's econ not going to be in a bad place. They're going to probably once again try and take bonus here. Although it should easily go to TSM, who saved that previous round. Going to be able to full buy this round. They should be able to take this round, get some of their econ up just a little bit. But you're already going to see Oxygen in a good econ spot. Although Mitch had 5,000 credits, decides to just spend it, get one of those guns. See how it goes here. Kentucky going to be able to take out Mitch. Early player advantage in the hands of TSM. Does some good damage to Kentucky, though, before dying. And Corey going to get hit quite a bit. Probably going to get a heal of his own, although can't because Mitch is dead. Ooh, Randy Savage going to be able to take out Corey. Looked like a little bit of a one-way going on there. Randy Savage also able to take out Kentucky as that smoke comes through, and now the player advantage in the hands of Oxygen. And Scuba was trying to lurk through Kitchen, but gets spotted by the turret and decides to just, alright, I'll just back out. And now the rest of Oxygen turning their attention towards A, and it's an open site right now. Only one Killjoy piece of util locking it down, and it's a swarm. They can just come through, and swarm has not gone out yet. Plant's going down, so it's a little bit late for the swarm. Although GMD with the Molly and Vandal going to take out Brony and Randy Savage. Player advantage no longer in the hands of Oxygen. 7 coming in for the flank, going to get denied by Scuba. So it's still now it's back to a 2v2 where it's even. Oh, Verna, where are you looking? GMD is going to take him out. Now it's a 1v2 for Scuba. Going to have to play his post plant. It is planted for him. It's going to be difficult for him. And the spike isn't being defused yet. There we go. Get the tap. He has to see it. And peeks out. Nobody's defusing it. Nature's there, ready to shoot Scuba, and does. 2 players left alive for TSM on that round win. A round win they should have gotten, but Oxygen was taking bonus that round and did really good damage to TSM, which puts them in a pretty bad spot econ-wise. Only 2 of their players left alive. Yeah, it's just going to put them in a bad spot. And they're not going to be able to full buy this round. See them getting guns and half shield. That's what's going to happen. Whereas Oxygen, you can see going for this full buy here. So they can afford it. And they're in a good enough econ spot to even lose this. Although Pony with the knife is just going to go for the Spectre. Save some econ there.
That was really scary if you're looking at the radar, but Nature is joined up by 2 more players this time.
Just so you're aware, while we're in a little bit of a downtime, while people are pushing the sites, in between this map and the next one, or sorry, no, in between this series and the next one, I'm gonna go grab food, take a little break while I eat it, just so you're aware, just in between series, so I won't be able to cover too much. Anyways, Oxygen already taking the early player advantage. Now it's a 4v3. Nature left alone under Rafters. Although I do believe Corey's up above Rafters. They're going to try and peek this together. It does kind of work out. Able to trade each other off, and then Verno just going to take Corey out. So now it's a 1v3 for Kentucky. Should go for the save. The gun's just not there for them. And Oxygen in a good econ position now. Going to start to gain some good econ momentum, which should help them win quite a few more rounds moving forward. Hunter's Fury is in the hands of Verno as well, so in these next few rounds, they can start to use those ultimates.
Won't fully reset TSM here either. They're gonna have some cash left over. You're right. I was looking at Nature.
Yeah, TSM not going to be in a good spot econ-wise, but they do have a save, and then you look at GMD and Nature, and they've got a good amount of money, so they'll actually be able to full buy this round. I thought they wouldn't be able to. So they should be able to full buy this round. But it's probably going to be buys with half shield. Ooh, maybe not. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I overestimated how much wealth they had accumulated. Whereas Oxygen will be up a full buy here. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a light buy from TSM. Buy for next. Hunter's Fury for both sides. Although the money in the hands of Verno may not need that Hunter's Fury. May just wait until they know TSM's on a buy round. Able to tag 7. See him there. And Oxygen only saw 1, and they've got that Viper wall, which will help them take site pretty effectively.
This is all you could really hope for if you're planning anti-eco too. All 5 players together, no opportunity for an off angle or an untradeable position.
Nature is kind of in a spot though to use his Hunter's Fury, and I think that chaos
5v5.
Is that gonna happen?
And that Hunter's Fury, like they're talking about, Nature could use the Hunter's Fury. That being said, though, if the Hunter's Fury comes out from Verno, it will also be very effective. So it's really, ooh, that Sova Dart. Oh, it doesn't quite get a ping that they can use a Hunter's Fury off of. Scuba Randy Savage gonna start working to deny some engagement there, and only one player lost there for Oxygen as they secure this round very quickly. Taken there as TSM went for the engagement. It didn't work out. Now TSM going to be back on a full buy. We see that operator in the hands of Corey. Now we haven't seen Pony go for the operator quite yet. I mean, we saw it come out a little bit on Lotus, but nothing crazy. What I will talk about is how Pony was not able to use his showstopper a single time on Lotus. He tried to, but it just seemed like he wasn't able to click buttons. Like literally he would use it and then could not use it, if that makes sense. Like he would press X to ult and then it just would not ult. He could not click the button and actually cause it to ult. Now this Hunter's Fury coming through from Verna to try and gain some ground, but Corey gonna do a good job of preventing Oxygen pushing up here. It's like, is Mitch gonna... Mitch thinking about going for that res. Definitely could.
The setup to get this kill was just phenomenal. Slow warp and a shock dart to force him into the open of Corey's swing. He's good for
falls there, just trying to get some vision as to where TSM may be with that off. He should be able to get this ult. Get that res off. Corey's taking quite a bit of damage as well, trying to escape, so this ult's gonna be huge. That res gonna be huge. Now it's a 5v5, except Corey's really low in health. Scuba getting some engagement over on B, and it looks like Oxygen may be trying to take the spike through to B, and now time has been ticking for quite a while, so they do have to sort of figure out where they want to commit, and it looks like it's gonna be B. See TSM wary, it might be mid. But Oxygen not going mid. Oh, and now that Viper's Pit comes out, and again, Oxygen has to commit here, although Randy Savage gonna shut it down. Useless ult there from TSM. Not completely useless. The Hunter's Fury comes out to try and deny the plant, but it's already down. Mitch gonna take 7 out. 7 able to find a pick before he dies, though. He's down with a fight. Nature, though, also going to be able to take out Pony. This retake a little bit easier for them. Oxygen has no post-plant ultimate to use. Corey still has that off. It's looking very deadly on this retake. No Killjoy setup on the spike to help with this post-plant. There's also no Killjoy to help with this post-plant. Just going to have to be Sova post-plant, and it looks like... Is TSM going to go for the save?
No, they got it.
Looks like it. The spike's been down for quite a while, and this retake's taken quite a while, so TSM backs up here. No kills after the spike explosion. Score's going to be 1-5 now. Oxygen continuing to widen their gap here. Now, the rounds that they win, a few of them die, but not enough for it to be too expensive. So it should be another full buy here from Oxygen. Now, there is a lockdown in the hands of Randy Savage, but also a lockdown in the hands of Seven to play these retakes and taking of sight post plants as well. Looks like Oxygen's going to put 2 with the spike, leaning A, and it looks like they're going to go a little bit slower. Oxygen looking for some engagement on B with 3 going there, and it looks like TSM is leaning towards B as well. There's 4 leaning B, 1 watching A. Corey with the operator trying to peek out, get a pick. Pony's ready for it, but the spike over on A, and the rest of Oxygen going to help out the spike push. Still no engagement from either side. They got the rotate from TSM over to B, but they didn't have vision to confirm that they got the rotate. So they just decided to play it safe. Now the lockdown coming out on A is going to help them take sight. And now Oxygen can just take sight here. The walls go down. Spike goes down. The counter ultimate gonna push Oxygen back off of sight, but the Spike's already down. Now all they have to do is play post plant. No util on the Spike, so it's all about their guns. Ooh, Pony gonna take out Nature, and engagement has started. The wall gonna go off, though. Spike's still not being tapped. 7 takes out Mitch, but Pony takes out GMD at the same time. Spike gets tapped. Ooh, Verno and Scuba each gonna find a pick. Corey able to take out Ready Savage, but Pony gonna take out 7 for 3 kills. Another round in the hands of Oxygen. And that was a buy round from TSM, so it's really not looking good for them. They do have a Resurrection to use, as well as those Jet Knives to save some econ here. But now TSM takes a timeout, and you can't blame it. Oxygen has secured 6 rounds, which means it's impossible for TSM to get the advantage going into the next half. And, wow, look at that. 3 kills for every single TSM player right now. 3 kills. I mean, I gotta give them props. That's impressive. And that's without any team aces, so that's even more impressive. That's even more impressive. But credit where credit's due is over. Oxygen dominantly performing right now, both Verno and Pony with 9 kills each to their name. Now Mitch has 2 of the bottom frag, but above him, 5 kills for Scuba and 4 for Randy Savage. So that means everybody on Oxygen has more kills than everyone else on TSM except for Randy Savage. Or sorry, not Randy Savage, except for Mitch. But we know Mitch's explosive potential in the way that he performed on Lotus, so this map could very easily still go to Oxygen, or sorry, to... No, I mean, this map still has so much potential for Mitch to perform well for Oxygen, but it is 6-1, so TSM's hope right now would just be to try and tie it up going into the next half, or at the very least, deny as much of an edge as possible for Oxygen, and keep it as close as possible. TSM going to go for the save. Interesting strategy to put the Vandal on Corey when he has knives. I mean, clearly that was something that was decided in the timeout, but it is a little bit of an interesting thought process there, to say the very least.
Corey can just drop it. Blade Storm too. Again, Oxygen.
Sova arrows come out from Oxygen, looking for some engagement on A. Now it's a 2-1-2, 2 on B, 2 on B, 2 on A, and 1 on mid. There you go. 2-1-2 for TSM.
Nobody is being spotted. Just holding on to the back.
Whether this works out or not, we'll see. The Sova drone comes through. It does gain some vision. But that also alerts TSM as to where exactly Oxygen may be going, so they're coming in. Now that shock dart was interesting. Definitely could have done some damage if anybody was below rafters. Backing up there. Ooh, GMD takes out Mitch. Ooh, Pony coming in nest just in time. Also able to find Nature. Meanwhile, Scuba takes out Corey. Now it's a 2v3 for TSM. Pony takes out GMD, and now she's down to Kenpeki, who was pushed up all the way in defender spawn, or sorry, attacker spawn just a few minutes ago. A few seconds, I should say. I don't know, that was a really nice reaction time. It looks like TSM is really starting to struggle, is all I'll say about that. Again, I feel like maybe Corey should have used those knives there. Instead, they gave him a Vandal, and it didn't really pay off. And although it was a save round for TSM, they were able to find a few good kills. Still probably less than they would like, and they still have not been able to win a single round since that 3rd round. Granted, that 3rd round was the round they were supposed to win because they had the gun advantage. But now that Oxygen has a bye every single round, even on the rounds where TSM also has a bye, they haven't really been able to pull through. And it looks like Oxygen's going to challenge mid. Now that Spike is still in their spawn. They're just looking for some early engagement mid. Not really able to find it. Ooh, GMD going to take out Scuba as well. Now, Oxygen has dominant mid control, but Corey takes out Randy Savage, which means both players challenging either site have been taken out. And there goes Pony. There goes the duelist. Top Oxygen take here. And it's a 2v4 for Oxygen. Winnable, certainly. Oh, but Verno needed to win that with Nature and wasn't able to. So now it's a 1v3. Pushing very quickly. Mitch able to take out Nature. And now it's a 1v2.
Still just a bit too tough.
The way that he plays this is going to be pivotal. And he walls off screens. A good choice, but that means TSM now going to have to push from rafters. Ooh. Barely spot Mitch. There, they both go on the wall. Mitch able to take out GMD, but 7 going to win that. I didn't even think about the possibility that they could just walk on that wall. And I doubt Mitch did either. Mitch, the bottom frag for Oxygen. Not really able to pull through there. TSM finally gets a win, breaks the win streak, or the loss streak, I should say, for them. Breaks the win streak for Oxygen. Finally able to pull through, but that being said, it was an expensive round. Lost all but one of their players, so they're not going to be able to pull by Oxygen, who just had a 5-round win streak. Gonna have some good econ momentum to deal with, and there's now a Viper's Pit on Scuba, knives for Pony, and you're going to see him use them here, and a res for Mitch. Kenpecky's had a res for a while and just hasn't used it. I'm not entirely sure why he didn't use it that previous round. I think it could have been useful, but he didn't. Corey takes out Randy Savage, and then that res I talked about Mitch having comes out, takes it up, and reses Randy Savage. That pick from Corey was not going to utilize for them. GMT pushed very aggressively, backed up by 7 as well. Randy Savage gonna challenge B main here. Focus on Garage. Once again, I mean, I've seen this so many times in North American Challengers already where they clear corners but don't actually clear them. They look at them but don't actually do anything about the players in those spots, thinking that, oh, nobody's going to be there. But that's not how you clear stuff. You got to assume that they're there. And now that Viper's Pit comes out, one of the weirdest Viper's Pits I've ever seen comes out. The Hunter's Fury going to do some damage. Scuba going to be able to take out GMD. Pony with the knives going to be able to take out Kenpecky. 7 takes out Mitch, while Corey takes out Pony for a trade. Scuba going to get hit by that shorty, and there goes the Viper's Pit. Verno coming in from 2, but he could have a good angle here. Oh, but he's going to reveal his position. He doesn't. Good choice. Oh, dodges the op shot, but Nature going to take Verno out. Well played there from TSM. Gonna earn them another round, and they're starting to bridge this gap that Oxygen have given themselves. Now, Oxygen already has the advantage going into the next half, but they've been able to close it up a little bit here. Or sorry, TSM has been able to close it up a little bit here, but off of a 2-round win streak, Oxygen takes a timeout. Sorry, I saw a challenge. And that confused me. Doesn't it usually say timeout? Why does it say okay, you know what? I'm not gonna question it. It sounds like they're accusing them of cheating almost. Obviously that's not what's happening, but it would be funny if that was the case. Just a little bit of cheating action going on. Now, Mitch has caught up to one of his teammates. Now both Randy Savage and Mitch have 4 kills. You look at TSM, and they're starting to perform really well across the board. Kenpecky, of course, lacking behind, but it's the Sage. You don't want your Sage to be getting killed immediately, so of course the Sage is going to have less engagements. That being said, Kenpecky does have quite a few deaths, regardless. But yeah, so it's a timeout from Oxygen. And you can't blame them. You know, they have gained the advantage going into the next half, but they have a timeout to use this half. They may as well use it when TSM is trying to gain some ground here. So Oxygen winning, taking this timeout. Hopefully for them, they can win 2 more rounds and make it a 9-3. Now, I'll remind you, on Lotus, they went into the second half up 7-5, and then TSM immediately bridged that gap. So Oxygen looking to widen that gap as much as possible, want to avoid the same thing happening once again. Now, Corey does still have that operator, and it has been deadly. It's been able to lock down A pretty well, but The operator's over on B now. See how Oxygen decides challenges the Viper's Pit on A, meant to lock down A solo. We'll see if Oxygen, first of all, if they challenge it, and it looks like they will, but are they going to be able to? GMD's pushed up just barely enough. Mitch coming from across the rope. The dash comes in, and GMD immediately reveals his position. The Sova Dart going to be pivotal. They know where GMD is, going to be able to take him out through the smoke. There goes the Viper's Pit. And now the spike can go down. Player advantage in the hands of Oxygen. Well played. But the defender lockdown out as well. Now Oxygen gets off of sight. 7 going to take out Pony. 7 very low on health in the process, though. The spike gets halved. Ooh, and that Viper's Molly not going to do enough damage. The spike gets defused. At the last second, Scuba tries to shut him down, kills him, but not before the spike is defused. And now we're going to the last round of the half, and TSM is looking, possibly making it 5-7 going into the next half. Oxygen's econ not looking great right now. I mean, they should be okay. But they may not all be able to full buy. TSM just barely able to secure that round, and hey man, a round is a round, and especially when Oxygen has already secured the advantage going into the next half, trying to minimize that is really, really good, and that's what TSM has been able to do. 4-7. They're looking at trying to make it go 5-7. And, ooh, Pony with the operator. We finally see Pony with the op. Is he gonna pull through? Now that wall was getting destroyed in two, but it looks like Scuba has given up on trying to mine his way through that. Oh, maybe not. He's definitely trying to break it. Deny some good vision there. That's not a bad strategy. In fact, it's a strategy could be good in just regular competitive games. You destroy that wall and you prevent vision there, and it creates a little bit of paranoia for the people that were using that wall for security. But while that mid is being taunted, Oxygen is actually turning their attention towards A. That operator on Pony does pull through, takes out 7. And now it's a 5v4 for Oxygen. Oh, but the res does come up. That's going to be good for them. Ooh, Pony going to be able to take 7 out once again. Round 2. Last round of the half. Pony looking, or sorry, Oxygen looking for a 5, or sorry, an 8-4 going to the next round. TSM looking for a 5-7. Ooh, Mitch going to be able to take out Corey. Nature trades it off, but again, they're not looking for trades. The player advantage not in their hands. Now the wall has already been used by Campeki, so they can't do the same thing again. The flank coming through from Scuba, but trying to play that post-plant Molly, going to get taken out. GMD going to be able to take out Randy Savage as well. The whiff not going to be good for them. GMD very low on health, down to 20. Campeki down to 81. Campeki going to be the one to clutch it up. Maybe? Oh, just barely with 1 second remaining. TSM going to clutch that round up. Well played there from Campeki in a 1v2. And TSM has bridged this gap, and I'm a little bit scared for Oxygen. Why am I scared for Oxygen? Well, on Lotus, it went into the second half 7-5. Oxygen had the advantage. It was 7-5 going into the second half. And then TSM immediately bridged the gap. Like, it wasn't even, like, the pistol round came through. The only round 1 in that half for Oxygen was that 3rd round. So, TSM able to bridge this gap here as close as possible. Although Oxygen has secured the advantage going into the second half, it's not looking great for them. That's the very least that I can say. Is that it's not looking wonderful for them, alright? It's going to be 5-7. Going into this half, and Oxygen needs to play well here.
Already starts off.
Pony does get spotted. They know he's probably pipes, but now they really don't know because he could have backed off with the Sova drone coming through. Pony looks out, trying to find a pick, but gets head tapped himself, and now he's going to back up. Does a little bit of damage to Corey. Now Pony trying to get his own heal, although the colors have not changed. Oxygen is on defense. Randy Savage pushed up near this Viper's smoke, hoping maybe to find a pick, although he's trying to back up now. Oxygen leaning actually entirely mid. They really don't know where to push. There were 4 leaning B, and now they're all going back to B, and that's a good choice. That is where TSM is. So Oxygen's going to be on site to try and defend this. The Viper Molly comes through, the Nanoswarm as well. And Oxygen's still going to challenge it. Randy Savage coming through mid, looking for a pick. Going to get distracted by the turret. Doesn't matter. Classic beats out a Sheriff there because, of course, wins against 7 there. Down to 15 health, but gets a kill. So that's all that matters. Player advantage now in the hands of Oxygen. The spike does go down, but it's not quite where TSM is expecting. Or sorry, where Oxygen is expecting. Right, college messed me up there. It's not quite where Oxygen is expecting, and so gonna be able to find it. Now that Viper Molly does come through, but the wall comes through as well. Good vision for TSM. It may not matter as Randy Savage comes through for the flank. 3 kills for Randy Savage. Pony finishes off TSM. The defuse gonna come through. Randy Savage gets another ult point under his belt. Flawless round for Oxygen, and they were not gonna let TSM bridge the gap quite as fast as TSM did on the previous map, Lotus. Oxygen was like, all right, you know what? 5-7, sure, we'll humor you, but you're not going to bridge that gap. We're going to make it wider, and Oxygen should get another round off of that. And it's TSM's job to get as many kills as possible here to hurt Oxygen's chances of having a good third round. Because, you know, TSM is not really anticipating winning this round. They know they're down guns. And apparently I'm lying to myself. They decide to force. We'll see if that's a good choice. They're definitely that tells you they're trying to win this round. They're forcing here to try and win this round. So whichever team loses this is going to be in bad econ. Of course, the gun advantage in the hands of Oxygen, but Kentucky able to take out Mitch. Now the player advantage in the hands of TSM.
Gets a revive. Gets that res back up. But again.
It's a 4v5 for Oxygen. They know TSM bought here, or at least forced here, and they're trying to figure this out. TSM just holding this. Is Oxygen back up here? No, they send the drone through. Ooh, contact made, and now some engagement coming through from TSM. Scuba gonna try and lock it down, able to take 2 before getting traded off. Randy Savage gonna find 1. Verno finds 1 as well. 7 takes out Randy Savage, but now it's just down to 7 in 1v2 against Verno and Pony, and all he has is a stinger. So pick up the spike. Takes a little bit of damage from that Nanoswarm. They're not anticipating him coming over that wall there. Oh, but he gets spotted. And there goes Pony finishing him off. Good econ damage done, except that TSM forced. So they wanted to win that round. That's why they forced, hoping they could win. And they didn't. So now TSM gonna have to save this round. Now Oxygen also gonna save, but a few of them survived, so gun advantage should be in the hands of Oxygen. Now I don't view Icebox as a necessarily attack-sided map. TSM forced there because they do think it's an attack-sided map, and they could win there. That's what you'll see. Is they think it's an attack-sided map, so they'll force on their attacking. Sometimes you can see it on not attack-sided maps just because they want to try and secure a win on a more balanced map. But yeah, I do feel Icebox is a little bit balanced. Maybe it's attack-sided. I don't really even think so though. So that was an interesting decision there to force, and I definitely don't agree with that choice from the IGL. But it came through. Pony takes out Nature, and this push is getting denied. Corey gonna find 1, but denied any further by Randy Savage, who also takes out GMD. Verno able to find Kentucky as well, and now it's just down to 7. Once again, alone, but this time in a 1v4. Gonna have to try and pick up the spike. Question is, will he be able to? No. Yeah, he's gonna get taken out by Verno. Man. Oxygen really taking a dominant performance this entire map so far. It switches sides, and Oxygen still having a dominant performance. Poorly played decision-making, or poor decision-making, I should say, from TSM in that second round. From the IGL deciding, hey, we need to force and try and get this round up. Didn't work out, and that put them on a bad eco start into this half. Finally, now going to be on a buy round from TSM. This is going to be a light buy from Oxygen. A few of them have real guns, but most of them, or not, well, most of them not going to. Corey going to take out Scuba and Pony. Corey going to also find Mitch, which is a trade, as Mitch was able to take out Nietzsche. Oh, the red's going to come through from Kentucky, and they want to secure this round. It's a buy round. They want all of their players to stay alive.
It's not going to affect them all too much.
2v5. Oh, Verno going to take Kenpeki out. Not going to be flawless for them. Randy Savage also going to take out GMD. Corey, who's been having a good round so far, trying to find a pick. Not going to be able to. It's a 2v3. Now a 2v2 as Randy Savage takes out Nature. Why is this? Oh my god. I don't know why I'm repeating what the commentators have said. The Killjoy lockdown comes out and Corey has to run back along with his teammate. Randy Savage looking to chase it down. The Nanostorm comes out. Randy Savage just going to run through it, try and stick it. Verno going to have to defend. Going to be able to take out Corey. One more to take out. Oh, the Nanoswarm doesn't come through quite in time. The defuse goes off. Barely. It almost looked like TSM won there with the timing, but the defuse does barely go off. And like I said, that was a light buy from Oxygen. So their econ was taking a little bit of a bonus there. In fact, I'd call that more of a bonus round than a light buy. So it would have been fine if they all died. It would have been fine even if they lost. But they won. They all did die, so a little bit of an expensive round there. But still going to be able to full buy this round. That Operator on Pony looking deadly, but it's going to try and lock down A. Bad read. 3-stack on A when when TSM is getting ready to push B. You know TSM does not feel good about their performance so far in Icebox.
One of the faster takes that we've seen from TSM so far.
Again, I don't view Icebox as a typically offense-sided map. I don't think it's necessarily aimed to go one or the other. But I could be wrong. I mean, TSM clearly may think it is off that force in the second round, so maybe TSM can try and make a comeback here. Maybe the odds are in their favor, but I don't know. Randy Savage going to peek 2 in Tube and able to find 1 before getting traded off. I mean, that's the best you can hope for there. And does a significant amount of damage to GMD. And Mitch in the back of Tube now looking to punish. Scuba going to take out Kenpeki. Corey looking to chase him down. Gonna whiff, but still going to get traded off there. Kills going through as well. That flank coming in from Mitch. Oh, it's not going to find anybody. GMD going to finish him off. 3 kills for GMD, and it's just down to Pony. He has that off. I don't think he wants to give it to TSM. Oh, beaked. He doesn't know where to go. And Corey going to find that 8 health left on GMD. That flank came through from Mitch and wasn't able to find picks, and that was just unfortunate there. So TSM going to find that round, and that was a buy round from Oxygen, so their econ's not going to be great here. It looks like they're going to force. So they're definitely hoping for a win here. They've got the Hunter's Fury on Verno, but Nature also has a Hunter's Fury. Pony's 1 away from his ult, but of course he's going for the op this round, so doesn't necessarily need it. It'd be nice for him to have it in case he needs to pull it out. GMD and 7 only 1 ult point away from their ultimates, which would be really useful in helping them get some spike here. Or, sorry, what? Getting the spike down. There you go. Taking sight and getting that spike down.
That was the intention. TSM, 5 players here. 2 to respond here immediately from Oxygen. But we might just
Ooh, able to hit Mitch, and then Verno comes through to take out Corey. And now it's a 5v4 for Oxygen. Looking good this round. Again, Hunter's Fury in the hands of Verno to help continue to lock down this site. Operator on Pony all the way over on B, still holding it, gonna anchor here for his team. The TSM is not about to rotate. Getting ready. And it looks like we're gonna be seeing that, oh, going for that plant. Verno's gonna flush him out with the Hunter's Fury. He tried to get that nest plant with the wall. We've seen it so many times. I've seen it a lot in my ranked games, but gonna get denied by that Hunter's Fury. Has to back out. Gets taken out by the Hunter's Fury. And it does help lock them down. Mitch gonna find 2 as well. Continuing to deny. Just down to GMD in a 1v5. Able to find 1. And then Scuba takes him out. And that means that this round goes to Oxygen and they've secured the 12th round. What does that mean for TSM? Well, like I always say, they gotta force everything they have every round that is to come, alright? TSM has to force everything they have. They have to use their ultimate abilities. They have to use all of their money. They have to use all of their util every round. There is no point in saving anything here, because if you save, let's say, your ultimate ability, and then you lose, you just wasted the opportunity. You should have used the ultimate there. So, you only use your ults as soon as you get them up in this situation, and that's what TSM is looking for here. and that's what TSM should do here. Now, Scuba has a Viper's Pit. Defensive Viper's Pits are difficult to use effectively. He's going to choose to use it here at the main of Icebox, and wow, that was well placed. Going to completely cover both entrances, and that's going to force TSM off pretty effectively. They don't want to challenge that, and that's a good choice. Randy Savage holding down mid. Ooh, they see the dash across and gets the feeling that there's going to be more than just him coming through. It decides to back up. Viper Smoke as well, and that Hunter's Fury I talked about. Again, you don't save your ultimates here, and that's why Nature's using it, just to clear some space. It's going to be useful. And now that Viper's Pit's coming out. Meanwhile, Nature able to find that pick on Mitch.
They're not used to this post plant, though. It's such a weird position.
That puts Scuba out of this fight as well entirely.
This plant, yeah, like the commentators say, this plant is in a weird spot, and it's going to be difficult for TSM to play this. It's going to be difficult for Oxygen to counterplay this, but really difficult for TSM to figure out how to hold this down. No, but Corey going to help do it effectively. Verno going to trade, and not really a trade, but able to take Nature off. Ooh, Randy Savage going to take out GMD. There goes the Viper's Pit. Suddenly you're in a really exposed position. Seven going to find two, though. Also going to find... Kenpecky's going to be able to take and find out Verno. Take him out. All of those ultimates were used, and they were used well. I mean, the Hunter's Fury maybe not so much, but like I said, they need to use everything they have. It doesn't matter if it's used well. They just need to use it because otherwise it's wasted. That's what you got to do when you're up against a team that has 12 rounds. You just got to go for it. No money, no util, no ultimates. Gonna be saved. There's no point. Whereas Oxygen, they can relax a little bit, alright? TSM has 5 rounds ahead of them. A total of 6-round win streak that they need to get if they want to tie back up. So Oxygen, calm down a little bit here. They're going for a little bit of a save. Oni with the knives going to get denied there immediately. Corey just going to take him out. Corey really making sure nobody's behind that box. But you can't blame him. You just want to be careful here. It's a 5v4. Oxygen not in a good spot to win this round. They fought this round. They lose. They're going to have to save next round. And they have the room to do so, so it's okay. Verno going to take GMD out. Corey going to take Mitch out at the same time, though. Though Scuba going to be able to trade Corey off, but Nature going to take Scuba out. So it's a 2v3 for Oxygen. Ooh, Seven going to take Verno out. Now it's a 1v3 for Randy Savage. If anybody can do it, though, it's him. I wish him luck. I mean, it's a tough position to be in.
Just gonna try this one by one.
Oh my, did not know where to look there. And Pecky was just holding the spike. You knew he wasn't, or you know he was not ready for that. 3 players left alive for TSM. That's a good amount left for them. Not a super expensive round there. And it goes to TSM. Oxygen off of that little, tiny little win streak there from TSM. Oxygen's going to take a timeout, recoup themselves. They're going to have to save this round, but they do want to figure out, all right, we got to shut this down. Now, that being said, TSM also has another timeout to use, believe it or not. I imagine if TSM gets to 10-12, that's when they'll use their own timeout, if it gets to that point. Because you want to use it when it really makes sense to do so. Yeah. See how it goes. Just a quick reminder, at the end of this series, not at the end of this map, unless, of course, somehow TSM comes back and wins this. At the end of this series, I will be taking a break to go eat. I should be back before the next series starts. But yeah, it's gonna... I'm not gonna talk in between series until I'm done eating. Just so you're aware, because, 3 series today, going right through dinner time. I gotta eat somehow. Anyways. But yeah, like I said, save round here for Oxygen. They use that timeout. We'll see how they decide to use it. I don't know if it was their coach or IGL decided to put a 5-stack on A. Good choice. That's where TSM is headed. Oxygen, you can tell they don't want to make their sheer amount of numbers known. Dodge that Sova drone.
All of these positions are hidden right now. Verno, as for now, is the only one that
definitely don't know how many for Oxygen are here. Trying to clear Pony out, able to. Corey's going to take him out, but again, they don't know exactly how many are here for Oxygen. Oxygen on a save. They're just trying to get some good kills. Mitch gonna find one, traded off by Nature, but Randy Savage gonna take out Nature. GMD gonna take out Scuba and Randy Savage, and now it's a 1v3 for Ferno, gonna get shut down by Corey. Still, 2 kills for Oxygen is not bad there. And, again, save round, so now they're gonna be able to full buy here. They've got 2 ultimates to use. They've got the res on Sage. They've got the the lockdown for Killjoy. Randy Savage and Mitch gonna have the ultimates here. The Sentinel ults to help this defensive win. That Oxygen. I mean, they definitely don't expect TSM to make this, or at least I don't expect TSM to make this comeback, but Oxygen would like to shut down any hope for now. Say, alright, you had a good run. Time to put down any hope, and the operator on Pony is gonna try and do just that.
Corey was the one that capitalized on this angle earlier.
Ooh, Pony gets spotted by that drone, I think. Maybe, and decides to back up. Gonna be able to find the op kill on Corey as well. Immediately gets rezzed by Ken Pecky. Oxygen, Randy Savage, gonna find that pick on 7 in mid. GMD, meanwhile, takes out Verno, though, so that means that no player advantage for anybody. Corey has those knives to use as well, and that res is still on Mitch. Try and come through and utilize. And there it goes. Do you know where that was? And now that lockdown comes out. The 2 ultimates I did just talk about coming through to help try and secure this round. They spot Corey. GMD gonna try and play post plant, try and get them off the spike with the molly. Ooh. Detained there, stuck in that corner. Pony's gonna be the one to finish him off, and it's just gonna get diffused. Not a whole lot TSM can do there, pushed so far back, and this map does go to Oxygen. Icebox 1. We're going to a 3rd map in this series. 2 3-map series, and you can tell that this lower bracket is serious. Well, I guess the first series wasn't the lower bracket, but you can tell so far that the lower bracket is serious about pushing this through, and I think, oh man, I hate to say it, but I think this matchup's going to go quite a while, and then, you know, after this matchup is done, I think it's going to continue to go quite a while. In the 3rd matchup, I can't. Why did they put 3 in one day? You could have just done Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You know that you could have spread it out like that. You know what? I'm okay with it going this long. However, again, like I said, I will have to take a break between this series and the next just to eat, because otherwise I will probably die of starvation. But yeah, I do want to hear what the analysts have to say about how that map went, because it is very interesting. And I know that the event coordinators are going to be like, all right, we need to push, because this game needs to finish up quick. So we'll see how it goes. I believe the decider is on Ascent. Now, Ascent is a little bit of a more balanced map compared to the previous 2 maps we played on, or at the very least, it's a little bit defense-sided. So that's a big change-up. The previous 2 maps have been, Lotus, obviously offense-sided, and then debatably, apparently, Icebox is offense-sided. I don't think so, though. But Ascent, a little bit defense-sided. I brought up this statistic before, but I believe it's around 55% of defensive round wins in pro play, of round wins in pro play on Ascent go to the defense. So, you can expect the defense to take the advantage there, but it's really just whoever can get their hands on it first that's going to help themselves to the win there, or really just however that goes. But I do want to take a quick little analytical eye and go over how that went on Icebox. I don't think they put it in yet. They take a little while to get everything updated. Just see how it goes. I have no idea how the system works. Is it just like a, I don't know, could just be a bot pulling it? I will not make you guys watch ads. But from what I can tell, and the gist of it is, Oxygen played really, really well overall, okay? Across the board, every single time we took a look at how many kills each side had, you saw Oxygen, and they were just in a really good spot. I mean, there really wasn't a point at which I did not feel like Oxygen was in a good spot. And so it's just like, I mean, TSM definitely in a little bit of a worse spot. I do want to hear what the analysts have to say about this, though. Let's go ahead and take a listen and see what they have to say.
Pony steps up huge to kick things off there for Oxygen and force us to a third map in the series. Welcome back to the analyst desk as we break down the action here in our second series of the day for the midseason face-off. You know, we watched our first series go 3 maps. Our second series is going 3 maps. And maybe even our third series will go 3 maps as well. Starry, it's going to be a marathon day, but this series is turning out to be a banger.
Yeah, it was really exciting to see Pony and Verno come alive. We talked about them before. We were highlighting them and how good their stats were, their ACS. They were just amazing. And I felt like on Lotus, definitely Pony and Verno did not get those opening picks or as many kills and many aim duels as we would like for them to. But definitely on Icebox, they were able to kind of run freely more and able to get those picks. And I think that's what kind of ultimately led to TSM's demise. But it was really fun to see TSM kind of make that fake comeback. I was really copium.
Oh my god. Oh, I know I'm old. Anyway, so obviously you guys start with just the hot start that Oxygen had in the first half, right? I mean, they kind of just blew through the attacking side. They wound up having, I think, a 7-1 lead before finally.
I mean,
TSM
just look at that performance from Corey, or sorry, from Pony. Okay, this is coming off of Lotus, where I genuinely do not know. Maybe there was a tech issue. Pony literally could not find his ultimate. Like, he could not use it. He would press the ult button, it would come out, and then he just would never shoot it. He just could not, he couldn't, a few times he couldn't find anybody, so there was no point in shooting it. And then one time he literally just he was there, he should have clicked, and then he threw a satchel instead. I don't know what Pony was doing on Lotus. Something was just not right that game. Maybe something else was happening. He was just out of it, okay? Coming into Icebox, though, he pulled himself back together. He said, all right, I am a duelist, I can entry frag, and he got 7 first kills, and that goes to show you just how well he did. 22 kills, and I think 15 deaths, nothing to scoff at as well, and well played there. They're going to shoot back to the map select. I don't really, I mean, Ascent, again, I think this is a really, truly a map that could go either way. Actually, I do want to hear what they have to say.
13-11 over Shopify Rebellion. A 14-12 loss to Breakthrough. And TSM, it's very similar as well. They beat Disguise 13-8. They lose to Disguise 13-10. They lose to M80 13-6. Let's be fair, who didn't. And then they beat Mad Lions 13-10. This map, I don't really feel like favors either team. I really do feel like, Dust, this is a bit of a coin flip.
It is, because, like, you know, obviously it's a little bit tough with TSM because they've made roster changes in the midst.
And it's interesting, too, because Ascent isn't one of those maps where, you know, like with Icebox, I was going into it, and I was like, I mean, Oxygen is picking it, so it should probably go in their favor, but it really could go either way. Versus Ascent, it's not that we don't have data for this map. We have seen both of these teams on Ascent time and time again. Ascent is a map that is played so frequently in pro play. And, I mean, it's a map, and, like, both of these teams are like, yep, it's a map, that's why we let it through, because we can play on it. We you know, it's not like our strongest map, but we're also not always getting destroyed on it. So it's definitely interesting here. Yeah, it's interesting to see. I was honestly, I'm surprised Oxygen did so well on Icebox. Clearly they picked it because they know they're strong on it. But Icebox was a map we hadn't really seen either team on very much, if at all. And so, yeah, going into it, it was like, man, I know Oxygen's picking it, so they clearly think, all right, this is going to be our pocket pick, we're going to be a surprise win on it, absolutely, but I was not anticipating them to do that well for so long. Obviously, TSM started to come back a little bit there at the end, but couldn't pull it through quite enough, and so it's interesting to see going into Ascent how it's going to go, because, again, like the previous 2 maps, it's like we have data, we sort of know how it might go. This is a map where it literally could go either direction. Both teams are pretty balanced in their performance. Yeah.
A little bit quiet too, but it's kind of hard to frag out when you're a Sage and you're kind of stuck planting the bomb. And anyway, but yeah, I think it'll definitely come down to who will heat up kind of faster, whether it be Pony taking that lead or Corey taking that lead, and it'll be definitely a game of who can shut down who.
Yeah, what I'm going to be interested in is the compositions for both these teams, because it feels like Oxygen has been kind of staying steady with the double initiator of KO and Sova, alongside, you know, Jet, Omen, and Killjoy, kind of being like the staples of their map. They moved away from the Astra Breach. kind of at the beginning of this year. So I'm curious to see if they stick with that trend. With TSM, they're an interesting one because they're one of the few teams I feel like who try to play this map without a Sova. The last couple of times they have been playing Fade alongside KO while also playing the Jet, Killjoy, Omen, which are kind of more common to the map because they've also strayed away from Astra. So I'm curious to see because I feel like playing this map without a Sova is very difficult. It's not necessarily undoable, but I do think it limits you on gaining information in a lot of ways. So I'll be curious to see like if they stick with that or not because they've had mixed results with it.
Well, it is time for our third map in this series,
also a good
our
agent,
second time saying that today, and I have a feeling it will not be the last. We do have our casters.
Fade's a solid pick on Ascent, I think.
Basement, Sully, and Speedboat Salesman Upmind. Take it away.
I again just don't know, like, is that an insult to me? Like, is that a reference? Like, I get there's a football helmet over there, but still,
I'm not gonna lie, that was a nickname of mine. I used to be a fast boy when I played soccer. People used to call me Speedboat Gus. That's unironic right there. Shout outs to Balk, man. He just knows.
Big man Balk.
I feel like I don't get these.
As he said, I think he knows what's up as
maybe,
well.
Maybe it's because I don't listen to the players bant with or the commentators banter with each other too much because I just like tune in when they start talking about like how the games went because I'm not listening right now. But I feel like I'm always like missing out. Like I'll tune in and or like I'll look at the chat and they'll be like occasionally and they'll be like looking at or talking to whatever. What are these references I'm not getting? Anyways, I don't need a connection with the commentators. I can do it myself. TSM versus Oxygen. We're going into the final map on Ascent, and this one really could go either way. We see Mitch on KO, GMD on Omen, Randy Savage on Killjoy, and Nature on Fade. Like I said, Fade's a solid initiator pick, similar to Sova in the way that the information is gathered, maybe a little bit different with the way those abilities can be utilized as well, other than, of course, the obvious gathering intel abilities. Kenpeki on KO, Scuba on Omen, Corey, and Oni on Jet, 7 on Killjoy, and then Verno on Sova. So identical picks, of course, excluding the Sova for Oxygen, and the Fade for TSM. Fade's an agent, again, I think is a solid pick on Ascent. I think does a similar job to Sova. It's just those extra abilities, as well as those that ultimate. And I do think the ultimate for Sova is more useful on Ascent than the Fade ultimate can be. I just don't find the Fade ultimate to be super useful on this map. I also think the Fade ultimate in general it can be kind of lacking in the way that it works, but you know it is what it is. We'll see how it goes. All right, Oxygen starting out on attacking, gonna be taking control of A aggressively. Pony gonna find 2. Corey able to find 2 as well, and so it's gonna be a 3v3. Off that pick, Corey decides to aggress. Looks like he wants to aggress this door. Trying to wallbang it. Wallbang the switch, making sure nobody's there. GMD getting ready for the paranoia, but the shock dart from Verno going to be the one to take out Corey. Oh, and the flank from Scuba as 7 takes out Verno, and now it's a 1v2 for 7. Ooh, 7 going to take out Randy Savage, but the right click eventually runs out of bullets. Scuba going to finish 7 off, and that round goes in the favor of Oxygen, just barely. And like I talked about before the map started, this map is ever so slightly defense-sided. It's not super defense-sided. I really do need to fact check this, but from what I've heard, about 55% of pro games on Ascent, the round differential is in the favor, 55% in the favor of defense. And that's not a big margin. It's really small, and so of course you'd expect the defense to take the advantage going into the next half. But it's also not like if they don't have the advantage, it's going to be a big issue. Like, that's a very small amount of rounds here. So I'm not like, oh man, you know, the defense needs to be performing super well here. Even if TSM goes into the next half with a disadvantage, they can probably even still come back from that. But if we're just looking purely at statistical information, you know, getting all nerdy about it, TSM should have the early advantage here. But of course, because Oxygen won that round, they force, so they should be able to win this round. And that should be 2 easy rounds for them. Third round should go to TSM. And that's usually how those first 3 rounds go. And it should go this way. 7's holding this with a shorty. We'll see if he's able to pull through and get a kill. He is. Just traded off very quickly by Scuba, though. Meanwhile, some kills going off on site, and actually, no, I thought the round was over, but Kanpeki's going to even it out, able to get quite a few kills, challenging from Market there. Andy Savage coming in, grabs the spike. Oh, gets flashed, and Kanpeki 3 kills there to lock that round down for TSM. I just said it should have gone to Oxygen, and they wanted to prove me wrong there. That was a save round for TSM that they turned around and won, which means their Econ's going to be in a really good spot. Oxygen going to have to save here, so not going to be in a really good spot Econ-wise, although it looks like they're going to be forcing. And although, I don't know if that's the best choice here. Looks like they will be forcing this round. I think you should just take the loss, but, you know, it doesn't really matter what I think. I'm not the pro player. We'll see how it goes for Oxygen. And, Oxygen is getting ready here to try and take side. Again, they forced here, so they're expecting to get a round win here. But, CSM able to lock it down pretty well, although now it's even, 3v3. Still, the doors gonna get closed. Scuba coming in from door as well to help out. Verno gonna take out GMD. Now the player advantage in the hands of Oxygen. Randy Savage down to half health, but regardless, player advantage still. Oh, Scuba just barely gets hit by that Fade util. Now that Prowler comes through to try and spot, or at least clear the box. That's maybe where they could be planting. And Verno gonna lock it down, shut down both players coming from Heaven, Nature, and 7 done. 3 players left alive for Oxygen. That's a good amount. It turns out forcing that round was useful. I did not think it was going to be a good choice. You know, I'm just going to stop saying what I think should happen, because apparently as soon as I say something's going to happen, that's not what happens. And Oxygen able to win that round, but Econ not going to be great, because again, they forced that round. And lost 2 of their players. They went into that round, not great Econ. They won it with most of their players alive, but did lose 2 of them, so not a great spot. They do have the Hunter's Fury up, though, to help them take these sites effectively. Go ahead and hide the robot. Sorry if that's what you were watching. Looks like Oxygen's going to be challenging mid mostly. Pony going to be able to find both Kanpeki and Quarry, making it look easy, like a warm knife through butter. I'll find those picks, and now Oxygen having to rotate back from mid towards B main. Headed in that direction. 2 for TSM on B. 1 in market and 1 in logs. Looking to find those picks. The Jet and Pony just going to be able to dash right into his smoke, and 7 not going to be there to try and deny it, trying to hide himself, but of course Pony just going to get him as soon as the smoke goes down, so site's already clear. TSM now going to have to play retake. Pony in a position to get an ace. We'll see, though, if Scuba is going to be the one to ward off Market more effectively. Do know Nature's there. Ooh, the Paranoia comes through. Randy Savage going to take out Nature. There goes the ace potential. GMD going to take out Scuba and Verno. Randy Savage going to take out GMD for a double kill for him. Close off that round, and Oxygen once again takes a win. Now their Econ is starting to look pretty stable. And now they're starting to look like they're in a decent position. So now we're going to look at TSM, who's starting to look in a little bit of a bad spot. Definitely not where you would want them to be. Oxygen on a full buy right now. Because again, they had started to stabilize they've started to stabilize their Econ off of that win. TSM also going to be on a full buy, but with half shield. I believe that's just called a half buy, but I could be wrong. I feel like half buy and light buy are the same thing. Though. I don't watch enough. I don't watch enough Valorant. I don't play enough Valorant either. Anyways, TSM coming out from A main, getting ready to grab this orb. Gonna do some early aggression. Corey gonna take out Pony over on site, and then GMD gonna win that with Verno by over on site. I meant in Garden. Either way, well played there from TSM is gonna force Oxygen back. Corey coming in from Heaven. We know site's not clear. Mitch coming in. Gonna go right into the shorty. Gonna get that pick, and now it's just down to Scuba and Randy Savage. Both on site, but the spike still isn't down. Scuba getting ready to plant.
In a situation like that, these players
TSM's gonna let it go down. But they should know Scuba's probably hell at this point. Scuba TP's up though, and they heard it. Scuba able to find one before he's taken out, but now it's just down to Randy Savage. Not going to be able to win a 1v4, unfortunately, for him. Unfortunately for Oxygen, I should say. And DSM has won around. They're starting to claw their way back. Like I said, slightly defense-sided map. And it's due mostly in part to the chokeholds that the entrances to these sites have. The only, like, non-chokehold, I would say, is that mid pathway through stairs and then into Pizza and Market. Like, that pathway right there is it's like the only non-chokehold point, because you look, the push from Cat into Tree, that's a chokehold. The push through A main, that's a chokehold. The push through B garage, that's chokehold. The push through B link, I mean, that's not onto a site, but it is even still a little bit of a chokehold there. So that's why it's a little bit of a defense-sided map, because it can be easy with util to ward them back. 7 in that point does get, or they're trying to flush him out with the util, but it doesn't. He's able to find one. Traded off by Randy Savage, but then Randy Savage is traded, so that means TSM up a player now. It's going to be a 4v3 for TSM. Almost said 4v5. Oxygen not looking good at this point. May just want to save. I mean, although Mitch just definitely does not need to. 3,000 credits is a good amount to help you continue some econ momentum, to say the very least. Oh, GMD going to take Mitch out. Scuba going to take GMD out, but now it's a 2v3. Oxygen. Trades are not what they want when you're down a player. You don't want trades. That's what Oxygen is getting, unfortunately for them. Flash going to come through, and it's effective. Runner going to get taken out, traded off. So it's kept even, and now it's a 1v1. The spike not in Scuba's hands. Goes right under it to grab it. Smokes. Off. Corey. Now he's going to be able to grab that spike, get on site, and start planting. About 15 seconds left. He gets it down. Now he has to play 1v1 against an operator, and there are long angles, and Corey wins that exchange. Scuba gonna be able to take that round. Wait, did I say Scuba? No, TSM gonna be able to take those rounds. Scuba died, not gonna be able to take the round. You can tell the longness of these series is starting to wear on me. There's still a whole another series after this. What do you mean, who else here? No, nobody else. What? Silly goose. 5v5. Both sides have ultimates to use. Pony with those knives, and it's going to be a save round for Oxygen. Ooh, Randy Savage able to take out Nature. Good pick for them. Again, save round for them, so doing decently well. Able to get that lockdown out of the way. Now Oxygen's sort of been backed up into a corner here in Market, and it's going to be a difficult play here. Oxygen needs to figure out how they want to play this. 7 looking to challenge. Oh, wow. Able to find Pony there. Going to find Scuba as well. Verno and Mitch each able to return their own 2 kills, which means it's going to be kept even, and it allows Oxygen to get on site. Now there is an ultimate in the hands of Mitch to utilize to try and win this round. It's a save round, but it's looking like it could turn into a round win. Now the operator's still looking deadly in the hands of Corey. Corey coming through, looking to find some picks. Verno going to take out GMD, and Verno also going to take out Corey. It's a thrifty round. Save round turned into a win for Oxygen, and it's looking like this offense is starting to look pretty strong. And on a, again, slightly defense-sided map. I wouldn't be worried if you have the disadvantage going into the next half. It's definitely still possible you come through. But that being said, slightly defense-sided map. So Oxygen doing good here on the offense is good for them. And then hopefully for them, when they switch sides, they can use those numbers to their advantage. It's looking like Oxygen trying to kick off their lower bracket run by denying TSM's lower bracket run. You know they want to. A little bit of an underdog coming into this, trying to get in the heads of TSM. TSM, a franchise team, and Oxygen wants to prove that they're better. A one-way going to be utilized by Corey to get that pick on Mitch. Both players trying to crouch to avoid getting one-way themselves, although Pony going to be able to chase down Corey and find that pick. It's actually a trade. That means sight is going to be gained by Oxygen. Pecky coming through, trying to find these picks. With the util trying to force the spike off. Ooh. The trade's going through left and right. Now both players know where each other are. I find the pick. The spike did not go down. The plant was denied, which means Verno has to peek this. Now he does have a shock dart to use. He's definitely just waiting for his arrow to come up. There it goes. Shoot it at the ground. It's going to give him some good clear vision. Definitely not as much clear vision as he'd like. And then that turret goes off, and he really doesn't know. It's a heaven play. Oh, it doesn't matter. Able to find door, get that pick. Not going to get the spike down, but still well played from Verno. Is going to secure them another round. Now TSM starting to shake a little bit. They had a little bit of a good run, 2-round win streak to combat the 2-round win streak from Oxygen, but isn't going to be enough to give them good econ security and feel safe in their econ. So then it continues to go downhill for Oxygen. These rounds are not looking good.
This time TSM, the change they've made is they're looking to establish mid control. On their eco round, they've sent a smoke towards top mid, changing up the tempo.
It's a weird sort of light buy, it looks like, for TSM. Trying to conserve some econ here. Combat this 2-round win streak from Oxygen. Do some good econ damage of their own. Now Mitch still has a KO ultimate to use.
Player like Corey, player like Seven, player like Nature. An inch, they'll take a mile. And nobody in isolated positions right now. If anything, Pony is the most dangerous run right now. As he always is, right?
They just creep their way up. And there's the paranoia. Corey just trying to get something.
Ooh, Scuba going to be able to take out Corey. Verno going to take out GMD. Now it's a 3v5 for TSM. This is really starting to pan out for them and look pretty good. Verno going to take quite a bit of damage, though. Although in a 3v5 against worse guns than your own, Oxygen's still looking at a pretty good position. Scuba also pretty low on health. Seven going to try and cash in, able to take out Randy Savage, although that was not one of the players that I was talking about having low health. I don't know where Pony's looking. Kind of looking at the wall there for a second. Now TSM, again, now it's a 3v4. They made it a little bit equal, and health is very low for Oxygen, but Nature's low, and so is Seven, so it's not great for them either. Gun is spotted, and now they know that Seven was trying to peek. Able to take him out. Again, health not in the favor of TSM. Scuba also going to take advantage of the low health on Nature. So now it's just down to Kenpecky, who has full health, but going to have to peek in a 1v4. Able to find one. Lucky hit there, and then Mitch finishes him off. So Oxygen has secured themselves at least half of the half and denied the advantage for TSM going into the next half. So overall, a pretty good position for them to be in. TSM going to take a timeout here. You can't blame them. Like I said, it's slightly defense-sided, and they're not able to even like make it look like, okay, well, you know, it's only slightly defense-sided, so But, you know, TSM does need to figure something out. I don't know where I was going with that point, but I gave up on it midway through, and it makes me sound crazy. I'm not crazy. But TSM taking a time out here because, again, a slightly defense-sided map, trying to make it look, and Oxygen trying to make it look like it's not at all. And TSM knows that it's slightly defense-sided, almost certainly. So they're definitely feeling worried about the fact that Oxygen is taking a good majority of these rounds so far. I mean, 6 out of the 9 rounds so far is really, really good for Oxygen. That's a good record so far. Oxygen off of that timeout, although it was TSM's timeout. Oxygen going to start heading towards A, doing another A hit, and it looks like TSM may be reading that. Now, TSM's on a bye here, so they're looking for the round win.
He's matured, right? Gotten to the point where now has established himself as one of the biggest organizations in North America. Now, of course, Oxygen.
We'll see if Oxygen able to take down a franchise team here. Group B was full of franchise teams. A lot of those open qualifier teams ended up in Group B. Or sorry, in Group A. And now, quite a few of those franchise teams in the mid-season. Moist Moguls, Disguised, Oxygen, all trying to prove that you don't have to be a franchise team to be good, but TSM now fighting back, preventing this A push. Now it's just down to Scuba to try and play this post plant, and this spike's just going to get defused, and Scuba's nowhere near anybody to try and help, as he was going for the long con on the flank. Gonna find a pick, though. Good for him there. But yeah, right as I was gassing them up, trying to prove that franchise teams aren't all they're gassed up to be, and Oxygen was like, nah, nah, I'm good. But again, slightly defense-sided map. So the fact that Oxygen has denied the advantage for TSM is really good for them, so that way when they go to the defense, they can have a chance. Now, we're not even moving into the defense yet for Oxygen. See Oxygen going for a full buy, but with light shield. Or a half shield. But good guns. And that's because they're trying to save for next round, which they'll be able to off of a loss. Still going to be able to buy next round, as will TSM. So both teams have a buy for the rest of this half. But of course, TSM trying to bridge that gap, make it 6-6 going into the next half. Give themselves a good chance of coming back here and taking the win. Oxygen trying not to let that happen. Randy Savage taking out Corey. There goes your duelist. Savage sending that util through, but Randy Savage, oh my god, gonna push through, take out Nature and GMD, making it a difficult counterplay here from TSM. Randy Savage also gonna take out Kentucky. He's going for the ace. 7 though, gonna take out Scuba and Verno. Okay, come on, let Randy Savage have the ace. Let him make it here. 4 kills for Randy Savage. Ooh, he drops down from box just in time, making his presence known in CT. Gonna push Randy Savage. Oh, there goes the ace, but Pony gonna take 7 out. Prevent that ace from happening, and still gonna secure Oxygen that round, regardless of if they got the ace. They secured that round, and now they have the advantage going into the next half. Again, slightly defense-sided map. So, having the advantage going into your defense round is really, really good, especially for Oxygen. Although, like I've talked about, Oxygen has a strong offense on pretty much every map, and so their defense does tend to lack a little bit. So, you know, there's always that chance that their defense starts to suffer a little bit as well. But we'll see how it goes. Surely it's not that bad, right? Wow, that Paranoia stops just in time. Nature's able to get away. Now the Paranoia from GMD gonna try and prevent this take from Oxygen, and it doesn't hit and it's not effective, but they are going to prevent the take pretty effectively, able to find 3. Verno trying to prevent a dominant performance. Scuba coming through mid, and Well, Seven's ready for it. Takes him out, and that round does go to TSM, but Oxygen, on a defense-sided map, has taken the advantage going into their defense side. So it's looking pretty good for them, to say the very least. The colors have not switched yet for the offensive defense, so yeah, I apologize if I mess up in this pistol round, identifying who is who, or which team is which team.
The story has been, it's Oxygen that start off hot in this first half. On every attacking side, they've put up numbers, and they've always done a good job.
So far, a pretty exciting third map, but also looking like it might go in the favor of Oxygen. But you know TSM is happy to go to overtime. Definitely the last thing we want at this point, knowing that there's still a whole other series to come. And it's 7 p.m. I still haven't eaten dinner. And we're like just now getting halfway through this final match. Oh, Corey gonna punish Scuba being paranoid. But Mitch gonna take Corey out, and that's a trade, so now it's a 4v4. But TSM has taken there you go. TSM has taken control of A site. Effectively, the alarm bot goes off. Or it went down indoor. Now it's going off. There you go. Gives a little bit of vision. And there's 3 for Oxygen coming in there. The pop flash comes out. Ooh, and it's effective. Randy Savage going to be able to get 1 off of it. But Nature going to trade that off. Shock darts come through as well. Ooh, the Nanostorm's going to be really useful there. Pony going to take out 7. But GMD gets a pick. It's a 2v2. Health not really there for either. But GMT down to 2 health. Pony going to be able to take out GMD. Already low on health. Pony down to 1 HP. Nature going to take him out. Oh, Verno's going to win that. Does he have time to defuse? Oh, it was already halved. So, yes, he does have time. 4 seconds left. More than enough. Defuse goes out for Oxygen, and the first pistol round goes to Oxygen, trying to prove, yes, it is a defense-sided map, and yes, we did better than you on our offense. That's what Oxygen's trying to show here. Wins that round, so now they're going to force here. Should be able to secure this round as well. That being said, they won the first pistol round of this map. Weren't able to secure the second round, so, you know, TSM could still take it here. It's definitely not out of the picture. TSM is getting ready for this A hit through mid. Oh, Scuba gonna push out aggressively though, and he knows where the rest of the players are, so he feels comfortable pushing up. Down to 20 health, but has taken complete control of main there. Spike is down, which means Oxygen does have to start playing this retake. But they do have the 2-player advantage here. Garden is peaked. Oh, and now that flank coming in from Scuba just in time. Oh, they paranoia their teammates, and it does not pay off quite enough. Being able to take out Pony, who was paranoid. Oh, Mitch gonna deny Corey's hope of a 1v3. 3 players left alive for Oxygen on a forced round is okay. I mean, you know, they'd probably be hoping for a little bit more left alive. 4 or 5 would be really good here, so they're not going to be great on this bonus round, but it is still a bonus round, so they're in an okay spot. GSM, of course, going to buy here, although we don't see them going for full shield. They're going to conserve it a little bit. Same strategy. I think we first saw it in mid-season, played by Moist Moguls in their match against M80. We saw it come through quite a bit. Pony takes quite a bit of damage. He has that judge on him, trying to push up and get some good ground. Oh, but the Prowler comes through as well as the Nanostorm. He's going to get caught in that Nanostorm, taken out by 7. Now the player advantage in the hands of TSM. Now they do have the gun advantage as well, so they should be expecting to win this. Bruno trying to wallbang, but gets wallbanged in exchange, or in return. So it doesn't go super well for them. TSM now going to back up and start looking at an A hit.
Now the readjustment from TSM. They already have util over towards that B side, so they're just going to maintain that contact again. But all of this noise being completely cut. Nothing over towards the mid side. Of course, nothing is popped out in A. That's the most important part. There's nothing on A right now.
There's some support here leveraged over towards mid between
TSM gonna have actually a free rotate into A. Ooh, 7 just barely gonna be able to win that exchange with Mitch. Finished off by Scuba, but already took one down with him, so it's a player advantage still in the hands of TSM. A trade for Oxygen, which, you know, when you're down a player, you don't want to trade here. Now, again, it's a bonus round from Oxygen, but they've been able to pick up some guns, so they may just want to save, and it looks like that may be what they're going for. Gonna watch these exits. It's a little bit of a difficult retake from the positions that they're in, so Verno, who has a Guardian, looks like he's gonna be the one playing the most aggressive, looking for picks. The other two just gonna save their guns. They're gonna exit right into Verno. He's able to find one before getting taken out. It's good for them. I mean, yeah, it's a bonus round. They're just looking to get some good kills, and they were able to find it. But again, TSM decided to go for the light shield, which means their econ's gonna be in a pretty good spot to just buy the ones who died. Oxygen, off of that bonus round, gonna be able to buy here, and 2 of them did manage to pick up guns, so should be full buys across the board. Score is 6-9. And TSM getting a little bit of ground here, but Oxygen still doing pretty well. And again, slightly defense-sided map, so Oxygen going into this having the advantage, really good for them. And they've been able to actually carry through with it a little bit here.
See the idea here for Oxygen. Layers on top of layers here for this A defense. Making them fight through the smoke, making them fight through KJ util.
Oh, they're going to work back.
TSM able to get up, grab that ult orb, now they're backing out.
And so 7 gives that info back. I think in a second here, Oxygen are going to realize where this hit's actually going towards.
Gonna be challenging mid.
They want to split to half.
Could just be a split.
Can send in a really nice nightfall from Catwalk. They're trying to
Ooh, that fade util gonna be huge in spotting Pony. I believe he just flashed too, so he couldn't defend himself against it. Now that fade ultimate comes through as well, and they're gonna do a really big fake here, like they're coming through mid to B. But it's actually an A hit. Now, Oxygen has stayed firm, planted on A, and they're ready to defend it. Randy Savage going to take out GMD. Kentucky takes out Scuba. Randy Savage also going to take out Corey. So it's a 3v3 now. And TSM knows that they have site control of B, or at least mid control. So they're going to try and utilize it. Ooh, Randy Savage nearly catches them there, but not quite. Now, Randy Savage low on health, but so is Kentucky, and Nature's a little bit low. Mitch makes his presence known in Boathouse and gets spotted, but gonna take one down before he dies, and then 7's gonna get traded off. Randy Savage also gonna be able to take out Kentucky. 4 kills for Randy Savage, and that's gonna put them in double digits in the rounds. Now 10 rounds in the favor of Oxygen. 3 away from securing this win and ending this very lengthy second series. Or sorry, second map and series. The third map. Oh man, I'm losing it. Yeah, Oxygen in a pretty decent position now. 2 rounds away from securing that 12th round. Of course, TSM on this offense in a tough spot because they did not take the advantage on the defense of a defense-sided map. Now, again, I said it's only slightly defense-sided, so that doesn't mean it's impossible to take the advantage on offense side. And TSM definitely could do it here, but they haven't been able to. They're going to force, or no, light buy this round. Pony able to take out Corey, though, and that's going to deny a mid push. And now Oxygen going to challenge anybody in B garage, but nobody's there. Mitch locking down A site, going to find the first pick from mid. Kentucky's actually pushed up pretty aggressively, but it's almost like Mitch was ready for it, able to take Kentucky out. 7 trades it off, but then Scuba going to trade that off. GMD gonna take out Scuba, but Randy Savage trades that off. And, you know, you're down players. You can't afford trades. TSM was in a bad spot there. Now, again, light buy there from TSM. So that way they could afford to buy this round. But now Oxygen has 11 rounds, and TSM's in a tough spot because they need to deny Oxygen getting to that 12th round. So your opponent gets to that 12th round. Said it time and time again today. Your opponent gets to that 12th round, and now you're in a tough position where you're forced to try and make a really big comeback. You have to use all of your money and util every single round, otherwise it's wasted. And it just puts you in a bad spot to be. You don't want your opponent to be one round away from securing a win. So you need to play effectively and aggressively on your defense. On your defense, so to speak, of preventing that 12th round from being gained. TSM, in this case on offense, but you know what I mean. Defending that 12th round for Oxygen. Trying not to let them get it. Now, obviously, you don't want to do... I mean, you can sort of play like you do when they have 12 rounds, but you don't want to, because the thing when they're at 12 rounds is you're playing like it's the last round every single round, because it could be if you're not playing like it's the last round. Versus when they're at 11 rounds, you don't want to play like it's the last round every single round because, well, it may not be the last round, and then if you lose that round, then you're in a bad spot when they hit that 12th round. So you don't use your ultimates as soon as you get them, that sort of thing. Now, Oxygen, that being said, Oxygen has 4 ultimate abilities to utilize to try and secure their 12th win here. Oxygen wanting to make a statement that, although not a franchise team, they don't need to be to do well in a bracket. They've been able to do that already by doing some significantly good damage to the guard when they played them. Now this is happening. Now Pony gets basically hunted down here, taking quite a big hit, but he's gonna get 4, nearly an ace. He was very low on health that entire time. Able to find 4 before he was taken out. I don't even know how he got that many kills. That was impressive. Ace stolen by Randy Savage, but... Alright, let's see this. Let's see how this pans out here. Let's find 1, 2, and did it go... I mean, that was just bad timing there. Just in main, trying to get away, and then your teammates getting shot from across the site, and you just happen to catch a stray. That was just unfortunate timing. I believe it was 7 who was hit across the map. That was just unfortunate timing there. And now Oxygen has secured that 12th round, and like I talked about, TSM now gonna have to use all of their ults every single round. As soon as they get their ult up, you use it. You don't want to waste it. Mitch's gonna take out GMD, though, and no more Omen ult to utilize. Kempeki very low on health as well. Randy Savage gonna take out Kempeki, finish him off. There's that spike down. The Omen Paranoid coming through to get rid of that switch. Corey gonna take out Scuba, but the turret gonna be the one to finish Corey off. Nature takes out Mitch at the same time, though, so it's a 2v3, still very winnable for TSM. But the lockdown comes out from both sides. Make it difficult. Verno's in a tough spot. He's gonna get detained. Not quite. Able to take out 7 before he would be detained. Nature trades it off, but now he's in a 1v2. This round not looking good for TSM, and able to find Pony, though. Is he gonna clutch it up? Oh, he's able to! 4 kills for Nature, keeping this run alive. That being said, it's an expensive round for TSM. It's easy to hype them up, but it's an expensive round for TSM, so they're not going to be able to completely full buy this round either. Not what they would want to continue this comeback. Also, that being said, they utilized so many of their ults that round. I mean, because, like I said, you have to. You sort of have to. Nature's ultimate now up. They still have that Omen ult to utilize as well. You look over at Oxygen Esports, they have 2 ults to use. Just I'm trying to make a comeback here. Trying to keep it alive. Oxygen, of course, they're in a 12-7 position. They're in a good spot right now. They've got some room to breathe. They can relax a little bit. They don't have to play super aggressively, and that being said, though, Pony gonna play aggressively. Gets that op pick on 7, and now the player advantage in the hands of Oxygen. The Hunter's Fury comes out as well. Ooh, Pony whiffs that shot. Could have been easy for them. But now they know at least 1 is heaven. Nature's also low Heaven. Scuba gonna take out Corey, but traded off by Nature. Still, the player advantage in the hands of Oxygen off of that initial op kill. Seems Nature knows where Mitch is. Oh, and he's getting flushed out by that Molly. He's gonna get double swings, but he's able to find one before he's taken out. Meanwhile, Randy Savage takes out GMD, so it's a 1v3 for Nature. Not gonna clutch that up. The Shock Dart gonna be the one to do it. And Oxygen has taken out TSM, and there goes another franchise team down the drain. That's it. That's the run done for TSM in mid-season. They've secured themselves $2,000, little consolation prize, but no circuit points for them. Oxygen Esports has secured themselves a little bit of money, a little bit more than $2,000 at the very least, but also they've secured themselves circuit points. Now, how many depends on how well they continue to perform, but they have, at the very least, put themselves in the top 4. Good for them, and it'll be interesting, and I'm excited to see how Oxygen fares up against. Now, I went into this saying I expect TSM to take it, and they didn't. They did not take it. Oxygen played very well and fought very fiercely. TSM started to lack a little bit there on Ascent, and it's a little bit disappointing to see. But we're moving into the next matchup between Moist Moguls and G2 Esports, and like I said many times, I'm gonna have to go eat really quickly. I'll try and make it quick, because otherwise I will starve to death as we move into the third series. So I'll just turn this up, put a little thing on the screen, and I'll be back while I go eat and get some more water. Bye.
Today, and so we're going to take a second, decompress, we're going to the analyst desk after the map highlights, and they're going to break everything down that you just saw on this 3-map banger.
One enemy remaining. Long. One enemy remaining. Face your fear! Enemy killed. One enemy Team Ace. Defenders with
another 3-map series as we see Oxygen. What even was that? Where did that come from? I'm so confused.
I'm confused too, bro. I'm not really sure what you're talking about.
All right, well, I'm trying to figure out a way I can transition that back into a legitimate conversation, but it's late, you know, and it's another 3-map series as we see Oxygen end up picking things up in the third and final map, and they honestly looked really strong as they knocked TSM out of this lower bracket. And, you know, Gus said it. This is points that they have now guaranteed themselves. This is a team coming into the season I think many people had in the bottom 3. This is an incredible run from Oxygen so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're already ranked 6. They already had points on the board just making it here. Now they're guaranteed to add additional points, so a chance of me break more into the top 5 or even the top 3, depending on how the rest of this goes. But, I mean, what this really boils down to is just, like, what a crazy defense from Oxygen on the second half, dude. Like, they just weren't letting TSM have anything. They were just like a brick wall everywhere. Every take that TSM tried to do, it just didn't pan out. The retakes were on point when they were required. Short of like that one nature clutch that took place like on round 19, I believe it was, there just wasn't really a whole lot going on for TSM on the attack. I mean, Oxygen just stood so firm all across the map. Really well played to close out the series.
It's really refreshing to see the Killjoys on top. It definitely felt like Seven was definitely heating up this game, but so was Randy. Both of them consistently getting those multi-kills, which was really fun to see. But going back to what Dust was saying, it definitely felt like TSM was hitting that brick wall. Every time they try to take a site and you think they would have it, someone gets hit with a multi-kill. The trades from Oxygen was just there.
even though they don't end up winning the game, I really got to tip my hat to Seven, who played an incredible series. He was actually the top performer as well on map 1 for TSM on Lotus, which was their victory. Ended up finishing 25-8 there and finishes at the top of the charts here. Even though it isn't a loss and it is Oxygen moving on, it is a strong performance from someone typically fielding thankless roles, playing as the Killjoy. And this time we get to see both Killjoys sitting at the top, which is kind of the nature of this map. It does feel like it lends itself to strong defensive fronts from the Killjoys. But a strong performance from Oxygen again. This team was definitely slept on. I'd say players on this team were the epitome of what we would typically call a no-namer. It was a guy who came in with like no reputation. No one knew who they were. And every single week it was like, oh, that was interesting. This player looks pretty good. And then this player is actually really good. And now they're shaping up to be some of the strongest players in their respective roles in this region. I got to give credit to all of them for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the reason for that is a little bit understandable, right? I mean, a lot of these guys came from different academy team backgrounds or just smaller teams in general. Again, like Mitch and Randy Savage are really the only quote-unquote veterans on the squad, and even Randy Savage had limited like top-tier play with Renegades in comparison to Mitch, who was kind of always a part of that with Cloud9. But it's like, yeah, we knew that Scuba was like this known value controller that had a lot of potential, but we never could have really known what we were going to get from people like Pony and Verno. But again, every week they proved themselves to be part of that next generation of Valorant player. Like for obviously Pony, it's the next level of duelist, and he's kind of up there contending with people like Oxy and Sim, whereas Verno kind of stands alone, I feel like, in a lot of ways. Like, yeah, Poise has had a turnaround, but he's a known quantity that's been around the scene for a while. Verno came from complete obscurity. He feels like very much the next Derek or the next Trent of North America.
And it's been an incredible run from him thus far, and I'm excited to see how far it goes for this Oxygen train. We're going to go ahead and throw things to the series highlights and a quick word from one of our sponsors when we come back. The post-match interview. We'll be back in just a bit. Why the Sheets not subscribe to Fries? That's F-R-Y-Z, by the way. Subscribe to bags of curly and straight fries, redeemable every 2 hours via our app for $9.99 a month. Why the Sheets not?
conversation is energized. The revolution will be televised. The retribution will be to terrorize. And the celebration will leave you mesmerized. Got the stage set, do it big, mega size. You want me believe you? Tell some better lies. I'm in the TV room, I'm doing exercise. I let the money flow, so I live a better life. Hey, live a better life. When I step out.
All right, I'm back. I know they're about to do the post-match interview. The first time ever. I actually no, we've seen Oxygen players talk before, but it will be interesting just to hear from their perspective. But yeah, I think it's important to point out and talk about the obvious here, which is cut and dry. Another franchise team bites the dust. FaZe Clan has already been eliminated. Now Oxygen eliminated. Or sorry, not Oxygen. Now TSM eliminated. I don't think any franchise teams didn't make it to mid-season. Trying to think. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, all the franchise teams did make it to mid-season. And we're in the top 8 after split 1. Oh, here we go. All right, let's take a listen, and then I'll talk about how I think the next match is gonna go.
A team that I think a lot of people doubted from the very beginning, even going back to the group stages, but they persevere. And as a result, we have a post-match interview with a member of Oxygen Esports, none other than Mitch. We'll go ahead and bring him in. Congratulations on yet another victory here.
Thank you, Bach. Feels pretty good to win another one.
Your run throughout the entire stage, not just mid-season face-off, group stages as well, has been impressive. Do you feel like maybe you've graduated from the underdog status finally and have proven to be a very strong team in the region?
I mean, in the region, I don't know, but yeah, we're working our way up the ladder in challengers. It's just one step at a time for us, I think. Just taking our scrims day by day and getting better every day.
Now, coming into today, we'd never seen you guys play Icebox, and you guys had really good success on Haven throughout. Why pick Icebox instead of Haven? Was that a counter pick?
I mean, when we saw that they didn't ban Haven, we thought that they had a bunch of things planned on it, so we just went with another pick instead.
Actually, you know, that's good.
We just thought they had a bunch of counters. That was basically it. We're really comfortable in a lot of our map pools, so we're able to play other maps too, other than Haven. I know we've just been playing Haven, but yeah, we're comfortable.
Well, it's hard to deny. I mean, your record coming into today is like 16-1 with this roster or something like that. Obviously, that goes back to the fall of last year, but still, it's pretty impressive. But you mentioned your map pool and being deep. There's still one map I don't think we've seen you guys play throughout this first split, and it's Fracture. Is that something we might see from you guys in the future?
I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
I personally don't think it's a great map, but we still might slide it in. You never know. We could use it as a pocket pick maybe at some point. But it seems like it's a pretty good map to have as a veto because everybody's been playing it. Everyone picks it, so why not just leave it out?
You know, we talk about these maps, and one of the maps we've seen you guys play is Lotus, but for some reason today and also in your series against the Guard, the defensive side just is not working out so well. What is it that's going wrong on your defense that's allowing teams to get back into the game a little bit?
On our defense, probably just too much map control for the other team. We're not contesting enough. We're rotating through spawn. You're never gonna win that way on Lotus, and that's basically it. We just played too far back.
Yeah,
that's fair. I mean, it's definitely one of those things. It's a new map, a lot to learn, plenty of compositions coming in that no one's ever seen before as well. Everyone's experimenting.
Yeah,
so
I mean, good points from that.
Take pride in what you do have, which is a really strong attacking side, which is definitely grounded out by two players, Verno and Pony, who have proven to be incredibly talented young players. I think a lot of people didn't really look at them as threats coming into the group stages, and as each week has progressed, we've seen them get stronger and stronger. How have you worked with these young players to kind of mold them into the talent that they've become?
I mean, thankfully we have two really great coaches, Rustin and Bonker, that could call out all their things they need to call out, keep them disciplined, and help them every day. For me, I mean, I try and help them a little bit, but I'm trying to focus on IGLing and keeping everything structured. So the thanks basically falls on Bonker and Rustin there.
When you joined this roster, did you see this level of play coming from either of these players?
Verno for sure, yeah. Pony's actually been surprising. He's been really good as of lately. He's been getting better every day.
All right, well, this last question comes to us from the fan zone, and it's going to be a little bit of a lighter one. What's your go-to pre-match meal?
It's fair, but personally, I don't care. So, all right, I think we need to talk. Let's get started talking about the elephant in the room, Moist Moguls. All right, this is a team. All right, let's be realistic here for a second. Okay, let's just state it as it is. All right. Did Moist Moguls have a very impressive performance against TSM in the upper quarterfinals? Yes. Did Moist Moguls have an impressive upper semifinals against M80? Yes, but they still lost. And I think there was a lot of room for improvement, and I remember thinking while I was watching that match, and really just thinking to myself, man, they had it. Let's go ahead and just take a look at M80 versus Moist Moguls, and let's take a look at this. 13-9, well played there for Moist Moguls. That was a massive lead. That was a pretty big lead they took, right? And so you're like, okay, 13-9 on Haven against M80? They took that? Are you serious? It's hard to even comprehend, but then it goes to Pearl. Map picked by Moist Moguls. And M80 takes it 13-10. And it wasn't, it wasn't an awfully one-sided match. It wasn't, oh boy, it sucks that M80 destroyed Moist Moguls on Pearl. That's not at all what happened. It was pretty close there up until the end. When all of a sudden Moist Moguls just gained this footing. Moist Moguls M80 gained this footing. Moist Moguls had a really nice offense. And then it switched sides, and all of a sudden they couldn't find their footing. And I'll tell you what happened. Moist Moguls went 13-9 on Haven against M80. That's a big thing, all right? And they were in their heads about it, almost certainly, all right? They're like, holy shit, we just went 13-9 against M80 on Haven. We're in a good spot right now. So they felt a little safe losing this year. So they played a little bit risky. They weren't putting themselves together and playing as a team, and it caused them to lose. But they're okay. They're like, all right, it's just the first game. It goes to Ascent, and they lose 13-9. This match was especially sad because it's not that Moist Moguls didn't play well. They did. Obviously, this match was a little bit closer. Went 5-7 going into the second half. But this is when you really start to see Moist Moguls getting in their heads about it. They had a good lead on Haven. They should have had the win on Pearl. They blundered it. And then it went to Ascent. And it was clear M80 was just better than them on Ascent. But it was also clear that Moist Moguls started to get in their heads about it. I'm honestly disappointed about this loss because I think Moist Moguls is a powerful team and has a good fighting power and could have taken down M80 and could have been up against the Guard today. I think that's a real possibility that definitely could have happened if Moist Moguls didn't get in their head so much like I think they did. It sucks and it's sad that it went that way, but it did go that way. All right, and Moist Moguls takes the L there, all right? And now they're up against G2 Esports. Let's take a look at G2's previous game. Well, first of all, we have to state the obvious. They lost to Oxygen Esports 2-1, all right? They did pretty well on Split, but beyond that, they did not perform very well against Oxygen. Then we went G2 against FaZe Clan, and they won 2-0. All right, pretty good there. Not too horrible. But you look at these wins. 18-16. Okay, but that's FaZe's pick. All right, let's go to Haven. Oh, wow. Pretty good there. And obviously could have gone to Lotus, but it didn't. So G2 Esports was able to recover a pretty shoddy or misplayed Haven and 3-site map performance against Oxygen in up here. It was Haven and Lotus that Oxygen won. G2 was able to bring it back on Haven of their own. They picked it here, knowing that they could play confidently. But who do I think is going to win in this matchup? Honestly, going into this mid-season, if you told me that Moist Moguls was going to even get close to beating M80, I'd be shocked. But if you even told me that Moist Moguls was going to beat TSM, I'd be shocked. If you look at my pick'ems, I had Moist Moguls losing and playing against Disguise, and then losing to Disguise, okay? Now, that was a little bit of wishful thinking there. I acknowledge that was a stretch that Disguise would beat Moist Moguls, but you can see that I really was in the mindset that, okay, Moist Moguls is going to lose to TSM early on, and I truly believed that. Do I think TSM has definitely not proven themselves to be a worthy opponent of really anybody? Yeah, I mean, they did just lose to Oxygen Esports, so clearly they're not a powerful team, but Moist Moguls still played very well against them considering it is a franchise team. Then they went up against M80, did really well against M80. And I've talked about this before, but Moist Esports Rocket League went into a lower bracket in a spring championship and ended up winning that championship, okay? So, Moist Esports as a whole is no stranger to doing well in lower brackets. So I sort of saw this and was like, alright, Moist Moguls is going to have probably a pretty decent lower bracket run. Seeing the way G2 played against FaZe Clan, I'm still expecting that from Moist Moguls. I do think they can beat out G2 Esports. Now, it's important to acknowledge the fact, alright, the fact being, these two have played each other before. I'll pull it up right now. Now, when did they play each other? Well, it was the second week, alright? Nobody was really playing at their peak. Moist Moguls, at the time, had not been acquired, and it was still known as Breakthrough. Now, did G2 Esports take that? Yes. But 13-9 on Haven, which, by the way, was picked by G2 Esports, and Breakthrough came through to win, now known as Moist Moguls, in case you're confused. Moist Moguls came through to win that, 13-9, and then Ascent was picked by Moist Moguls, 13-9 win from G2 Esports. Pearl was not nearly as close, but again, that's week 2. So much improvement has happened on the end of Moist Esports since then. Could the Breakthrough that lost, the Moist Moguls that lost to G2 Esports in week 2 perform so well against M80? Absolutely not. But now Moist Moguls is performing so well against M80. I mean, Moist Moguls has stepped up their performance even just from week 5 of Split 2. They did take that win against FaZe Clan, and it was a pretty powerful win. 13-9 and 13-7 to finish off week 5 of Split 1 and finish off Split 1. Yes, Moist Moguls started to pick it up, but they took a 2-0 loss to Turtle Troop. They took a 2-1 loss to G2. They beat Oxygen in week 1, but week 1 is week 1. Nobody was really playing well. They beat Shopify Rebellion, but Shopify still got a map up on them. Did well against FaZe Clan, and then came into mid-season, and they really improved. I'd say from here, or at least from here, it's been an upward trend in Moist Moguls' performance. And their match against M80 went to show that Moist Moguls does have that fire. I think they were just like, oh my god, we're playing against M80 and we're doing so well, and they got in their heads about it. But I really, truly believe, from the bottom of my heart, that Moist Moguls has what it takes, and even more than just what it takes to beat out G2 Esports here. Hands down, I think Moist Moguls can beat out G2 Esports here. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not lying here. Give me a second. I'm going to pull this stream up. We're not going to watch it. I just want to have it so that way, you know, when the results are happening, I can get his reaction, put it in my video, but also just for you guys to see while you're watching the stream. Nice. Because it's just fun to see. But yeah, I don't want to play it up too much, and obviously we need to see the map picks and bans. Like, these are things that will be helpful, but I really, truly believe Moist Moguls can take this. I think... Okay, alright. I've only looked at Moist Moguls match history. Let's take a look at G2's, alright? You're right. Maybe I'm... You know, maybe I'm being a little bit too wishful of thinking here. But, keep in mind, G2 Esports lost in the first round to Oxygen, okay? Moist Moguls did not. And the only reason Moist Moguls didn't make it to the upper final is because they went up against M80. And they had a dominant performance, which is why I'm so... Or not a dominant performance, but a really well-fought performance. So, G2 losing in the first stage versus Moist Moguls managing to make it through TSM, nearly beating out M80, and then ending up faltering just a little bit. Still, it does go to show just how powerful Moist Moguls is, okay? Again, and again, G2 not as powerful. But let's go ahead, take a look at the G2 Esports performance so far in Challengers North America. Alright. 2-1 against FaZe Clan. Alright. 2-1 against Breakthrough, now known as Moist Moguls. That's what we just went over, their previous matchup. 2-0 against Oxygen. They lost 0-2 against Turtle Troop. At the time, defeatless run, recordless, 0 losses. Turtle Troop came in and was like, no, you're going to take a loss. Now, they 2-0'd Shopify, but that's no surprise. And then let's take a look at this match here. I actually think I have it pulled up already. Didn't we? Going crazy, apparently. I guess I did not. Alright, so let's take a look. Pull it up. Where is it? Alright, here we go. So let's take a look at their loss to Oxygen Esports. What exactly happened? I mean, I already know what happened. I remember this match very well, because I've looked at it quite a few times now in review, just to figure out exactly what was happening, because I wanted to see how good of a chance Moist Moguls has, and I'm going to be honest, it looks good for them. But we look at Haven. So this is G2 Esports versus Oxygen. Now, it could be argued that, well, Oxygen went on to do really well against the Guard, so clearly it's a formidable opponent. And yes, that's true. Oxygen is a formidable opponent, but keep in mind, G2 Esports had already 2-0'd Oxygen previously, alright? And what happened here? Well, Oxygen Esports picks Haven, G2 lets it through, Oxygen wins there. It goes to Split. G2's like, alright, we know we're better than you at Split, and although Oxygen did slightly better, getting 5 rounds out of 4 on their previous loss to G2, they did take another loss, then it goes to Lotus. This performance, I don't want to say it was abysmal, but it was not great, alright? And that's because G2 Esports starts out on defense here, okay? They kept it even. That's right, Lotus, the offense-sided map, was kept even by G2 Esports. Which means, alright, G2's on defense to start. They're keeping it even. What does that tell you? Well, that means it's probably going to be a win to G2 Esports. They've been able to keep the defense even of an offense-sided map. That's pretty good. That bodes well for them, right? Yeah, that's what I thought too. And then, Oxygen Esports started their defense. On an offense-sided map, mind you, Oxygen Esports started their defense. First 2 rounds. Oxygen wins the pistol round. Okay, it happens. Sure. G2 just hasn't gotten a chance to show their offense capability. Okay? Goes through that. Goes through the second round. Okay, they lost the pistol. Of course, Oxygen takes the second round. Goes to the third round. G2 wins it. Alright, they're supposed to win that third round, of course. And then Oxygen wins 4 in a row to get to 12 rounds. Alright? So G2 Esports is at 7 rounds, and now Oxygen is at 12. So G2 Esports is like, alright, we need to do something. They take a timeout. Again, I remember this very, very well. They take a timeout. We come back. G2 wins a round. They're like, alright, we got it. This is the start of a comeback, and then it immediately ends. Okay? If you want to look at the performance from G2, thinking, oh, well, maybe it was pretty equal. It really wasn't. Look at Penny. 6 and 17. Disappointing. 10 and 18. Even more disappointing. -8 there. That's crazy. Their best performance was Shazam. No surprise there. He's a really strong performer, but not going to be enough to carry the team when you look at how Oxygen was performing. 28 and 24. Mind you, that's impressive despite how bad Oxygen was winning. Like, that is still impressive. Nearly 30 kills is really impressive. 362 average combat score is insane. And obviously, I'm not just trying to gas up Oxygen here. G2 Esports let them get to that point. We look at Haven, and it's not really that same sort of story, right? So it's like, oh, well, maybe it's just they're bad at 3-site maps. But it's like, no, because it was different on Lotus. The performers were different on Lotus as to who performed well for G2 Esports there. It's just, like, it was a disappointing loss for G2 Esports, and that's to start out the mid-season. FaZe Clan versus G2, I remember pulling this up. They did manage to pull through. Mind you, Ascent was close. Like, really close. like 16 and 18 close. So it was, although it did go to G2 Esports, it was not an easy win, to say the very least. And then it went to Haven, and it seems G2 was able to recoup themselves and play well on Haven. It seems G2 is still very confident in their Haven, despite how badly they lost to Oxygen. And I would say their loss to Oxygen wasn't even that bad of a loss, because like even though it was 13-8, it wasn't horrible. It really wasn't like as bad as it could have been, if that makes sense. But then we look over here, and it's just like, or sorry, over here. Wait, this is the wrong thing. Where? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. There you go. All right, and then we look over here at their wins, and it's like, sure, it was good, but look at Haven. Nobody went into 300 ACS. Okay, so nobody's super well performing, but Voice went 9-16. In fact, you look at this. Oh wait, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong team. Sorry. No. The Haven performance was good. That's my bad. The Haven performance was very, very good from G2 Esports on Haven, but we look at Ascent, and not nearly as impressive. But again, it was kept a lot closer. It's difficult to sort of judge Ascent just because of how long it went to be like, oh, 32 kills. Yeah, but it went 18-16. No, of course there's going to be a lot of kills. I mean, their matchup against FaZe, it just seemed like FaZe wasn't there. I'd say G2 played just about as well as we could anticipate them to do. And then same could not be said for FaZe. So I think this match really doesn't show a whole lot. I mean, I think G2 is a powerful team, and maybe I'm a little bit biased. I do want Moist Moguls to do well, but I also think they have a lot more power to do well than G2. So I predict them to win this, and I could be wrong. A lot of my predictions have been wrong. But I do think that their performance against M80 and losing there was just the start of putting them in the lower bracket. It's going to be a start of another dominant lower bracket performance in a completely different game than Moist Esports' previous lower bracket dominant performance. I think this is the start of a good run for Moist Moguls. Obviously, even if they get through G2 and then Oxygen, they still have to beat the Guard, which, I don't know. That'll be an interesting match, to say the very least, if Moist Moguls can get there. But if I had to make my pick'ems, I'd say Moist Moguls takes G2 here. That's it. That's open and shut case. What is taking so long? Maybe they're still waiting. I guess we can do ranked duel. That's something we can do to pass the time. Let's take a look here.
The hunt begins.
Counter strafing. A little bit, not really actually.
Nice. Need help. Reloading. Spike planted.
Oh.
Grenade. One enemy remaining.
That's so lucky. I feel like his crosshair placement. Wait, he's also like 0 comms.
Last player standing.
Backside. Nice.
Nice. Silver. Bronze? Really? I think, yeah, I could definitely tell he was getting a little bit lucky. I don't know if it was bronze lucky.
Woo! Let's start.
Oh.
Obscuring vision. Blocking sight.
They're, oh my god, they're right there.
Wow, that jet left his back open.
I'm about to run in.
Alright, decent crosshair placement.
Right there. Spike down B. Nice.
Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, the crosshair placement though.
Last player standing.
He's very low, like
Bro, kill him, bro. Kill him, please. Kill him. Bro, man, please, please. If you don't kill him, you sold the game.
August time.
You're almost if you don't kill him.
Pulling them in.
Attraction?
Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Nice.
Yeah.
Yo, bro.
What? That is not bronze. Are you serious? Okay. I've been doing ranked a little while, okay? I was also, there was a good period of time where I was in bronze, okay? There were too many headshots in that clip for those players to be bronze. That's like, full stop, that's just not, it's just not true. It's just not true. I don't believe it.
Launching smoke.
It's a little bit weird.
Open up this.
Ooh, champion.
Nope, they indulged it.
Okay, he's not fidgeting with the knife while he's running, so that tells me it's like below flats or diamond. Or they're above that and they're too focused. Why are you okay?
Last player standing.
Like he's checking stuff like it would matter, cause like your knife is out, so like you're checking rope
30 seconds left.
for sewers. You're trying to clear it, but like your knife is out. Like if you're actually trying to clear it, you pull your gun out there. Okay, his crosshair placement's not that good either. Yeah, that was oof.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, like where are you looking?
Good job.
That honestly could be iron.
Launching smoke.
I'm gonna go iron because I'm just feeling it. Another bronze. You can't do 3 bronze in one day. All right, let's go ahead and take a listen. See what these beautiful people are talking about.
As the nice arena, Valorant Challengers North America mid-season face-off continues with our third and final series of the day. It's going to be Moist Moguls versus G2, and I feel like this is a game that on paper, many people didn't expect to be an elimination match. Because G2 played really well, and then on top of that, Moist has been heating up
I
every
just didn't
single
think
week,
they'd ever play each
fixing
other.
problems.
I just never thought this match would happen. I mean, if you just take a look at it, like, the things that, like, literally the only way this happens is if things went the way that they did. It's like, yeah, I mean, maybe, I mean, probably not down here at the very least, like, maybe over here, but I don't think, like, I would not anticipate, like, if I was just looking at this head-on, like, before anything happened, I would not have anticipated Moist Moguls and G2 Esports ever even meeting each other in this bracket. So, yeah, I mean, this is an interesting
player
matchup.
Throughout the first split, he was #2 in first kills per round and top 5 in ACS and ADR. And then a Proto has been in or near the top 20 in several key categories. He's another guy who's benefited from the traditional Sentinel role coming back into play in the meta. And then when we talk about turnaround stories, you know, we spoke about Poised earlier, you know, kind of being this initiator that's made a huge pivot in individual performance. But, you know, Fly is doing the same thing on this team. And now Sim's doing this during the mid-season face-off, Starry.
Yeah, no, Sim's been looking absolutely great, and we've seen it before from Moist Moguls. They have a lot of really good individual talent on their roster. Each one of them always fragging and clutching up on their teams. And I would love to see.
It's weird to me that they didn't have an org for the longest, like with how juiced out this roster is, like you'd think you'd expect that there's an org behind it, and it's not just like some people getting together to make a team, but it was just some really talented individuals getting together to make a team, try and compete, and it worked out, and now they have a name behind them, and they're even stronger than they were before.
Now, they're not the underdogs anymore. I'd actually argue coming into the series, they're the favorites. I think that this team definitely has what it takes to beat G2. A G2 who has largely been very inconsistent with their performances. Like one week they're super hot, the next week they're pretty cold. Even just the match they had yesterday, you know, map 1, really difficult closeout against FaZe. Then map 2, while it was definitely not particularly clean, Oxy goes insane and has this crazy performance to make up for any mistakes that possibly were made. So, you know, G2, as we get ready to focus on them as a team, I'm just a little bit concerned that this team's sort of hitting a really low ceiling early that I wouldn't have expected based on the star power they have coming into this one, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, I think G2's an interesting team because, again, yeah, obviously they got the starting blocks hot during the first split, winning their first 3 matches in a row, you know, beating FaZe in a pretty dominant fashion at that. But then they lost to Turtle Troop, which was kind of a weird upset loss, especially considering the fashion in which it happened. I mean, they got owned in those 2 maps, but then they bounced back against Shopify Rebellion. Took a close loss to Oxygen here, but then beat FaZe again, though it wasn't necessarily the most tidy Valorant to get the job done.
Yeah.
One of the things that G2 does have going for them is the fact that Oxy has continued to be a star player just as he has been all split. But one of the things that kind of I think they struggle with is, for one, I think Penny struggles with an identity on this team, though I will say his performance in their last match was actually incredible. He was playing Initiators. He actually did really, really well. And also, another guy who is really, you know, succeeding with the return of traditional Sentinel role is a man named Dapper, who was synonymous with Cypher in the early days of Valorant. Plays Cypher a lot these days again, as well as some Killjoy. And he actually has kind of leapfrogged a lot of people in the stats this time around. Like, he is actually right there next to Oxy and even tops him in some categories so far in this midseason face-off.
And if it sounds like we're being a little critical of G2, it's probably because we are. Like, Starry, I look at this team and I'm like, man, this team has so much potential. You see the names on this roster. You know what they can do when the engine is firing on all cylinders. It's when it's not that it's disappointing for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like there are glimmer of moments where we're like, wow, G2 definitely has their fundamentals down. They definitely know what they're doing. And because they have such big household names like Shazam and Dapper, but sometimes I feel like some rounds just look really sloppy. It's like when they're on it, but when they're off, it's just totally off.
I agree with Starry 100% in that sentiment. Like, you know, I feel like G2 are actually at their strongest when they play at more of an up-tempo pace. They're just trying to facilitate Oxy on like some strong entries, and they kind of just roll their utility and they just try to steamroll aside. I think that's actually where they're at their best. But G2 often try to play more of a like down-tempo, like methodical map control style, similar to a team like the Guard. It's just the issue for me is, and Starry kind of alluded to this, is like they just aren't as polished in those mid-round moments as a Guard team is. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that, again, this is kind of a team that is 2 halves being brought together, right? With a couple of players from Virgin, with a couple of players from Sentinels. You got Oxy, like the new young up-and-comer, to kind of match up with the veterans. And so they just don't have, I feel like, the same like ease of chemistry to like handle those mid-round chaotic moments as well as a team like the Guard, who have had a core together for so long, and it's just kind of almost second nature to them on how to respond to certain moments. They're a little bit more fine-tuned in those moments. But yeah, when G2 is on, they are very deadly because they do have a lot of incredible talent on this team. And when the playbook's working correctly, they do well. It's just those adjustments sometimes get them.
And I think it's important to frame this for what it is, right? This is a mid-season event. It's not like this is playoffs. It's not like we're looking at a team who's been playing together for 6 months and now we're like, well, what's happening because you guys haven't really made any changes. It's been a couple of weeks. So even though the team basically formed at the start of the season, there's still plenty of time for them to improve as the second split commences, as we get into playoffs, as we look more towards Ascension. And I think that this team can get there. Again, that's why it's a little frustrating, because it's like, oh man, like on paper, this team has what it takes. But we did have a chance to talk to them and Moist about their most recent matchups and what they might be.
I actually want to hear this, because I do want to see how the players feel about this matchup, because I feel like G2 is facing a very daunting task.
I think they're like the bar of challengers. I feel like if you can beat G2, then you're like a contender for sure. I think that they're super solid and they have very minimal gaps, but I believe they're 100% beatable. They play solid and standard, and I think that if you don't come out playing together and as a team, they're gonna individually disrupt you every single time because of how talented they all are.
Moist is a good team. I think that they're the team with some of like the old Ghost core as well, outside of like the ones that went to M80, and they've got Sim, who's always been like pretty cracked ranked player, and had a lot of potential, and he's finally like translating that.
Yeah, Sim still plays a lot of.
I think they improved a lot since last played them. Even like in scrims,
I think he still plays a lot of.
See that they're actually like really good. I personally thought we were probably like the
What if, like,
best
Pro
team in our
City?
group. Like before we even started playing, just like only like from scrims and like seeing them play after, I can see that they like improve every day. I think it's gonna be a tough match if we never face game and have to play them.
I think that we're a lot better, obviously, now than we were before. And I think before they were, I don't know. I feel like this new like meta, how it is, it's like all team fights, like contact, walk up, take your fight, and if you win it, you win the round. At least like only to a certain extent. And I feel like when I play against teams like G2 and M80, it's like that's their strength, is being able to like win their fights. So I think that we were lack of experience and like comfortability as a team at the time, and they were just way better like, individually than us.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I
think
feel like
we're gonna play
Moist
them now,
Moguls
we see
has
we had different
only
results.
improved since their.
I think they definitely have some good experience with Shazam, Dapper over there. I don't know where I'd put them in all of Challengers. They're definitely up there, but I really don't see them being better than us. In my mind, I don't think they're above us. I think we're definitely better than them. We were just at a weak point when we played them, so I would definitely be excited if we rematch them.
Sim for me. He's the guy that's gonna go in there. He's gonna take all the opening duels and he's gonna make space for his team. I know it's like a cop out to go for the Jet player, but they are like the X factor on the team.
Oxy, think you definitely have to watch out for Oxy. If he's feeling it, he's really annoying to play against. So if he's feeling it, it'll be a little hard, but I think we'll take them no matter what. I think a rematch would definitely be fun to watch from a viewer perspective. There was a lot said on Twitter after that loss. They definitely talked some trash after, so I think it would be entertaining considering like the backstory behind it all, I guess.
Again, just good luck.
Best of luck. I know we had like a bit of a rivalry now from the regular season, so I'd look forward to that one.
I'm not sure if I'd classify it quite as a rivalry, but it will be a very entertaining game because they mentioned it. They have the explosive play with Oxy on one side and Sim on the other. I like the fact that Fly recognizes that G2, at least to him, is the
This is one of the
bar.
most
Like, you beat G2,
exciting matches
that's it.
there
You
will
kind of
be
solidified your position.
in North American Challengers, and now that we're halfway through the season, we're starting to see these teams shape up, and this will truly be an exciting matchup that I'm really looking forward to.
Against G2, because I found out in Haven they had like 5 different clutch situations, and I feel like with Moist Moguls they've had this consistent steadiness where they're always constantly getting better and they're like learning from the previous matches, and you can really tell in against M80 there was like less clutch situations that they were being put in because they were often the ones in the advantage, leaving M80 to be in the clutch positions. And obviously they have a lot of individual talent that I would love to see be brought together, and if that happens, then I think that G2 is gonna, you know, have a really hard time countering that.
Yeah, and like aside from the individual talent that Starry's talking about in the clutch situations, like I watch some Moist Moguls VODs and I kind of just watch how they play. They actually have really sound fundamentals, and I must imagine a lot of that comes down to the fact that they do have some veterans on this team. And you think of guys like Thief and Proto in particular, like the old LG days, for instance, and even Brock has obviously been around. Same with Flya when he had his chance on FaZe. So, yeah, they actually play like some pretty tidy, like mid-round situations from their defaults and look like one of the more polished teams tactically, in my opinion. Like they're kind of right up there with M80 and, you know, the Guard and, you know, even a G2 when G2's on, you know, right? But that's the big thing is like sometimes G2 can get a little bit sloppy and things can start to break down and they have to become a little bit more reliant on individual plays in those moments. So, yeah, it'll be an interesting matchup just considering how close their previous engagement was.
You talk about those moments too. You make mistakes, good teams will take advantage of that and they'll capitalize. And it doesn't matter if it's a 1v3. We've seen Moist do it many, many times in the past.
All right, this is what I'm excited about. Looking at these map picks. Wow. All right, these are going to be some juiced up maps. Split picked by G2, and I think that's an interesting choice. No, it's not an interesting choice. It's a smart choice, G2 picking Split here, because we know G2 has a very impressive performance on Split. We saw it come out against Oxygen, even in that first loss. In that first match of midseason, which they did lose, but the map that they did win, and it was a dominant win, 13-5, G2 won against Oxygen on Split, so it's no surprise here that they feel confident in their Split play. And as much as I don't like watching pro play on Split, I enjoy playing Split. I enjoy the map. And so I'm excited to see it here, and I'm excited to see how Moist Moguls is going to try and counteract that, because you know going into this, Moist Moguls knew how well G2 plays on split and knew that by letting it through, they'd be risking the split being picked. And you gotta wonder, alright, why did Moist Moguls even let it through? They must feel pretty confident on split. They must have something going on where they feel at least confident enough to try and challenge G2's split. That being said, Moist Moguls picks Lotus. Now, this is a map that I believe Moist Moguls suffered on a little bit playing against M80, if I remember correctly. If I can remember that match correctly, I may not have. Let me see if I can find it. Once again, I believe it's this one. No, they did not play against M80. But again, so that does make it a little bit of a wildcard pick, as we haven't seen Moist Moguls on it as much. We've seen G2 on it quite a few times, and we know G2 can struggle on it, and that's probably why Moist Moguls picks it. The Decider's Haven, that will be a very even matchup. I think, at least in my book, I think it'll be an even matchup, although I think maybe Moist Moguls has the edge there, but we don't have to talk about that yet, because we may not even go there. We'll see how split goes for G2, and we'll see if Moist Moguls is looking to challenge that. Moist Moguls we haven't seen on split. I don't think we've seen them on split yet. I could be wrong about that, and I'll take a listen to see they have seen Moist Moguls on split, and I haven't, but I don't think they've played on split yet, or if they have, I don't remember it. It was probably only one time, so not a whole lot of data for Moist Moguls on split.
Obviously, the record also ties into that.
Well, you say the word split, and that's exactly what it's time to do as our first map is ready to go live in the series here. It's split, and we've got Sully and Upmind. Take it away.
All right, let's get into it. I'm so excited about
You hear
this.
that? There's no one-liner. He didn't insult us. He didn't say that we're young. He didn't say anything. You know, I got class tomorrow. I was expecting some kind of joke, but we have got one series left. It's literally like 11 o'clock here on the East Coast. I'm excited for this final series because one team, same as the last, goes home, and one team gets to move forward and place themselves in the top 4. G2 and Moist Moguls, it's an exciting one because I think the desk and all of us are in a consensus. These unsigned teams are, these open qualifier teams have been on this upward trajectory that it's exciting to see and kind of scary for all these teams that did get that invite straight into Challengers in Split 1.
All right, let's get into it. I'm very excited for this matchup. I say that about every matchup, but this one especially because it's going to be very close, and this is a fan favorite team, Moist Moguls, who is actually favored to win the matchup. And, I mean, it's going to be close, to say the very least. And, I'm already confused. All right, hold on. Let's approach this slowly. I'm going to read these out slowly. Okay? Whippy on Raze, Sim on Jet, Shazam on Yoru, Flya on Sage, Dapper on Jet. Is that a Reyna? Oh, okay. It was trolling. Okay. What on earth was that? I was about to lose my shit, man. That was about to be some of the stupidest. Okay, all right. That was impressive though. I got to give them that. I don't know. It's not even April Fools, but I guess when you're not going to be streaming games on April Fools, you got to do something fun in exchange here. At the very least, making it look interesting. Again, I'll give them that. Let's see, take another listen in as we get ready to start the match.
Instaban the entire season, and now it's more or less where that progression heads in. Oxygen, they've already had their upset victory. Why not Moist?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of just ended there. Like, what else can I say there? I think Moist, one thing, and the key thing is...
I don't think this is an upset victory for Moist. Like an analyst was saying, I think it's a pretty... First of all, it is a little bit even, but also I think Moist Moguls is favored to win this, and honestly, it'd be a big win for those non-franchise teams here in North American Challengers because they're saying, hey, you know what? We're just as good as you franchise teams. In fact, we're here to put ourselves in the top 4. Oxygen's already done it, placed themselves in the top 4, but will they be with 3 other franchise teams, or will Moist Moguls help join them moving forward? I have no idea what's happening right now. Maybe the troll setup messed up their systems a little bit. It looks like we're going back into it though. I imagine this time the pick's a little bit more straightforward and serious here. Yeah, as we move forward. Alright, yeah, so Flya on Breach, here we go. Alright, Whippy on Astra, Brock and Shazam both on Sky, Proto and Dapper also both on Sky. That worked out nicely. Oxy on Raze, Thief on Astra, Penny on Sage, and Sim on Raze. So you can see the differences here is a double initiator setup for Moist Moguls, and it looks like a double Sentinel setup for G2. So, of course, both teams have a Sky, but rather than having a Sage, Moist Moguls has a Breach, and then rather than having a Breach, Moist Moguls has a Sage. So, very similar picks. Overall, the controller is exactly the same. No double controller setups. We've seen that be run a few times here on Split. So it'll be interesting to see if it's really just going to be who can play this better. Obviously, there's a tiny difference in team comp, but trading out a Sage in exchange for a Breach or like that being the agent difference isn't going to be a huge difference here. We're once again seeing Penny. Now, Penny's a little bit of an underperforming player for G2, so maybe on Sage he'll be able to carry his own weight. This is a team comp we've seen G2 run before, though. This is nothing new. G2 is a very strong split player, so let's see how it goes. Moist Mogul starting on defense this time. Usually we see G2 start on defense, if I remember correctly. So this will be a little bit interesting here as we get ready to start this matchup here on Split. G2 is pushing into A. They made their presence known. Quite a few shots fired to announce themselves, and now they're going to back up, and it looks like they're going to move through sewers towards mid, where it looks like Shazam is getting ready to challenge B Heaven, but will he just be pushing into Vent? Maybe. He's trying to clear Vent, so that might be the direction they're headed. And Dapper is still A side, so it does look like it's going to be a Vent play. But Moist Mogul should be aware of their lack of mid control and know that Vent is very possible. Flya gonna be challenged. Sim also there. Flya gonna get taken out. Their grenade gonna be good for a little bit of damage. Not a whole lot. Penny gonna take some. Some trades coming through, but Oxy gonna be up once again. Moist Moguls. Brock gonna be able to find a pick on Penny, but Oxy gonna be there to trade it off. And now suddenly Thief in a 1v3. Missed by the Cypher cam, but they did see where he's coming from, and Dapper gonna be the one to finish him off. And that round does go to G2. Well played there to announce their presence here and start to get themselves looking at trying to cement themselves here and continue a dominant split reign. Again, even in their loss against Oxygen, they still had an impressive performance on Split. So Split, I do expect to go to G2. I think we have a very good chance of seeing that decider, but we also don't have much data from Moist Moguls on Split, which is why it really could go any direction.
Anyone could be able to pop off. I mean, historically speaking, absolutely. All 5 of these players have an incredible history in Valorant. But at times, right?
Alright, and it looks like G2 is getting ready to help be the entry. G2, Oxy. Oxy is getting ready to help be the entry, and he's able to find Sim. There goes the duelist for Moist Moguls. That pick there, gonna get G2 further and deeper into sight. Whippy also gonna take out Thief, get them even further into sight, as well as numbers in their advantage. Concussions come through. Initiator rolls for Moist Moguls. Be trying to play this up. Penny able to take out Flya, and now it's a 2v5. Whippy gonna take out Brock. Proto gonna get one before he's taken down. Dominant performance once again there from G2, but it's a buy round from them. It's a forced buy, so Moist Moguls isn't expected to win that. They're just trying to do good damage by getting some kills, and they're able to find one, but definitely not as many as they would like to have found. And now, only 3 kills still to Moist Moguls' name, but now we're moving into a full buy for Moist Moguls, and they're going to be met with a full buy from G2, and it's actually not a full buy for Moist Moguls. A Bulldog going to be found on Thief. So the gun advantage actually going to be in G2's hands again. And Moist Moguls is a team we see play very safe with their econ a lot of the time. And it doesn't actually seem like they're carrying that through here, but it is, of course, only the third round. They're just looking to try and gain the advantage in this round. Contact is made B garage. They do see each other. Smoke is going to be placed by Moist Moguls to allow them to push up into garage. Sim just looking to grab that orb, and now he's backing out. And G2 has been able to find their position in mid and destroy the tripwire in vent, which is immediately met with some, ooh, Flya gonna get a pick with that initiator util, and does quite a bit of damage to Shazam. They're gonna get that heal out of Penny. Now Proto all alone on site, gonna have to defend it. Oh, some good vision there on where Penny may be. Should help them out here. That Astra smoke drops and Proto's able to find the pick. It's traded off, but G2's not looking for trades. They need to win those exchanges. Shazam pushed up pretty aggressively now in elbow. Gonna be able to find two before he's shut down. No longer a player advantage for G2, and Whippy's gonna be able to take out Brock, which means Thief's all alone. Gonna find one, and now it's a 1v1 between Thief and Dapper. The spike goes down. Thief needs to figure out how he wants to play this. All he has is a Bulldog. There's no point in saving it. Ooh, and Dapper's gonna win that exchange. And round 3 goes to G2. The force buy from Moist Moguls does not pull through. And now G2 is going to cement themselves some good economy and the start of a pretty decent split here. And it looks like we may see another dominant performance from G2 on split. Again, we didn't have much data from Moist Moguls on split, so trying to think of how Moist Moguls would play, you'd come up with not very much info, because, again, we don't really know how Moist Moguls likes to play on this map. But it doesn't seem to matter. G2's go-to player setup is working out for them. Oh, Brock gonna find Shazam in mid, though. Then that flash comes through on Whippy, and now he's exposed, just starts firing, and now they know where he is. It's a 4v4, and it's a save from Moist Moguls. They're just trying to get kills, get their ult points up, maybe try to deny some good kills for G2. See if Moist Moguls is able to get some good kills themselves. Breach util is gonna help Sim. Actually, I don't know if it's the Breach util that helped, but Sim able to find a pick. And now the flashes come through. Penny and Whippy both get flashed. Bach gonna take out Penny. Dapper's coming in from heaven. Oh, makes his presence known without finding a pick. Gonna challenge a Proto. Meanwhile, Whippy's able to take out Sim. Brock wins that exchange. Now it's a 1v2 for Dapper. He has the better guns. He has the neural theft. But it doesn't matter. Brock for 4 kills. Gonna be good. A save round there for Moist Moguls turns into a win. Well played there, and that's a good start to restart your econ and try and get some momentum started up here. And now G2's econ not going to be in a good spot, because even though they've been winning, their econ hasn't stayed great the whole time. I mean, that third round win was all but one of their players died, so they've been expensive round wins is what I'm trying to say here. And that's why they're not going to be able to full buy this round versus Moist Moguls. Again, they won on a save, so of course their econ takes a massive bonus. Going to be able to full buy here pretty confidently as well. Oxy going to aggressively push up with the dog from Sky, but realizes maybe it's not the best idea. Decides to play back just a little bit, try and get out of there. Dapper going to have a little bit of an exchange there. Ramp on A, but going to back up now. There's 3 for G2 looking at B garage, and 2 for G2 looking at mid. Currently Shazam, but Dapper's coming there to help Shazam push heaven. And there's 3 on A for Moist Moguls. Well, not 3. One's in their spawn. That doesn't matter, though. Sim's going to deny a push. Ooh, Oxy, though, going to find a pick. Flya going to take out Shazam. Dapper going to take out Flya, though, so it's a trade, which means it's a 3v3 right now. Ooh, Oxy's going to win the exchange with Sim, trying to prove he's the better Raze. And he may just be able to as he takes out a Proto, and then Dapper takes out Brock. A round win there from G2. 3 of them left alive. A pretty good performance. Still a decently expensive round for them, but not going to prevent them from full buying this round. Or at least I don't think. Oh, it might. It will, actually. I think it will prevent them from full buying this round. Gonna get a Stinger in full shield for G2 Esports on Penny. It's okay. He's the Sage. Sage not supposed to frag super high. And Moist Moguls, a little bit of a disappointing performance from them. In their minds, seems like once they get the full buy, they're just not able to do a whole lot with it. And, yeah, G2 is starting to take a little bit of a dominant performance here. I would like to say this is an offense-sided map, you know, give Moist Mogul some hope here, but I don't know if it really is that much. I mean, I think it is a little bit, but not enough that G2 should be dominating this hard. As I'm speaking of dominating, Oxy was able to just completely entry frag there, clear the entirety of the site, and take a Proto out with him. Or with that clear, not with him. He stayed alive. So it's a 4v5 now for Moist Moguls, and they're all in screens right now, probably waiting for it to go down, but Dapper's just going to shoot through the smoke, and he's going to find a pick off of it. The flash comes out, though, and it's not going to stop Penny from getting a pick. Fly going to take out Penny for a trade, but Oxy going to take out Thief, and now it's just down to Flya. Shazam going to win that exchange. 4 players left alive for G2 on a save round from Moist Moguls. Only able to find 1 kill. Once again on Penny. You almost got to feel bad for the guy. Hasn't really been able to find his footing so far. But Oxy, I mean, look at him. 10 kills and we're only 6 rounds in. That's pretty impressive. He's been really pivotal at securing these sites. He just knows what he's doing. It's almost like he has wings, the way he just flies through the map. Ooh, that's like a good agent concept. Like, what if there's an agent that could, like, fly? I don't know how that would work, but I don't know. I don't know, that just sounds silly to me. just like an agent. Anyways, the Breach ult comes out. Sim also gonna pull out that Showstopper, and there goes the Star Duelist for G2. No more Oxy to help them clear these sites. Thief holding B right now, all alone. Skydog coming to back them up, and actually spots 2, and Thief gonna get a kill on Whippy. Not even the one who was concussed. Whippy just completely unable to hit those heads there, and now it's a 3v5. Oh, the res from Benny's gonna make it a 4v5, but Dapper's gonna get taken out. Now it's once again a 3v5. Brocker gonna take Penny. Brock gonna take Penny out. Whippy gonna take Brock out. Thief gonna take Whippy out, and Flya gonna finish it off by taking out Shazam. A good round there from Moist Moguls, and they're trying to deny that 6th round for G2. Make sure G2 can't take the advantage going into the next half, or at least try to prevent G2 as much as possible. That being said, I believe 2 ults had to be used there for Moist Moguls, or not necessarily had to be, but 2 ults were used by Moist Moguls to secure that round. So now that they're not going to have that, you can see them actually going for the Light Shield, and this is something we saw them do a lot in their matchup against M80, to just trying to make sure they have some good econ momentum to deal with. So even if they continue to lose, they'll be able to buy real guns for a little while. Now this clearing of A site coming through. Whippy gonna be able to take out a Proto. No more Cypher to help lock down the site. G2 is gonna start pushing into A. The spike's gonna come down. Ooh, Brock gonna be able to wallbang Oxy there though. A little bit of a weird kill there. Maybe check his PC off that. Ooh, Fly also gonna be able to take out Shazam. There that goes. Now it's a 4v3. The player advantage now in the hands of Moist Moguls. Sim rushing in, able to take out Penny, and now it's a 2v4 for G2, and that spike's getting diffused. The Cosmic Divide for Moist Moguls, very useful. Flya having a 1v1 right now with Dapper, but maybe a little bit too slow. The Neural Theft comes up. Oh my god! The execution on the retake, not even a retake, but G2 and Dapper able to just deny that defusal. I don't even know what I just saw. It was a 2v4, and suddenly it's only 2 alive in the map, and it's both for G2, and now they've secured that 6th round. You know Moist Moguls feel bad about that round, able to take such a good player advantage. And then all of a sudden, incredible execution from G2 came through. And you know they practiced that. You can just tell by the way that they played that they've practiced that retake right there. And that's that just goes to show how comfortable G2 is on this map. Flya, does he even get spotted by the boom bot? Not really. able to just sit there and vent. The Boombot seems to just go right over him. He's able to get a pick. The Boombot does go off on him, but he doesn't die, so no trade there. Some damage traded, but once again, an A take from G2, and now a Cosmic Divide, this time from G2. And that Showstopper coming out from Oxy, gonna catch a Proto, take him out. Whippy gonna take Sim out. Suddenly, the player advantage in the hands of G2. Brock's able to get a trade off, but suddenly Fly is alone as G2's locking down this site, and the spike is starting to tick down. Oh, and just doesn't clear sight. Just does not clear sight, and there, Penny's waiting, takes him out. And now G2 has taken the advantage going into the next half. And again, I'd like to say this is an offense-sided map, but it isn't terribly offense-sided. It isn't maybe a little bit. But I don't know if it is a super offense-sided map. You know, I'll say it's super offense-sided just for the cope. In Moist Mogul's favor. To make them feel better about this incredibly defeating loss here so far. 2-7, and we're only 9 rounds in. Well, of course, 2-7. You had that, yeah. Anyways, still only 2 rounds won so far by Moist Moguls. Sim looking for an early pick, and you can see he's looking for it as he plays aggressive, but it's gonna get denied. He's taken out. Now it's a 4v5. Moist Mogul's gonna have to play down a duelist. Not going to be able to help with that engagement. Proto shooting through his Cypher smokes, trying to find a pick. Ooh, not going to really be able to. And then Oxy trying to counterplay him. Oh, but as soon as G2 looks like maybe they're not going to have a good player advantage, they're there to trade each other off and play each other's corners. And that's how you just know they're so comfortable on split. Moist Moguls has... Oh, I was going to say he has the Rolling Thunder to use, but it won't matter as Whippy's just going to shut down his hope coming through. And all of these players for G2 just on it, on split. Again, you can see just how comfortable G2 is. They know exactly how to play each other off. They know how to get ready for when one of their players dies. They're ready to take over and clear each other out. Moist Mogul is going to be on a save here. They want to be able to buy the last round of the half. So we could be looking at 9-3, potentially even 10-2 going into the next half, and those are not good odds for Moist Moguls on split against G2.
This was something that Flya said. He thinks that G2 play their best game when it's not this crazy like.
And G2 is now getting ready to push B. It looks like. I mean, that's where the spike's headed. It's on Penny, being backed up by Oxy, and Thief just can't connect those shots. That kill goes to Oxy. Now it's going to be a 4v5 for Moist Moguls on this retake. Grenade comes back from Oxy to try and clear Alley. Not really going to be able to. I mean, it does force them back a little bit. Some damage traded there in that exchange, but none really to Moist Moguls there. But again, player advantage still in the hands of Moist Mogul, or sorry, in the hands of G2.
Again, Oxy has seemed to be again.
And it looks like Moist Mogul. I mean, what are they saving? Oh, they're. Oh, sorry. The spike still isn't down on B. I thought it was. It's like, what? Why are they saving? Because the spike isn't down. So Moist Moguls is worried it may be an A hit, but no, they're re-hitting B, or not even re-hitting. They never left. Brock able to find the pick on Oxy. Long range stingers, impressive to get that kill there. Shazam gonna take Sim out. Now it's a 2v4. Whippy gonna take Brock out, and once again Fly is alone. Shazam gonna finish him off, and now we're going to go into a bye round, the last round of the half, and it's 2-9. So best case scenario, Moist Moguls goes into the next half with the 9-3 curse on their side, potentially, but still not looking great for them.
Max 3? Correct. Math is correct. But again, best case scenario in general. Moist, throughout this half, they have never been in the advantage. You get that first contact in.
It's so weird to be streaming this song, I'm not going to lie. It's like a surreal experience. Yeah, full buy now for both sides. Moist Moguls may be lacking a little bit. We have that operator in Oxy. Now, offensive raise op on split. I don't know if he'll be able to find any good connections. Definitely banking on the fact that Moist Moguls might play a little bit too aggressively. It doesn't look like Moist Moguls going to do. Dapper's been able to just push through the site. Oh, and no way he goes for the knife, right?
No, Dapper, please, Dapper, please. Just take A, man.
No way he goes for the knife here,
A,
right?
please. Oh my
He is just hovering here, seeing if he can get any additional vision.
Tap him on his back or something, bro.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. Finally, a Proto comes out of that weird situation where Dapper's pushed so far back into spawn, he can just catch a Proto as he's staring at his camera. Sim, though, going to take out Oxy as they're trying to take site. Oxy's going to get res, but a little bit of site take denial. Sim going to take out Penny. Ooh, Dapper in the smoke. Oh, and he's going to find it on Sim. What is it with Dapper and his angles today? Shazam going to take out Thief, but Fly going to take out Shazam for a little bit of a trade, but the player advantage in the hands of G2 right now. Not looking good for Moist Moguls. And once again, Dapper just not at all where Moist Moguls is anticipating. Brock going to be able to take out Oxy, but he has to peek too. He doesn't... and there's no time. Whippy's going to get that kill, and it's going to be 10-2 going into the next half, and it looks like G2's split is once again proving to be a formidable opponent, even for a team like Moist Moguls. And I mean, wow. Like, of course I'm anticipating a good play here from G2, but I mean, I seriously don't even know how to react to this. This is, just insane levels of play here. I mean, Dapper was able to just... That round in particular, Dapper was just... He was everywhere. Literally everywhere. There was nowhere a Proto... Or sorry, Dapper wasn't. He had so much control there. And the colors haven't switched yet, so I apologize if I confuse players here. But G2 is on defense. Moguls getting ready for a mid push, but it's been read by G2, and they're ready to challenge it, but decide to back up. Maybe let Moist Moguls take site, or take mid, but honestly, they're probably expecting Moist Moguls to have left. They're gonna have to face off against Penny. Ooh, site. They see each other, the wall comes up, and Sim trying to chase him down for the kill, but not gonna find it. A little bit of damage done there. Dapper with the cam, gonna get one ping. Oh, trying to find another pick. Isn't going to be able to find it. Sim going to be able to take out Oxy as well. So it's a 4v3 now for Moist Moguls. Trying to have some hope here. Now that they're on offense on split, maybe it's the switching sides they need. Maybe they can get off their foot and they can get their footing off correct. I don't even know what the saying is. Sim takes out Shazam. And now it's a 2v4 for G2 in this pistol round. Ooh, Pat. What? In what world does a right click that close with a classic not win that exchange? It doesn't really matter. Penny loses that. Down to 6 health. Thief going to be the one to finish him off. 3 kills for Thief. Good round for them. And 3 players left alive on Moist Moguls pistol round. Win. They're going to need a pretty big comeback here. And I'm talking big. They went into this half down 2-10. 2-10 going into this half. They're going to need to, I mean, to tie it up, they would need at least 8 rounds in a row, but, you know, that's assuming G2 doesn't win any rounds here at all, but G2's 2 rounds away from 12, and of course, that is a threat Moist Moguls would like to prevent happening, and normally when your opponent's getting close to 11 or 12 rounds, you know, you have Econ to play recklessly with or get ready to force with, but Moist Moguls is not in that position. Now, G2 playing it safe with their money. Honestly, they could probably force here and be in a good spot, but they don't need to. The Cypher Cam going to be the only thing for G2 to help them lock down B, as it's a hard A read, and that's not where Moist Moguls is. So Rock going to be able to get on and get that plant down, as the site has been pretty quickly taken by G2, and Dapper coming for the flank. We'll see if once again Dapper can be where Moist Moguls is not anticipating. Still, no player advantage for either side, but the gun advantage in the hands of Moist Moguls. G2 just trying to deny that gun advantage as best as they can. Dapper's just holding this, hoping somebody will peek him. Now, Proto doesn't know he's there.
Shouldn't be worried about that.
He knows the Cypher trip is there, though.
At least for MXM.
He's getting ready for it. Moist Moguls has actually backed out and is mostly in garage now. There's 3 for G2 holding that exit. Dapper gonna find Sim, Flya, and Thief each able to get a kill while Whippy takes out Flya, and that spike's coming out. A Proto gonna be able to kind of lock it down, but Shazam gonna be the one to stay alive. A little bit of a weird play there from either. I honestly don't even really know what just happened. All I know is Moist Moguls lost all of their players there, and that was a forced buy, but they played it a little bit safe with their econ, so they're going to be able to full buy this round. It's a good choice to play it safe with their econ there, because, you know, if they had lost, or even, you know, they did win, but they lost all their players, they needed to be in a position to challenge G2, because G2 is so close to a win already that Moist Moguls has to play pretty aggressively with their econ. Like, they sort of have to be using util pretty much every step of the way. Put themselves in a good spot. Breach Concussion comes through to clear A Heaven, and it's a bait to try and get G2 off of A Heaven. Or at least think that maybe it's an A push, but they are going mid, and it is a semi-effective, but E Heaven is unfortunately for them walled off. I'm going to say unfortunately, not just for them, for me, because I want to see Moist Moguls make this comeback, and it's not looking good for them, I'm not going to lie. Penny and G2 going to get the player advantage now in the hands of Moist Moguls, though a Proto evening it back up. It's a 2v2, and the Neural Theft comes out. They got some good vision. Spike going to get picked up by a Proto. The Neural Theft ends. They know exactly where G2 is. But the health not really in the hands of Moist Moguls. It wasn't going into this round. G2 had full shield the entire time. And now Moist Moguls really... Thief with this flank may help secure this round for them. Thief just going to immediately take out Whippy. And then a Proto going to come around and take Shazam out. Good and well played 2v2 there for Moist Moguls, using their Neural Theft effectively. And then being able to play around that is going to secure them even the third round of this half. And it's starting to look like maybe they can clutch it up and try and make this comeback. And again, I'm rooting for them to make this comeback. I'd love to see it. And you see G2 going to have to light buy here because they just don't have money. Off of that forced round or full buy round where they lost, they're really not going to be in a position to buy. And their econ's going to start to suffer. Moist Moguls getting some ground. Sim using that raised satchel to clear ground, get through. And actually, Heaven is clear, but it's a 4-stack on A from G2, and it's well placed. If you just 4-stack on your saves every single time on A, eventually the enemy will push you there. And, oh my god, G2 looking like they may just win this save round. Oxy with a 3K, and the showstopper comes out. 4 kills for Oxy to get that save round in favor of G2. They had to use some ultimates to do it, but it was worth it. Able to find a round win on a save is going to boost their economy, and it's going to hurt the economy of Moist Moguls, who did just have to, or who did full buy there, and of course anticipating to win that round off that full buy and just wasn't able to connect. Well played there from G2. Man, it sort of feels like I've been watching Valorant North American Challengers for hours. Oh wait, I have. Coming up on 8 hours that this stream is going in. Really in the first map here of the third series. Although, G2 trying to make it quick so we can take a rest. 1 round away from that 12th round, and you know Moist Moguls wants to deny it, but deciding to take a save here to really just play it safe with their econ. They don't want to be in a position where they're on that 12th round and don't have util or money to use. Where that 12th round is in the hands of G2. Still, timeouts have not been used for either side, I don't think. Maybe Moist Moguls has used one, but still no timeouts. I imagine if G2 gets to that 12th round, Moist Moguls takes a timeout. That's probably a smart thing to do.
Only hope for 1v1s. Nobody from G2 is peeking, dude.
There's 45 seconds left for Moist to make a hit happen. They've got one smoke left.
Coming in here now. The spike is leaning B, but it looks like Moist Moguls doesn't even know necessarily if that's where they're going to go. They've placed 2 on A to make some noise. Sim, again, it's a save round. They're just looking for some good picks here. Not necessarily looking to win this round. Shazam, I'm gonna give that pick on Sim over on A, and it's gonna be a good bait. But then Whippy makes a whole bunch of contact B as well, and those that were on B are gonna just run back. Oh, come on, Flash. Whippy's gonna find a kill. Thief also gonna get taken out. Now it's just down to Flya. Time's ticking. Not really gonna be able to do much. Just gonna go to try and maybe find a pick. They don't want him to actually end up with the ult point because they know he's one away from his ace. Or sorry, not from his ace, from his ultimate. So now Flya's gonna either have to go for an ult orb or... yeah, I mean, the ult denied there. And now Moist Moguls gonna be 5-12. They're gonna have to win 7 in a row here if they would like to win split. 5-13 is exactly how Oxygen ended their split against G2. So Moist Moguls definitely not wanting it to just be the same. Oh man, through the smoke, Fly gonna take significant amount of damage. Thankfully they have a Sky there to heal him back up. Ooh, Dapper jump peeks out, gets some good vision. Knows they're grabbing the orb. Fly is gonna be able to get it though. And now that Rolling Thunder comes through. It's not gonna clear screens, but it does clear sight. Penny is concussed. Penny still concussed though, gonna be able to take out Sim and Brock. Thief able to take out Shazam. A Proto takes out Penny. Whippy and Dapper each getting a pick though, and now Fly is all alone, and it's looking like G2 is ready to shut down with another 13-5 win. And G2 takes split in a 13-5, similarly in fashion to how dominantly they performed against Oxygen on their previous game on split. So well played there from G2, doing exactly what everyone probably was expecting from them. Let's go ahead and take a look at how Ludwig might feel about that situation occurring. For some reason, YouTube freezes up like that when I've tabbed out for a little while, and now it doesn't want to refresh.
There just weren't any silver
What?
linings throughout the game. We were trying to focus up on 1v1 between Oxy and Sim, but Sim was
Yeah, something went wrong to displaying that webpage. All right, let's take a listen here.
Okay, I am literally the same height as you.
Standing on all your stacks, you would not even be close to my height, buddy.
Okay, we're literally the same height, okay?
You're 5'12",
Anyways,
soaking wet at best. Keep going.
Okay, well, how about standing on how many rounds your team just put up? Oh, whoa.
Okay, I don't know what's going on there, but it seems like he's just trying to deal with it. And honestly, I don't think... Okay, I'm going to be honest here. And maybe this is cope. I don't think Moist Moguls has a whole lot to be worried about after that match. Did G2 Esports take that win? Yeah, but first of all, Moist Moguls able to, make a little bit of a comeback once they got on offense and make it 5-13, a loss for them. But we already knew G2's split game was incredibly impressive. And although we hadn't really seen Moist Moguls split play and didn't really know what to expect, it could be expected that G2's split play would be incredibly difficult to get through. And they proved it here, that it is difficult to push through G2 Esports split play. But we're going into Lotus. This map, picked by Moist Moguls, is going to be also just as interesting. We know Moist Moguls has a good amount of you could say they're good at playing on those 3-site maps. They didn't end up going to Lotus in their matchup against M80, but they did play Haven. That's something we'll talk about if it goes to the decider. But I do think there's a good chance it does go to the decider. I'm going to clean up my tabs a little bit because I want to pull out this matchup, which started out on Lotus, picked by TSM, and Moist Moguls beat TSM 13-7. That's right. They beat TSM, a franchise team, 13-7, and that's how they started it off. And then, of course, they did even better on Pearl. But you do think, because Moist Moguls for them, what are they looking at when they're deciding, okay, we're going to pick Lotus? Well, they need to think, all right, so G2 Esports, do we think they have a good Lotus? Do we think they have a better Lotus than they have a Pearl? And if so, then we don't pick Pearl. So that's pretty much what happened. Pearl was not picked here. And I guess Moist Moguls just feels that G2 Esports has a stronger Pearl, or at least not as... I don't know how many games Pearl has been played by. Anyways, let's hear what the analysts have to think about that game. I mean, there's not a whole lot to talk about. It's pretty cut and dry. G2 Esports dominated Moist Moguls there.
Enough for Moist to really say, okay, this is going to go great. It's just a tough map to start on against G2. It's kind of how we thought things would go. We expect a 3-map series. They're going to lose one map, and this was going to be the one they lost us.
Yeah, I mean, G2 and Split have just become synonymous at this point. Like, they just have such a strong attacking side on this map in particular. They kind of continue to roll with the same composition that they've been finding success on. They're just so good at their explosive executes on sites, as well as playing out the defaults. I mean, they converted 10 of the 11 post plants. They dominated the first half, and they win pistol second half. So there really wasn't a whole lot of work left to be done to finish this game at that point when you're G2. And once again, that same core trio that we talk about time and time again all showed up to play today. Oxy having another huge game next to Dapper and next to Whippy. And we've come to kind of see that be a consistent thread, and it happened once again here.
I definitely felt like Moist Moguls kind of had a hard time adapting to what G2 was doing. And in the beginning, I felt G2 kept just hitting the A site. They knew it was weak. They just kept hitting it. Oxy was running in, creating that space, creating that chaos, controlling the pace. And he was just firing on all cylinders. And I think there was one round where they finally put 3 on A, and it was just way too late at that point. And when G2 realized that they had 3 on A, they just ran the other direction and then hit the B site. So I think that Moist Moguls kind of adapted a little too slowly. I think G2 just took really good advantage over how weak the A site was.
Yeah. It's a map we hadn't seen them play yet, so I really think it's fair to assume that Moist was going to come in potentially a little bit weaker than G2, who's played this map as many times as they had. And I still stick to what I said. I feel like Moist coming into the series is the favorites, and it's largely because while this was a great map for G2, it does feel like it's one of the few maps that we really get to say that, because it's a map they've played really, really well, all split long. Ever since we saw it brought into the rotation, they have been dominating on the map. It's their other maps that get a little tricky, and as we talk about those other maps, one of the maps that we're going to be going to next is one
it's not a bad performance here from Moist Moguls. It's really about on par with what you'd expect. G2 is such a powerful team that you can't look at this loss and go, well, Moist Moguls is doomed. It's not going to work out for them. Because we just don't have... First of all, like, we already know Split is G2's best map, so we can't even look at that and go, well, this is what Moist Moguls need to improve on if they want a hope of winning the next map. But it's like, no, this is exactly how we'd expect G2 to play. This is exactly what G2 was expecting. Probably even what Moist Moguls was expecting was a really hard split. And now we're going to Lotus, and Moist Moguls definitely should... I mean, they do seem to feel more confident on Lotus. Pearl was banned, that's why they didn't pick it. Sorry, I was trying to think. So Pearl was banned by G2, so that's why Moist Moguls wasn't able to pick Pearl. Otherwise, I'm almost certain they would have. But if we just look at Lotus and Moist Moguls' performance against TSM, Moist Moguls did take the win against TSM on Lotus. Sure, it wasn't as good as their Pearl win. And G2 definitely does feel confident on those 3-site maps, and definitely feels confident in their ability to play well on the offensive role. But Moist Moguls definitely knows how to play these 3-site maps pretty effectively, and they know G2 suffers a little bit. G2's loss to Oxygen, one of them was on Lotus. One of the map losses was Lotus, and it was 13-8, which isn't great. I apologize. Somehow the emo robot turns its volume back on after I mute it. Alright, there we go. It should shut up now. It shouldn't be an issue. Anyways, let's go ahead and take a listen, because I am interested to see how they think Lotus is going to go. But yeah, Lotus does not seem to be... It doesn't seem to be Moist Moguls' strongest map, but it definitely does not seem to be G2 Esports' strongest map. Again, losing 13-8 to Oxygen in that first matchup that they had on Lotus. So clearly Moist Moguls knows that G2 may not feel confident. G2 had some time to practice since then, but at the same time, G2 also didn't know if Lotus was going to be played, and they've been trying to prepare for their match that they had to play previously against FaZe Clan. So they didn't really have very much time to even prepare to think about what would happen, because they didn't know that they were necessarily going to be playing Moist Moguls until yesterday. Obviously, in between their match with FaZe Clan, they definitely got chances to practice both Haven and Lotus, but will it be enough to really bounce back? They did win on Haven against FaZe Clan, but will it be enough to win on Lotus against Moist Moguls, a team we know is strong on defense on 3-site maps, as well as pulling through on these offenses on these 3-site maps? Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Like he's the star of the team, so you're not going to get that role, and everybody else, kind of has their position. So I think Penny's just trying to, be a team player and kind of fill in, and it just he hasn't really been able to connect on it.
One of the players, though, that I want to look out for is actually on the opposite side. I'm looking at a player in Flya. The last time we watched them play Lotus, Flya was an incredible clutch player. As a controller main yourself, Starry, it's impressive to see Flya step up in such a huge way in a position that's typically not designed to step up the way that he did.
Oh, definitely. It's really interesting to see that Flya is so good at clutches, because as a controller main myself, I think it's really important, especially for controller mains, to be good at clutches, because often you always find yourself last alive. You're always in the back and on the attack side where you're throwing smokes. You're often last out of the pack when everyone's rushing in. Or sometimes during the defense side, if they don't hit your site and you're throwing smokes for your team, by the time you get there, everyone on your team is dead. So I think it's really great that he's able to step up and get into that clutch position and be able to kind of clutch out those rounds for your team, because that's kind of like what the expectation for your smokes players is.
Yeah, and it's interesting because obviously on Lotus he's going to be probably playing Viper. That's been kind of his background. And obviously Viper has a kit that is very conducive to clutching and post-plant situations in particular, with the snake bites and the decay effects that her abilities can have and stuff like that. So I think that helps out a lot. And again, Flya is another name to me similar to a Poise that has made a crazy turnaround in their individual performance compared to last year.
Yeah.
When Flya was on FaZe last year, he really struggled to find his place on that team. But on this team, he is thriving. He is in or near the top 20 in virtually every statistical category you can think of for a player when it comes to dealing damage and kills and KD and all that jazz. So he has really turned around his individual level, and this is a map that he seems to really thrive on the Viper. So I think that's a good pick from you, Bach, as a player to keep an eye on for Moist Moguls. Remember, gotta shout them out both.
We gotta shout them out. We gotta give them both love. Moist Moguls. Come on, don't forget about Mogi. But I gotta say, one of the things that I am worried about for this G2 roster is one of the players we've been highlighting basically since day one, Oxy. The last time we saw them play it, and again, just once, we only saw them play it once. Not a good performance from a player that you want to see excel, sitting near the bottom. Alongside Penny, a player you highlighted us as someone who's been struggling to find his footing as he's been put in a position where he's playing a flex role and he's not always comfortable with the roles he's facilitating compared to what he's played in the past. To see Oxy, a player who should be excelling, really struggle in their series against Oxygen on this map, it does kind of paint the picture, at least in my own head, of a map 3, because I do have heavy faith in Moist that they're going to come out swinging on this map just like we've seen from them before.
I definitely
Oxy
expect
can
that.
somehow go.
I mean, we saw Moist. I talked about it, but their matchup against TSM was particularly insane because Moist played so dominantly, not just on offense, but on defense especially. They were able to pull through on defense on Lotus, which is a really hard side to play on Lotus. I've talked about it so many times. It's a very offense-sided map. I'd say it's one of the more leaning towards one side or the other maps that there is, simply because offense can rotate so quickly between the sites, defense really can't, okay? And so Moist Moguls able to pull through and play effectively on their own defense and figure out when to go for those flanks, rotate effectively through the sites rather than through their own spawn, and really, again, really pull through in their defense against TSM. And TSM's not bad on Lotus. They were able to beat the Guard on Lotus, okay? Now, that was the first time the Guard and TSM were playing professionally on Lotus, so it was a little bit of a wild card. We didn't know how it was going to go, but it does go to show TSM feels semi-comfortable on Lotus as far as what we've seen so far in North American Challengers. And the fact that Moist Moguls was able to dominantly perform against TSM on Lotus goes to show just what we may be looking at here when Moist Moguls is going to Lotus.
I think that's very fair.
Yeah, I think it's fair to point out the fact that it is just one map. Again, we don't have a large sample size like Dust was saying. You can take a look at the run that G2 has had to get to this point as well as Moist, though. And I look at like strength of schedule for Moist. They beat TSM. They 3-map against M80 and almost take the series. Had a chance to actually 2-0 them if they played it just a little bit differently in the latter rounds in that second map, as they were really in a great position to close out the series faster than I think a lot of people would have expected. Whereas G2 loses to Oxygen, and then they kind of struggled Dust against FaZe, if I'm honest. That first map was a multi-overtime game, and then the second map was a little bit bumpy as well. That's why I'm coming into this one framing G2 as potentially the underdogs, despite what many people would expect, which would be them to be the favorites.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'm hoping that G2 will adjust on Lotus is actually having some type of info gathering initiator in their composition. I mean, they had Penny playing the Sky, and yeah, you get a little bit with the Trailblazer and the Guiding Lights, but you don't get that perfect intel that something like a Sova will give you. And so I think that your option would be then to just get away from double controller, put Shazam on the Sova, and either keep Penny on Sky or maybe put Penny on Breach. I think Breach gets like so overlooked on this map. He is so powerful. There are so many tight corridors that his fault line can thrive in, as well as just, you know, his other utility being very powerful in general. So, and it's an agent that Penny has played a little bit more than Sky, at least. So maybe he'd feel a little bit more comfortable there. So I don't know if that will happen. That's just kind of like my dream, my hope for them.
Think
So
Lotus,
I think that could really...
You could look at it and go, this could go either way, but realistically, it should go to Moist Moguls. There's a little bit more of a discussion than there was deciding, oh, is Split going to go to Moist Moguls or G2? That was pretty much, okay, it's going to go to G2. There's a little bit more of an argument to be made that maybe G2 will have a good run of it, but I'm just going to be honest. Moist Moguls is, should easily, not easily, but they should take this. I always say not easily when it realistically is. It should be easy for Moist Moguls. Seeing and judging by their previous performance on Lotus, I don't expect a poor defense. I also really don't expect a poor offense. So, I mean, even if it's like, oh man, they ended up on defense first, I think they could still lock defense down. So, we'll see what ends up happening. I didn't even have to listen to the two starting commentators. We can just get right into it. Let's get into the thick of it. Lotus, G2 versus Moist Moguls. This is map 2. G2's already taken one map. And so this map is important for Moist Moguls to win to get to that decider. Thief gonna pick Astra, Oxy on Raze, Brock on Sky, Penny also on Sky, Proto on Killjoy, Whippy on Viper, Fly also on Viper, Dapper on Killjoy, Sim on Jet, and then Dapper on, and then Shazam on Omen. There you go. And it looks like the same roles for both teams. The differences being a Jet for Moist Moguls instead of a Raze for G2, and then an Astra for Moist Moguls instead of an Omen for G2. And I think those are the only differences. But it's still two differences. It's pretty major. We'll see. Oxy not being on Jet, we'll see if that matters here, and if he'll still be able to pull through and be the nice duelist. And I always talk about how offense-sided Lotus is. The way you take advantage of that offense-sidedness is by aggressively pushing onto the sites and taking out the players that are defending the site. So, if when Oxy's on offense, he's able to clear those sites, that's what really matters. But Moist Moguls is starting on offense of the offense-sided map, so they're in a decent spot here. There's going to be some Killjoy util, which prevents Sim from getting into tree. That dog going to go in there, though, to try and clear it. A Proto going to take out Whippy. There's one more on site they need to clear. Sim going to be the one deep in to take Dapper out with a little bit of a flank. And now it's a 3v5 for G2. Sim holding drop, going to be able to take out Shazam, and now it's a 2v5 for G2. Health not really there for Sim or Fly, but Fly is already dead. Oxy going to finish off Sim as well, so now it's a 2v3. Oxy able to take out a Proto, but Brock going to trade down a... And he's going to take out Brock, and now it's a 1v1. Suddenly, it's been even, but Thief going to be there to take out Penny. Well played there from Thief. And Moist Moguls is going to win them the first round, and it's a pistol round, probably closer than maybe they would have liked. But now they're going to be able to buy, force a buy here, and should be able to secure this round as well. I'm a little, we may see, first of all, we're already seeing 3 series today. That's a lot. But honestly, I'm expecting 3 series and all 3 of them to go 3 maps, which is really like, hey, how long can we make this? That's what That's really what the event organizers got together. They're like, all right, how late can we get these games going? Well, here we are, 9:13 p.m., and we're just starting on the second map. Again, guns definitely in the advantage for Moist Moguls here, off of that pistol round win. Now, they've taken a little while to get some ground gained on A. Sim now looking in to push. He's able to wallbang and get Dapper down to 1 health. Able to find, not 2, only able to find 1. Flya takes out Shazam. Dapper's gonna finally take out Sim, prevent a reign of terror. Oxy and Whippy each able to get a kill, and it's a 2v2 still. Again, gun advantage in the hands of Moist Mogul. Now it's a 1v2 for Oxy, who's down to 20 health. Ooh, gonna be able to take out a Proto, looking to try and clutch. It's a 1v1, health not in his favor, and Thief just gonna wallbang him, finish him off. But really well played there from G2. And I say that not because they lost, but because, you know, Moist Moguls, off of that pistol round, was able to force a full buy there, which meant what was G2's job? Try and get kills. Boost up their own econ, put down the econ of Moist Moguls, force them to be in an expensive round, and they really did that. Only one Moist Moguls players remaining is going to make it an expensive round. They're still going to be able to buy real guns this round and have a little bit of money to spare, but definitely a little bit of a worse position than they'd like to be in. You know, they would have preferred to have quite a few players alive after that round, but they did manage their econ pretty effectively to get them in a decent spot here. Get some money saved up in the old bank, but the gun advantage, or at least the shield advantage, is going to be in the hands of G2, and there is an operator in Oxy now that Moist Moguls will have to deal with, and it looks like they've managed to take control of B. Spike is going to go down. Sim able to take out Dapper. No more Dapper in stairs. Ooh, that operator comes out with Oxy, makes his presence known. He's got his showstopper up. Try and utilize. Will he though? Oh, he does use it. Sim's able to take him out before he dies, which means it's going to remain a 3v3. Spike already down. G2's gonna have to play this retake pretty quickly here, so Spike's really ticking down now. Proto gonna take out Shazam. Whippy gonna take out Brock. Same time, so it's a 2v2. Proto gonna take out Penny, and now it's a 2v1. Spike really has to be stuck here, and, well, that round does, in fact, go to Moist Moguls. 3 rounds in a row, and Moist Moguls trying to prove, yes, it is an offense-sided map, and no, G2, you're not going to be the ones to switch it up and try and make a change. That operator now going to be in the hands of Sim. A full buy once again from Moist Moguls. Off that launch, G2 going to have to save here. We'll see if an operator pick will be on the menu for Moist Moguls. G2 knows almost certainly that that operator is in the hands of Sim and knows how scary it can be. You can see just how much more comfortable Sim and the whole of Moist Moguls is now that they're on Lotus, a map they have a little bit more experience on.
But after they do, so much coverage here on site. 4 players potentially playing up in the middle of C. That's exactly what we're going to see. It's going to be 3 players on the
Sim able to do some good entry, gonna get 2, Fly or gonna get 1, Fly also getting 1. Shazam and Oxy gonna stave it off a little bit. Now that operator's actually been handed off to Brock, and he's gonna find a pick with it. So an operator pick was on the menu tonight. Penny gonna take out Flya as he's planting. It's a 1v3, now a 1v2. Flash comes out. What even was that? Thief! Penny gonna find that pick, and now it's a 1v1. I don't want to say this isn't looking like it'll go in the favor of Brock, but suddenly it's not looking great for Brock. He's trying to fake that plant, get Penny's reaction. Still, Penny doesn't go for the Sky. Ult comes out to ward off Penny, and he really would like to get that spike down and prevent a clutch here. Was a 1v3, and now it's a... There's no way! There is no way Penny gets that. What on earth? There is no way Penny clutches that up in a 1v3. Wow, okay, alright. Benny wanted to, he didn't do so great on Split. Typically doesn't do super great for G2. He wanted to say, you know what, no, I'm never in a position to do well. Look at me, now that I'm in a position to clutch it up. And he does. He clutches that one up. The first round win here for G2. And it was a save round for G2, by the way. Yeah, so not only does he win a save round, he gets an operator off of that, can hand that off to Oxy. That's some good money in the pockets of G2. Now again, Moist Moguls, off that 3-round win streak, their econ's iffy, because they've been expensive rounds that they've won. They're still going to be able to force and buy here, while Sim takes those knives. Ooh, Oxy looking to take out those knives, not even going to touch them. Sim coming in, it looks like he's wanting to push where the operator was. He's pushing up so aggressively, and he's going to find the pick on Shazam. Early frag there, going to help make some distance for Moist Moguls. They're going to go through Breakable, start pushing into B. Sim, once again, pushing aggressively, looking to clear some space, but the Boombot spots him. He has to run out of there and get to the heals, get to the safety of Brock. Now the Killjoy lockdown as well coming out. Is G2 even going to try and challenge that? I don't know. Thief is ready for a flank here from C. The spike's been down for so long. G2 needs to start moving, as it's about to go to second phase. Oh, Thief should have had that on Dapper, but Dapper does win that exchange. Now the player advantage no longer in the hands of Moist Moguls. But like I talked about, G2 needed to push there, but the lockdown was really good in clearing some good space. Sim looking to deny the remaining G2 players save. Able to take out Oxy. Op v Knives, and the Knives win. Trying to grab that operator. They're going to be able to get it. The spike explosion going to ward off Sim just barely. Oxy's going to get that operator back in his hands. But it looks like G2 now going to take a timeout, and you can't blame them. 3 rounds in a row for Moist Moguls. G2 won 1, and then Moist Moguls won a bye round for both sides. So not looking great for them for G2. If you want to look at their performance, both teams' performance though, and it's honestly pretty equal kills wise. Sim with 8, Oxy with 8. Now the next highest for Moist Moguls is a Proto with 6. And this is where the differences start to come through. But you do see, okay, Moist Moguls, they're 3 bottom frags, 2-2-3. The 4 bottom frags for G2, 4-2-2-1. So it's a little bit even. Definitely, obviously, more kills from Moist Moguls. They're winning, but G2's been able to hold their grounds, and with that many kills, you can tell, okay, these rounds are being won by Moist Moguls, but they're expensive rounds. Excluding the most recent round, most of the rounds, Moist Moguls does majority die. Now, I'm trying to think what exactly G2 needs to be doing better here. Honestly, they're just losing their gunfights. Maybe they need to be there to help trade each other off. Maybe be ready for the aggressive push from Moist Moguls. Now, what does Moist Moguls do here? Maybe it's I mean, it could be a C angle. They haven't really done a good C hit, but it looks like G2 may be ready for that, or even reading that. And Moist Moguls getting ready to push C here. There's 3 of them. There's only Flya to lock, not Flya. There's only Whippy to lock down C.
Just worked out pretty well here because there's only 1 defender here on C.
AJ wants to play around with A long so badly. And because that turret is getting no contact, you've had Flya watching mid the whole time. Nobody peeking. MXM is making the tough decision to actually go over towards A. It might be the right one.
Looking for a solo kind of
Looks like Moist Moguls. I mean, they. It honestly doesn't seem like they even know where they're gonna go. Baiting out or just trying to make some contact. The Viper wall on A makes G2 wary, but they're still only leaving the Killjoy there. Oh, the orb's being grabbed by Flya, and the wall bang comes through from Dapper, but it actually isn't going to connect, and I believe he's able to pick up that orb. Still gonna try and make some oh, Whippy Flash gonna be able to take out Sim, stopping a C hit, but Moist Moguls running out of time, has to decide to do something, and it looks like they're gonna open the door and commit to a B hit. That's where Oxy's waiting with that operator. Proto able to take out Oxy. No more operator for them. Reaction time just not there, seems. Proto going to be able to take out Penny. Shazam takes out Brock meanwhile, but Fly going to take out Shazam. So now it's a 2v4. Player advantage in the hands of Moist Moguls, and this spike needs to go down. Oh, they are not ready for Dapper with the Odin. This round does go to Moist Moguls. As time was running low there, Moist Moguls took quite a while to decide where they wanted to go. And even when they did decide, they were held off pretty effectively and got put in a bad spot. Moist Moguls has that Viper's Pit for Flya. Now has a Viper's Pit. Dapper has a lockdown, though, as well, to help counterplay that Viper's Pit. So, make it a little bit of an interesting play when those ults come out. And then the Omen ultimate for Shazam could help gain a little bit of vision, but as always, Omen ults are hard to use in general. But even more so in pro play, where your opponent is usually pretty wary of where you might be going. Dapper's gonna wallbang a Proto through that tree door. I mean, we've seen it time and time again, that Odin is able to come through. Going into North American Challengers, or even when Lotus was introduced, I didn't even know those walls were wallbangable, but they most definitely are. A player advantage in the hands of G2. Moist Moguls trying to figure out where they want to aggress. And G2's honestly not super ready for an A hit. I mean, they are a little bit. There's like there's two on site and then one near B, kind of ready to rotate over towards A if needed. These Viper smokes come out. Looks like G2 is backing up, gonna play off this lockdown. A good choice here. Spike's gonna go down though. Spraying through the smoke. Not gonna be able to take anybody out. Does a little bit of damage, I think. Viper's Pit comes out though, and it's gonna be a difficult play here for Moist Moguls. It's a 5v4 for G2, so shouldn't be difficult for them to take. Whippy takes out Sim. Thief takes out Penny, though. Ooh, Oxy gonna be able to take out Brock, and now it's just down to Flya. The ult's still up. 1v4. Now a 1v3. Oh, he gets spotted. The Odin comes through, and this round does go to G2. Not looking good for Moist Moguls. I'm not gonna lie. As G2 has been able to sort of take it back on this defense, that timeout was useful. Moist Moguls may want to take a timeout of their own. They may just wait for another round loss, but it is starting to look like they're suffering a little bit here. Also, I apologize if I start to quiet down. I'm trying to keep quiet because it is getting late. Man, I can't believe like we're not even halfway through the second map here, and it's probably going to be a 3-map series. I mean, you know, G2 is going to try and make it quick. We'll see if they're able to.
And Oxy has that same position mid.
It's like G2's ready for an A hit, and that's exactly where Moist Moguls is going. So this is red easily here. And then Oxy's going to win that exchange with Flyers. Another player advantage in the hands. Oh, man, that should have been an easy pick for Sim there. Wasn't able to find it. Shazam going to take out a Proto, and now the player advantage not looking good at all for Moist Moguls, who should probably go to save the last few guns as their econ is not in a good spot.
It's so nerdy.
Ooh, Thief gonna win that exchange. Meanwhile, Shazam gets that pick on Brock. So they go down with a little bit of a fight, but it is still a 1v4 here. And Shazam wins it. And I imagine now Moist Mogul is forced into a save. Probably going to take a timeout here. Got 2 of them, may as well use them. I don't see why they don't. Yeah, there we go. Timeout comes out. And I always say this, but you can't blame them. It's not looking great for them. Already, G2 has been doing pretty well, considering they're on defense, and Lotus is typically pretty offense-sided. Moist Moguls went into this. I mean, they got a 3-round win streak. G2 got 1, and then Moist Moguls got another. G2 took a timeout, and it was effective they've gotten a 3-round win streak of their own. Hopefully, from West Moguls, they're able to take this time out and have it be useful in winning and securing them a few more good rounds here. It's looking pretty good for Moist Moguls. I mean, even still, because they've got some good momentum. And of course, we know from their play against TSM that their defense on Lotus is not at all to be, it's not leaving anything to be desired. And Moist Moguls has a very solid defense on Lotus, and so I do believe Moist Moguls would be able to come back, or not come back, but they'll be able to pull through a defense, and as long as they can get the advantage going into their defense, I think they'll be in a good spot. Now this is a save round for Moist Moguls, so it should go to G2. So although Dapper's gonna get down to 5 health before he's able to do anything, you have to run back for the heal. That's going to allow Moist Moguls to push up just a little bit. Unfortunately, Sheriff's not an instant headshot kill if it's from long range. Dapper does get a little bit low on health. The mollies are coming back. They're trying to flush him out. They're trying to punish him and chase him down. He gets flashed and he just holds it down. Oh my god, he continues to hold it down and it works. Just going to mow down Thief and Flya. Proto, though, pushed up in the attacker spawn. Gonna be able to find 2 with that. Well played there, and now they've made it even once again. Oh, Sim trying to take out Oxy before he goes down himself, but not gonna be able to with the Sheriff. Proto able to take out Whippy though, trying to make it even. Brock gonna take Oxy out. Now it's a 1v2, and Brock's gonna win that. A save round does go to Moist Moguls. It's a thrifty win for them. Able to pick up some good guns there as well, and score gonna be 4-5. Although it was a save round, Moist Moguls able to pull it through. It seems that timeout may have been effective. Now, the question is, where do they go now? They've been doing a lot of A hits. And although it paid off on that save round, do they do it again? Or what do they do here? It looks like Jutsu's ready for an A hit. 3 not on A necessarily. 2 are going to be in an easy position to go through Breakable to rotate to B, and that's definitely what they're prepared for. But it looks like Moist Moguls is getting ready for this. Sim with the op. Oh my god! Oh my god! Sim gonna find an incredibly impressive pick there on Oxy, and that's gonna give Moist Moguls the early player advantage. But they're not gonna hit A. They're gonna rotate over towards B, and the Cosmic Divide comes out to help them do that. Sim gonna peek out to punish Dapper for trying to think he can do anything. Oh my god. They're trying to shut down Sim, but he's gotten 4 kills, and he's looking for the ace. Oh, yeah, he's really hungry for the ace. But Penny's like, alright, I'm just gonna save my gun. That's a full buy round. This is an expensive round. I'm just gonna try and save my gun. See if Sim's able to take out Penny here. I mean, there's still a lot of time in this round. Oh man, Sim definitely greeting for that ace, and they want to shut Penny down here. Not only because their econ's in a really good spot right now. Oh, and there we go. The headshot ace to finish it off with the operator. Oh my god, Moist Moguls off that timeout definitely wanted to cement themselves here, and they're doing it, to say the very least. Getting that ace, really pushing through. Oh my god, my throat is going to be so sore tomorrow. I am not used to talking like this for this long. Well played from Moist Moguls, though. Obviously, an ace is well played, but truly well played, and that's going to mean that that round, which was a buy round for G2, no guns saved for them, which means it's a save round for G2. Moist Moguls has denied an advantage for G2 going into the next half. Now they're looking to get the advantage going into the next half. 2 more to make it 8-4. I think they'd even be okay with a 7-5. Obviously, as many rounds as possible going into the next half is, desired. And Moist Moguls challenges C a little bit using that dog with Brock, but it's really an A hit. And now they're really starting to get in their full force. Sim looking to clear this. Oh, we won't talk about that because Fly is here to trade it off. And then a Proto going to take out Dapper, although it was a close fight. Now Proto's a little bit low on health. There's two coming in from drop. Oxy going to take out a Proto. They don't know exact. Oh my god, the collateral headshot from Fly going to be there to get a total of 4 kills. And although 2 did die from Moist Moguls, they secured that round and the operator, so it's going to be back in the hands of Sim. Although he did choke his ult and whiffed quite a few times there. Doesn't matter a whole lot. Now we're going to the last round of the half. It's going to be a full buy from both sides. There's a Viper's Pit in the hands of, well, Viper. In the hands of Flya from Moist Moguls. Getting ready to use it. And over on G2, they've got a lockdown in the hands of Dapper to counteract that Viper's Pit. Lots of smokes going off. Oh, it was mostly just to help Sim get up close, and he does. Takes Shazam out. But G2's actually push up pretty aggressively here, hoping that maybe Moist Moguls will push them, which they may just do. The dog comes out, though. Gets some good vision. They know just how aggressively G2's pushed up there. And now they're running back. Running away. Fly coming through the door, hoping to find a pick, but Onxie there to deny it. Although Onxie hasn't had the best game so far, that doesn't mean he's not playing well. Able to find that pick there. Just try and improve it. Double gets flushed out. Smogo's trying to figure out how they want to play this, and it looks like they may decide they want to take door, but it could just be a bait. Opening the door there. They do still want to push it. Oxy's holding elbow pretty aggressively. Going to find the pick. Ooh, reveals his position, and a Proto's going to be there to shut him down. Thief going to take Penny out as well. Ooh, Brock going to take Whippy out, and it's looking good for Moist Moguls. Now it's a 1v4 that Dapper has to come through. All he has is an Odin. But he does have the lockdown. And there was no Viper's Pit to help there. Dapper going to be able to just take out Sim there. Takes a little bit of damage there, but of course Moist Moguls been pushed very far off of sight. Ooh, some good Nanoswarm damage to Dapper there. Now Moist Moguls, very much so. Aw, he thinks he can wallbang, but Moist Moguls knows that may be the case. They backed up 12 HP for Dapper. He's got to do something fast. He picks up a Phantom. Spike is really ticking down. It's in second phase, so it's getting really serious. He has to stick it, and a Proto gonna finish him off. 8 rounds for Moist Moguls on their offense. And like I talked about going into this map, Moist Moguls has a really, really solid defense on Lotus. We saw it come out against TSM. And although they probably want more than just 8 rounds against against G2 here, 8 is really good for them. But that being said, it's also good for G2. Of course, I'm rooting a little bit for Moist Moguls here because, you know, they need this map to get to that decider. But Moist Moguls, again, but it's not necessarily a bad position for G2. They are pretty good at these 3-site maps. It definitely did not perform that well against Oxygen on Lotus. I believe it was mostly on defense they suffered, and then on offense they weren't able to catch up those picks. So maybe now that they're back on offense, they'll be able to do well. We'll see. Sim pushing up aggressively here, looking for a pick. Gonna find one. Shazam there to try and help. He's gonna wallbang, or at least try to wallbang. Not gonna find one though. And G2 is actually gonna back up because they know how aggressively Moist Moguls is pushed up. So they also know that it could be an easy rotate out. But you do see Moist Moguls very quickly getting both Sim and Brock all the way back, ready to be on B for a quick rotate, either to C or just to defend B. And Dapper is on, is in B main, in case the rest of his team wants to challenge C and then open door.
Just one Nanoswarm alone is going to be able to do it, but again, there's no info. There finally goes. The tap off.
Ooh, G2 aggressing this C. Good damage done there to Thief, and they just back up. Shazam going to be able to take out a Proto. Not coming through. Thief going to have to peek through this smoke. He doesn't peek through, but he does shoot through. Ooh, Sim going to get challenged by Dapper in this pistol round. Not looking great for Moist Moguls. trades going off. Oh, Thief able to keep it even now. It's a 2v2 and the heal going to come through for Thief. Oh, but Shazam going to be able to take Thief out. Now it's a 1v2 for Brock. Able to do good damage to Dapper, but reloading, and Shazam's going to catch him. That round does go to G2, so they're going to start to be able to try and bridge this gap that Moist Moguls has created. An early pick there for Sim did not benefit Moist Moguls in the long run. G2 was just very quickly able to execute well on site. Got to give them credit where credit is due. They did it well. Of course, again, rooting for Moist Moguls a little bit here. Do anticipate them doing well on Lotus, but losing that pistol is not going to be good for their econ or their rounds. Flya, though, going to be able to push up and grab that orb, getting closer and closer to that Viper ultimate. And those Viper ultimates are really useful on defense because you can deny a push into B main, which allows for easier rotate for the Viper, but also some good play there. Sim going to be able to take out Oxy. Whippy's there to trade it off, but it does sort of halt any A push. And now Moist Moguls actually only 1 on C still. The rest of Moist Moguls now starting to get wary that it's probably not an A hit. Getting ready to rotate towards B or C. Ooh, Thief gonna get taken out by Dapper, and there goes the site control. Brock there now, though. Gonna get cleared out. The Nanostorm comes through. It doesn't go off, but he takes it out, and that reveals his position. And the gun advantage coming through in full effect. Penny down to 47 health. Can't heal himself, so not gonna bode well for Flya. Or sorry, not gonna bode well for Penny, but Flya not in a good position either. With just a classic. Gonna just try and die to the spike instead of feeding G2, it seems. Or maybe try and get some exit picks from Waterfall. It looks like just gonna let the spike go off and die to the spike. Give himself the ult point. And now that spike coming to a close.
G2 cannot breathe easy a single time. But it's not like, again, the players who we've expected to stay
And now Flag going for the save. The spike comes off. There you go. Gonna die to the spike, get that ult point up. But it is another loss for Moist Moguls, but that's a save round. They're expected to lose, and they're able to get that pick on Oxy, helping them just a little bit. Yeah, so now Moist Mogul's going to be on a bye. You can see them playing conservatively with their econ, and it's not because they want to, it's because they have to. They don't have enough money to buy full shield here. They haven't been performing as well as they'd like to.
So him on the attack, you look at this guy and we're wondering, are the numbers going to be the same? He's much better on the defense and getting in your face and closing the distance. Here he's got to do the same. It's a little bit
Viper Molly as well as the Asher util going to allow Sim to push up, and it's going to force off the C push. It was a good read because it was a C hit from G2.
Great creativity.
Again, both teams have a timeout to use here. We're only 2 rounds into this half. I don't think anybody's going to use it quite yet, but just a reminder in case strategies need to be redefined or players need to a little bit of a think here. Oxy going to get ready to help with this take in. Oh, we're going to take quite a bit of damage to that Nanoswarm. Oxy going to be able to take out, oh, Flya and a Proto, and there goes the take for G2. Going to be able to get on site here. So Sim going to be able to push on and help with this retake. But Whippy just going to shoot him through the smoke. Now it's a 2v4 for Moist Moguls, and they may just want to save. Looks like that is what's going to happen. Save from Moist Moguls, and that's a good choice. And they may want to take a timeout off of this loss. Because what happened is G2 was able to just full buy here. Which, of course, Moist Moguls, who was expecting to have an easy round in their advantage, wasn't able to. Because they ended up being in a worse off position, and then they didn't play super well positionally. Oh man, Thief gonna get taken out by Shazam. It's a tough spot to be in, just trying to save your guns. Shazam looking to deny the save for Brock. Where is Brock looking? Ah, it's okay. Shazam's not going to be able to push out quite that far. But the round does go to G2, and they've managed to get pretty close to bridging that gap. And I do believe it's going to be another save from Moist Moguls here. And I think if they lose this one, then it's a timeout for Moist Moguls. Because, yeah, what's probably going to be a 4-round win streak is not good. It doesn't look good. It doesn't bode well for Moist Moguls, allowing G2 to get that far. And Sim on the save, gonna go up, grab those ult orbs, or grab that ult orb, get his knives out. Outplay this. A little bit of a one-way there from Shazam. Trying to find a pick, and Moist Moguls does have 2 on C as well as some Killjoy util, and Sim locking down B, gonna find a pick. Shazam and Dapper each able to find a pick, but Sim also gonna be able to take out Dapper, and they're starting to rotate towards B. Oh man, Penny gonna take out Sim, and then Oxy takes out Thief, and this is not looking good for Moist Moguls. Now, a Proto, again, save round for them. Really wasn't gonna go in their favor, but really not starting to look good for their run here in mid-season, or on Lotus, as this has been evened up by G2. and Moist Moguls has yet to win around here, and I think they should take a timeout here, if I'm honest. I know there's quite a few rounds still left in this half, and they may want to save it, but it just seems like they don't know what they're doing on this defense. Yeah, there you go, timeout. It's their last timeout. It's a little bit early on in this half to use it, but it should be well placed. Should be well utilized timeout. They really need to figure out what what exactly it is that they've been doing poorly. I think Moist Moguls has been pretty slow in the rotates, I'll be honest. Rotating pretty slowly by going through their spawn for the rotates rather than taking advantage of, like, oh hey, we don't think anybody's on A, let's peek out, see if we can find a pick, nobody's there, then we can just rotate through breakable and then go into B, help clear B. We know nobody's on B, alright, then we can rotate from B through to C. You know, really prevent the ground that is usually just automatically given to the offense. Really just try and take it yourselves and utilize it to help you rotate effectively and quickly on a map where it's hard to rotate quickly. Sim gonna have that operator in his hands, and we'll see if it's useful. Moist Mogul going for a light shield here, and this time it's not because they can't afford full shield, it's because they want to play safe. Although some of them can't afford full shield. Sim looking for a pick with this op. Oh man, just not going to be able to find it. That one way comes out. It's an effective one way. It's going to do a good amount of damage. I'm going to go for the heal, but that does mean not only has the operator been revealed on C, but it's forced the Sky over towards C side. And now G2 can just push into A. And the Showstopper comes out. And it's going to take out Flya. Oxy, though, down to 46 health. Sim able to take out Whippy. Proto going to take out Penny. Looking for the additional pick. Gonna find it on Dapper. I speak from 2 sides, but still a really good run there. Ooh, Brock choking it a little bit, but gonna be there to find Oxy in time. Now Shazam down to 19 health in 1v3. We've seen a 1v3 clutch from G2 before, but it's not going to happen here. Thief takes Shazam out. This round does go in the favor of Moist Moguls. Off of that timeout, they're able to find the round, win, and it's a buy round. So that's the round they do want to win. Start to breathe easy now. Ludwig and Moist Critical start to take some deep breaths here. Can start to have some hope once again. It's going to be another full buy for Moist Moguls, but once again going for the light shield. This time, they all could probably afford full shield again, except for a Proto, but doing it mostly in order to ensure good econ momentum. The operator on Sim, and they're pushing him, trying to find him and take him out. Not going to be able to. Don't even do any damage to him. So he's going to be able to get away, but it looks like they're going to continue to aggress C. Sim ready for it? See, he's mostly watching Mound. We'll see how exactly G2 decides to approach as they know the operator's there on Sim. Oh, Sim backs up. Probably a safe though, getting to a better position here. Orb is grabbed, and now the lockdown is in the hands of G2. They're probably going to try and utilize it. Smoke comes out. And it doesn't actually cover the entirety, and that op's going to be able to come through on Sim. Gets away with minimal damage done. And now that player advantage is in the hands of Moist Moguls. Again, lockdown in the hands of G2. Help them, but Sim's able to rotate over to B to try and lock it. Ooh, not anticipating Shazam from the left side. And Shazam whiffs there, not going to be able to take him out, but ooh, Oxy's going to be able to take C-Site, and there goes the kill for Oxy. And now G2 can start taking Site, but Thief going to make it hard. Sim also making it difficult, taking out Oxy, and the player advantage now in the hands of Moist Moguls. Ooh, Sim not going to find that flick. 10 seconds left. The spike goes down on C, surprisingly enough. Probably going to take out Shazam, and now it's a 1v3 for Whippy. Spike a little bit in his hands. It's still going to be a difficult push for him. Pushed up probably further than they're anticipating, but a Proto's ready. Going to take him out. This defuse goes to Moist Mogul, and it's starting to seem like ground is being regained. Some deep breaths have gone through. I don't know what they talked about in that timeout, but Moist Mogul's defense that we saw so prominently in their matchup against TSM starting to play well here as once again. We're starting to see that defense come through. G2 Esports taking a timeout, and rightfully so. They tied it up and have suddenly been losing these bye rounds. Taking it here is a good choice. I mean, look at Sim. All of a sudden, 22 kills to Oxy's 20. Obviously, more kills going to be in the hands of Moist Moguls, but not by much, I don't think. Yeah. I mean, it's very, very close. Actually, it's not super close. I wasn't paying attention to Proto. But either way, Moist Moguls, of course, does have more kills, but the rounds that they have been winning, they haven't been winning by a wide margin. Which means a lot of their players are dying anyway, which gives more kills to G2, gives them more ult points, and that's why G2's been able to do well. I mean, they got 4 rounds in the first half. That's a respectable amount, especially when you're about to go on offense on an offensive-sided map. But like I talked about, in Moist Moguls' match against TSM on Lotus, their defense really pulled through. Moist Moguls was able to get 6 of those defensive rounds, which means they got half of the defensive rounds, which on an offensive-sided map, that is pretty... It sounds like, oh, well, you know, that's not a lot, or like, you know, they didn't take the advantage, but on an offensive-sided map, a pretty heavily offensive-sided map, that's pretty impressive. Obviously, TSM isn't G2, but TSM is still a strong team, and on Lotus as well. Strong team. Ooh, wow. Wallbang shot is going to actually land on Dapper, do a little bit of damage there. Ooh, Sam looking maybe for another pick, but that flash is going to force him back. And G2 takes a little bit of damage there and decides, alright, we're just going to try and aggress A. Elias sees them. It's Sim trying to get in position to get that op ready to find some picks from rope and drop. Now he comes down drop. Looking for a pick. That Viper Molly is going to push him back just a little bit. Oh, he's holding this. Oh, and he's going to be able to dash out, and Fly is going to cover his escape as Oxy's trying to punish it. Now both lockdowns are coming through. The attacker lockdown has been destroyed. Moist Moguls has retaken site. Ooh, but Shazam's able to take out a Proto. Now the player advantage no longer in Moist Moguls' hands, and they have to push a Viper ult. Still a 3v3 though. Flya though gonna take out Shazam, and these are 2 Viper ults, I think. 2 Viper's pits. It's confusing. Flya able to take out Penny. Now it's just down to Whippy to lock it down. Time is running out. Ooh, but the Cosmic Divide is just barely there. And well played. I mean, so many ults used that round from both sides. Absolute mayhem, but it did go to Moist Moguls. It's important to point out, only 1 ult left effectively for both sides. Obviously, the Omen ult still in the hands of Shazam, but like I always talk about, it's difficult to effectively utilize an Omen ult at all, and especially in pro play. That's even more so true. I do think pros are better at using it offensively, as far as rotating between sites quickly. Getting that spike to the other site when baiting out the team, but on Lotus, defense will often be a little bit more wary and have some good anchor points before rotating, and so it's even harder to use an Omen ult. So anyways, Sky ult for both sides though, regardless of if you think the Omen ult counts as an Omen ult. Yeah, so I'm trying to clear Sim out, but it's not going to. Dapper's been sort of backed into a corner here and unable to escape, although the smoke is going to come through and it's going to help him escape. Meanwhile, the rest of G2 is actually aggressing C. Oxy, not really, I don't think he's taking that much damage, but the Viper's wall is going to be good at dealing some good damage there. Oh, Flash backed into a corner. Shazam's just going to get taken out by Fly there. Penny going to take out Fly, though, so it's still a 3v3. Now G2 is going to rotate over to B. They think they're slick, but HOSPICEMANE is already there. Dogs are coming through. Sim, the op, going to push through the Nanostorm and gets a pick there, so it's a trade. I'm a little confused as to why exactly Sim decided to do that. But, you know, he got a pick off of it, so can you blame him? Honestly, that might be bad, though. It might only encourage him further. It's like when you tell a kid they can't have the candy or the cookie from the cookie jar, and they just go any... Oh, the flashes come out from both sides. Now it's a Whippy versus Brock in a 1v1. Oh, the guns are being traded out, and this round does go to Whippy. The 12th round is denied for Moist Moguls, but money is still in a good spot for Moist Moguls. That operator is probably even going to be able to come out once again on Sim. Although it looks like he's going to go to save their econ, just in case. Well played there from Moist Moguls. I'm going to be entirely honest. Actually, no, not well played. I rescind that statement. What was Sim doing? He pushed through the Nanostorm with that op. He got a pick with it, so it's an even trade, but I honestly don't know if that was the play there. But he did it. I'll give him that for sure. So I can't knock him for that. I really can't. I just realized how much time I'm gonna have to spend editing tomorrow. Fuck. All right. It's okay. It's okay. Part of the fun is what if I can't even download the VOD? It's like it's too much. It's like sorry, this is 10 gigabytes. I don't have space. Anyways, Oxy trying to clear some space here with the showstopper. It's not gonna find anybody. It's gonna push Moist Moguls back, sure. Sim's gonna deny the plant. Oh, and be able to flick on Oxy before Whippy can shut him down, but a 2-for-1 special is not at all what G2 was hoping for there. MXM continuing to try and deny. Sorry, Moist Moguls continuing to try and deny the plant, but it's gonna be denied. Or it's not gonna be denied. Sorry, I keep misspeaking here. You can tell it's been 3 series, and I'm getting tired. Oh, barely running out of ammo there. These rounds have been really, really close for both sides. Although it has been wins for G2, they've been expensive rounds. It's been expensive for Moist Moguls too. Absolutely. It was a good choice for Sim, though, not to pick up that off that round. Or buy an off that round, because now he's in a position where they're going to have to be on a save here. So, G2 should be able to tie it back up once again. Both teams have used their timeouts. There's no more timeouts to help them here. This map definitely being closer than Moist Moguls would like. Sim going to find that early pick on Penny. Able to get away as well. And G2 is going to start rotating, turning their attention towards B or even C. Dapper trying to push up aggressively in B, clear it maybe. And it looks like they're actually going to be doing a re-hit on A. Effective, or sorry, it's going to be useful, as Moist Moguls is completely expecting a C hit, and I've started rotating over there, although Now that that Viper molly, or that Viper smoke goes up, the cloud goes up. Moist has gotten a hint. It might be an A push. And it is a re-hit, although that spike has been left near breakable. Oh, Carter not going to win that exchange, unfortunately. Sim also not able to find a pick from Moist Moguls. Ooh, a lockdown pretty deep in Moist Mogul spawn, and you know Dapper's hoping they challenge it.
That's a crazy lockdown. Everyone just has to run away from it. No time. Easy plant.
It's going to be a 4v4, but like, fine. It actually took the spike quite a while to go down. Oxy gonna be able to take out Brock. Sim gonna get that kill on Dapper though, but it's traded off. Now it's a 3v2 for G2. They're up a player, and it's a safe run for Moist Mogul, so the guns aren't really there either. Flyer has to play aggressively. Oxy's gonna pick him off, and then Shazam finishes off Thief, so it's 11-11. Oh my god. Down to the wire. Moist Mogul's now gonna be back on a bye. You know they're wishing they had a timeout right now. But G2 going to be in a decent spot econ-wise. Only losing 2 of their players, so they're going to be able to full buy this round. And Moist Mogul's buying with Light Shield, trying to save some good econ, so on the off chance that they lose this, they can still full buy and try and get it to that overtime, which we may even see here today. And it's only map 2, so it's still entirely possible that it could go to a 3rd map, even in overtime. It's one way here being played by G2, and it's going to allow Penny to get up and get that Sky ult to help them take a site. Moist Moguls knows that, and it looks like Sim's rotating to try and utilize that off and find a pick. Ooh, looks away just in time, and it's not going to, or not just in time for Sim, but for G2, they got lucky there. May have been able to find a pick. Brock with the Odin, trying to deny an A push, but it looks like G2's actually getting ready to possibly do a B hit. Though maybe not. Dapper's sort of ready to do a push here as well. Now G2 getting ready for this A hit. Neither team has damage done to the other. Neither team has better guns than the other, and they're taking breakable now. It's a good bait. Moist Mogul is going to be able to plant on B. It's going to have to be a retake. G2's in a really good spot right now. Moist Moguls also knows that if they start to lose players or at a player disadvantage, they may want to save, so they can buy next round, although Sim going to take out Oxy. There goes the duelists fighting each other. What on earth was that? What on earth was that? Moist Mogul's really trying to make it risky here. It looks like Moist Moguls may just let another franchise team through to the top 4 of the mid-season. Trying not to let it happen, but it's tough. They didn't win nearly as many rounds on the offense of an offense-sided map as they would have liked to, and now they're on the defense of that offense-sided map, trying to defend. And they've been able to somewhat, but not as effectively as they'd like. They need to just breathe. Calm down. Don't push too aggressively here. 3 of G2 now getting ready for the C hit. Coming in. Trying to do some damage. But they're also ready to take that door to rotate towards B. Dapper's trying to clear. Sim gonna be able to find Dapper. B will not be cleared for G2, and now they know there's at least one on B. Gonna try and go C. Oxy able to take out Brock. It's not looking good for Moist Moguls. Spike isn't down quite yet. Now it's coming down. Post plant played by, or not even post plant, but pre plant played by Moist. Oh, the reload on Thief gonna get caught by Oxy. Oh, Oxy also able to take out Sim, and now it's a 2v4. A Proto able to take out Shazam. But Whippy gonna take out a Proto, and now it's a 1v3 for Flya. And it may just be a 2-0 victory for G2. Makes his presence known. There's no point in saving. It's the last round. Time is ticking down. He does a little bit of damage there. Able to get one pick. Oh, and the 1v3 is not going to be won by him. G2 takes a 2-0 victory over Moist Moguls to end it off. Probably for the best. I don't know if I would have been able to sit through a third map, but let's go ahead. Take a look at Moist Moguls' reaction here. Fucking YouTube. God damn it. Come on.
Giants.
Which is all right.
They played so good, dude.
We did
They
play
actually
well.
Played so good.
We tie for 5th, 6th. We get 2K. We don't get any points, unfortunately. We were 1 off points. But I don't know if points super... I mean, they matter, obviously. Mostly for seeding.
Oh, it would have just been cool to see how far they could have gone here.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to point out, G2 played fucking insane this series. They played. They played
Oxy,
so
Oxy had
good.
like 2 insane games.
And that's going to end it today. I'm not even going to try some analysis or anything. I'm just going to end it. Thank you guys so much for watching today's live stream. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you're subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I would hope you consider it. Thank you all so much for watching. It was a long stream today. What's the final time? 9 hours. 9 hours. Well, thanks for watching. I got some fun stuff lined up for after the game changer stuff happens, or maybe in the middle of it. I don't know. I don't know when I'm gonna pull it out, but I'm ready to do some fun stuff. I wanna do some non-Valorant stuff, and you know, North American Challenge is gonna last until the end of June, so gonna just do some fun stuff here and there. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Bye.